Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
The squirrels found
And walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a
Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
stars. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Much hope in our hearts and walk right.
Welcome to out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online Ayurveda episode.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
And a
4,
global namaste
3,
to everyone watching Healing Our Earth again. Once again, it's Sunday, and every Sunday you know that there is going to be a Healing Our Earth. Ever since, I think, the last 2 years, every Sunday we've had a session and some very, very interesting topics we've had over time. And today is without exception, the theme of Ayurveda. So wherever you're watching around the world, in UK, it's currently 2 p.m. Wherever you might be, please do log in and share with your friends. Get onto the WhatsApp or Facebook, or just tell them the YouTube link and tell them that Healing Our Earth has started again on a Sunday. And our theme today is Ayurveda, which is I'm really excited about today because being passionate in the medical field, but particularly this topic as well. I'm sure many of you have heard of Ayurveda before. If not, this is going to be a great introduction. And even if you feel you have a very good knowledge of Ayurveda, some of the speakers on today are real experts in their field and will have a chance to share, discuss, debate how Ayurveda has a role in this modern world and what role it can play in our own prevention and treatment of our own well-being and diseases. So with that, let's start and we begin. So I'm just going to share some screens with you to show you. So hopefully you can see this is actually our 133rd free episode. And today, as we said, the theme is Ayurveda and specifically on boosting our immunity. So with that, may we begin. We always begin with an invocation. May we invoke the higher within ourselves. The whole theme of Healing Our Earth is, may we bring peace all around us and firstly from within ourselves. So those of you can see the ancient Sanskrit invocation. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all be happy. May all be healthy. May all enjoy prosperity. And may none suffer. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. So I hope wherever you are feeling at peace within yourself. Certainly do log in and do share your views and thoughts as well. As you'll see with Healing Our Earth, you have a chance to interact as well. So do go healingourEarth.com, have a look at all the previous sessions. Actually, pretty much every single session has been recorded with hours of really expert guidance, and have a look there. What is the theme of Healing Our Earth? To promote happier, peaceful, healthier and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And that's been happening every week, whether it be our kitchen and cooking sessions on vegan and vegetarian kitchen, and we actually have Seema Ji, our senior host, on with us today from the kitchens, whether it be dance, whether it be integrated health or yoga. So today the theme is Ayurveda, and you can just see from the previous slide, we are on Twitter, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, so do log in through any of those partner channels. So today the theme is Ayurveda, and you can see in a moment, we can see we've got some of the speakers we've got lined up. We have Jaydeep Joshi, who in a moment we're going to introduce, Professor Madan, and we have some panelists as well. We have Seema Bhatia, Pradeep Kumar as well, Ganu Bhai Patel. They'll all be coming on as panelists throughout this afternoon. So we'll be engaging with different speakers as well. And later on, I have Professor Ish Sharma. With me also is my colleague, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, also working with the integrated health. So we're all together and we'll be discussing together this whole theme of Ayurveda and immunity together with some speakers speaking on specific points, and then we'll carry on. So with that, hopefully you may have been watching the last few weeks, particularly this idea of a global integrated health forum. And if you look at the past few weeks of Healing Our Earth, this has really been the recurrent theme. How can we work with different healthcare systems and have them integrated into mainstream healthcare? For example, I'm based in UK in London. We work with the mainstream, which is the NHS, but how can complementary or alternative or supplementary healthcare systems have a role to play? Clearly, every professional has some role to contribute in our well-being. And we've found that in our own lives, following just one particular system of medicine, whichever one it is, cannot be complete. So therefore, the idea also was, can we educate and inspire our next generation, which is our children and our youth as well, in healthy living? So with that, a brief introduction to myself. So my name is Dr. Milan Shah, and be with you hosting along with the other hosts over the next few hours. The program will continue right for the next 5-6 hours. I myself work as an NHS local GP in Northwest London, where I've been working for 15-20 years. There's one of the rooms I work out of, and there the surgeries I work at. And I think in the previous sessions that I've shared with you what the work as a GP does, I think I was surprised that actually a lot of the public maybe have even myths of what GPs do or don't do. And all I can say is we work very hard, very long hours, and actually see a variety of patients. And particularly my passion is of continuity of care and also compassion and the skills in consultation. So with that, I would just come off for a moment, and I can see Jaydeep Ji is with us at the moment, and I'm going to briefly introduce you as well. We have some slides on Ayurveda, which I'm just going to briefly share before we start with Jaydeep Ji. Just for those who may have never even heard of this term Ayurveda, I think people are joining maybe already experts or feel they're experts in the theme or have their understanding. So in a nutshell, I'd say in 1 minute or two, I'll just share with you some ideas that I have myself. So when I was at medical school, I had a chance actually to do a research project, and I took up the theme of Ayurveda to do a research project of a few months to look at the history of Indian medicine. So these two Sanskrit words, Ayu and Ved, so the knowledge of longevity or the knowledge of life. So it's the knowledge of how to live a long life. What a beautiful definition actually of a medical system. There are different texts. So I was just going to say that the two particular texts, one is called Charaka Samhita, which talks, you can see a lot of different parts of medical practice, whether it be symptoms, anatomy, metaphysics, therapeutics. Why I'm sharing this is that it is not some sort of just made up practice, that actually the Ayurveda has a long history of thousands of years, and particularly these two texts of Charaka and another one called Sushruta Samhita. These are two ancient physicians, and particularly Sushruta works a lot more on surgical instruments. So here are a few ancient surgical instruments that then have been modernly worked through. So I just wanted to share with you those few slides. Based on a theory of the 5 elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space, and how these then combine with the Tridosha. You may have heard of these concepts of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and how these balance in each of our bodies and how each of us are somewhat unique, which is, I think, a beautiful part of Ayurveda as well, in that each individual is treated as somewhat unique, that each, even the same condition, may require a different treatment. Some of the treatments may include cleansing, rectifications, diet, medications, and really exciting is actually a daily regime, that actually what we can do with our preventative health. And I think different people will mention later that actually what we can do at home as well, a kitchen pharmacy. And here's some of the herbs here of Tulsi, of Ajwain, of Arjun. And you can see on the on your screen the ancient deity of medicine of Dhanvantari, and giving this Amrita, this sort of mythical Amrit, sort of nectar of life, really. And what is that nectar? Our right living, our right thinking, and the correct medicines when needed. And with that, finally, I thought we'd just share one phrase from the Charaka Samhita as well before we introduce Jaydeep Ji, which is, what should an Ayurvedic physician be? A person who has friendship towards all, compassion for their patients, and devotion to one's profession, and also a philosophical attitude when cases don't actually go the right way. And these are declared to be the 4 cornerstones of medical practice. So I thought hopefully that was helpful. And now we're going to introduce Jaydeep Ji and also Professor Madan and various other speakers that we've got here. So those are a few slides. Jaydeep Ji, I hope they were enjoyable to you. So with that, we're just going to share your introduction as well. So Dr. Jaydeep Joshi is a qualified and well-known experienced Ayurvedic Vaidyaraj. So the physician in Sanskrit is known as a Vaidya or Vaid, and is an Ayurvedic consultant and educator and researcher in a background of yoga as well, and being a well-being professional for the past 30 years. He draws on person-centered integrated approaches and offers the therapeutic balance of these approaches that will be most helpful for his clients. Dr. Joshi has a particular specialism in enabling positive change with clients experiencing long-term illness and comorbid complex conditions and extreme distress. And with his own website as well, which I did actually have a look at before. I quite enjoyed looking at your website of Dr. Joshi Natural Health. So namaste to Dr. Joshi, Dr. Jaydeep Ji. And I can see that you're in your dispensary, in your clinic as well. And a warm welcome to you.
Global welcome to everyone and global namaste to everyone. Thanks for my introduction. in another philosophy of Ayurveda, they say you should not introduce yourself. So thanks for giving my introduction to everyone. Today's topic, I think, is very interesting topic. Boost up your immunity. And everybody is struggling and everybody is finding the way how you have to boost up the immunity. But before that, I think in all your basic slides have Ayurveda. Ayurveda means life, Veda means knowledge, or knowledge of life. What is knowledge? Veda. Everybody knows Samved, Yajurved, Atharvaved, Rigved. So there is in Atharvaveda, last Veda, mention of Ayurveda, 700 verses. Philosophy, you say, but main principle, what Ayurveda believe? Ayurveda means a ancient healing method. It's not just herbal remedies or massages or XYZ things. It's a proper scientifically based philosophy, anatomy, and everything. So how we define as an Ayurveda? Okay, we believe strongly in prevention is better than a cure. Prevent your body rather than go for the viruses and bacteria's infection. So in Sanskrit, they say, swasthasya swasthya rakshanam, aturasya vikarasya prasamanam cha. Swasthasya means those who are fit and fine and healthy person. Swasthya means our health. And rakshanam, swasthasya swasthya rakshanam means protect them, prevent them. But after all, we are human body. We can't be 100% fit and fine for our whole lifespan. Whatever we have lifespan, like 60 years, 70 years, 90 years, 100 years. We can't be 100% fit and fine. Means physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. We have to suffer big or minor to major disease. So, but second phrase is they say is aturasya vikarasya prasamanamcha. Means atur means if you are a patient. Vikarasya means we are suffering with different kind of problems or diseases. Prasamanamcha means cure them, treat them, suppress them. So main principle of Ayurveda called prevent your body from the disease and maintain your body from the disease. And as sir everything explained in your basic introduction of Ayurveda, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, is the three biological energies which governs our human body. In Sanskrit, we call it Vat, Pitta, Kapha. And our human body is built with this Vat, Pitta, Kapha or mixing elements, Vata, Pitta or Pitta, Kapha. But we have to diagnose individually. That's our main practice. We don't treat each and every human body in the same way. Like our fingerprint. Our fingerprint is unique. Each and every human body has a different fingerprints. And it's a unique fingerprint. So we have to treat individually. I'm just giving only one example, and I'm not against any science or any pathy or XYZ things or any doctor's practice, nothing. Because all practices, all pathis are helping our human body and human race in a different way. As for example, like I have a headache, somebody has a headache and somebody has a headache, but headache is a common symptoms. It doesn't mean a headache, you have to treat same three person in the same way. That's what we don't believe. We believe to first diagnose the person constitution. And according to constitution, which elements are aggravated or elevated, diagnose first that. And with that, which constitution she or he fall in it. And then with that constitution, which aggravated or elevated, and because of that, he has a headache or she has a headache. As for example, like somebody suffering with constipation. So try to destroy your disease or treat the constipation, your headache will disappear. Somebody has an alcoholic substance or somebody has a highly pitta constitution or he has a high blood pressure. So try to treat first, control your acidic stomach and treat your headache. So our approach is a little bit different. Our approach is a holistic approach. So that's our Ayurveda. But now today's topic we are discussing today are Ayurveda and immunity. Because Ayurveda is a vast subject. We can't talk within half an hour, 20 minutes or 30 minutes. It's a lifelong lesson and lifelong teaching and lifelong learning. Amazing subject. Those who are not in panel or anywhere watching in the world, please try to explore Ayurveda. Try to read Ayurvedic textbooks. And to be honest, I don't believe in this as mythology. It's a time-tested, proven, all books. And all Rishi Munis, we call it Rishi Munis, but they all were scientists. They research individually, time-testedly, and now in this 21st century, we are practicing this Ayurveda. So Ayurveda and immunity, they say Ayurvedic theory immunity is called Bija Bhumi. It's a Sanskrit word. Bija Bhumi means literally translate as seed and land. The body is seen as the fertile land in which infections or harmful bugs can grow. It's a simple translation of this Bij Bhumi. So if our body is out of balance and full of ama, means toxins, the toxins produced by the result from incomplete digestion, then viruses and bacteria or harmful bacteria will find fertile soil for their growth. So if digestion is strong, a substance called ojasa, a product of complete balance of our three dosas or digestion, will predominate in our body. And that's called alkaline ama ojas, has strengthening our effect in our immune system. Very basic, but very strong and very scientifically proven this theory. You try to build up your immune system to build and try to strong your digestive system according to your constitution. That's a very, very basic principle to boost up our immune system. Second thing they call is immunity is affected by the seasonal changing. In Charak Samhita, Charak Muni explained very well, they call it Rutu Sandhi. Rutu Sandhi means there is a union and joining between two Rutus. We are living in England, so we live in spring, autumn, winter and summer. But when the Ayurvedic these textbooks wrote by our scientists, they actually call 6 Rutus. Shishir, Hemant, Sarad, Grishma, Varsa. So these 3 seasons are affecting our human body. And when the season change, we call it Rutu Sandhi. So that end of the first season and beginning of the second season called Rutu Sandhi. That 2 weeks are very crucial and very important for our digestive system and our humanity and our human immunity. So if you're a Vata constitution person, or if you're a Pitta constitution, if you're a Kapha, all seasons are different for them, and which seasons are effect on more which constitution. So you have to look after yourself, and for that you have to go to the Ayurvedic consultant or those who learn about Ayurveda. Try to find out with them what is your constitution and which season is changing. But these 15 days are very, very important, because that Ayurvedic season changing, they say it's like autumn and winter, winter and spring. They are weakening our immune system. So, and in that particular season, what we have to do? What kind of food regime or what kind of exercise or what kind of lifestyle we have to change? We should know this. And if we know this, believe me, our immune system will, as it is, intact, we call it. So this is a very, very important point. Okay, try to follow your seasonal lifestyle and make a plan according to our season. Second thing or third thing we call is purification of our body. In Ayurveda, they explain, they call it panchakarma. 5 types of karma means you have to do 5 types of therapies. Vamanam, Virechanam, Nasya, Karnapuram, Akshitarpanam. These all are Sanskrit words. So basically, you have to pure your body from outside and from inside. So each and every organ's supposed to be clean and neat with this Panchakarma treatment, which explain in Ayurvedic texts, and go to the professional Ayurvedic consultant or therapist or Ayurvedic doctors. And according to their knowledge and their experience and their program, follow that Panchakarma program. It's not an easy thing. It looks easy, sounds easy, but you have to follow the proper principle of this Panchakarma theory. So detox your body, cleanse your body, and boost up your immune system. It's amazing. Variety type of massages, variety type of nasal treatment, we call it Nasya Chikitsa. So these will definitely help us. So that's called seasonal home purification with Panchakarma as well. Main important thing is called food and diet. Is very debating topic nowadays, food and diet. Ayurveda believe, with my these all experience, Ayurveda believe each and every food and diet are edible on this earth. But which suits to your constitution, you have to follow that principle. Somebody says salad is fantastic for health and diet and nutrition and our colon. Somebody can't digest even salad. They have a gas, bloatiness, XYZ things. So why is happening? So go to the proper Ayurvedic consultant or doctors and find out your constitution. Okay, everything is on internet, but 100% don't follow the internet instructions and your constitution. So in these 15 days or few weeks, eat a light and proper cooked diet. It's supposed to be easily digested, and don't eat too late. Wake up or according to your constitution and do exercise. And I prefer an exercise more physical and mental and emotional and spiritual as well. So yoga exercise means yoga is the amazing, fantastic type of exercise. You can do physical postures, breathing techniques, meditation, purified your mind, body, and soul, everything with this yoga. So this is a very important things. Second things, have a perfect good night's sleep. At least 8 hours, 7 hours is ideal. Good night's sleep is very, very important to boost our immunity. Good night's sleep is amazingly important. Second thing, walk, exercise, cycling, biking, dancing, swimming, they're helping you definitely. You means me as well. So sometimes I fall in a say you, but we generally. So way to burn our armor. So how to burn our toxins. So cook your food within immune supporting spices like cumin, fennel, coriander, etc., etc. And ginger and black pepper are amazing for that as well. Certain ready-made pharmaceuticals companies are making very, very unique combinations. So when you're practicing this, because I'm a practitioner, I'm a physician. Day by day, I'm practicing on the human body. So I have to diagnose and I have to work out which companies and which pharmaceuticals ready-made combinations are useful for which kind of person. But very basic line, avoid your processed food, ready-made food, fermented food, too much fermented food, heavy foods, which is can't easily digested. So diet is a very, very important. What we eat, what we get. It is an important psychological and physical and Ayurvedic principle. Certain type of rice, certain type of vegetables, certain type of easily cooked, digest, we call it supachya ahar. It is important. So my concluding sentence, try to follow your constitution. With your constitution, eat that kind of food regime, live that kind of lifestyle, do that kind of exercise, and try to maintain your physical, mental, emotional status with these all things. We call it holistic approach. And try to follow. If you don't understand or anything, go to the professionals, ask them, read some books. Every books are available. All doctors are available all over the world, and try to get help from them. So this is my concluding ceremony, a sentence about immunity. Calm down, eat food, have a nice sleep, and enjoy your life. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jaydeep Ji, for that really very succinct, within 15, 20 minutes, you covered so much. I hope you can be with us because there are already some questions coming up on Zoom. And to summarize them, you shared some very good things of I mentioned this sort of bija bhumi, this, as you said, the land of the seed can take sprouting there otherwise. And you came up with these sort of four principles really of immunity. Can you just recap on what the first one was? I was trying to make notes. You said second was seasonal. The first was
the diet. Main seasonal, we call it Rutu Sandhi, means changing of 2 seasons.
Yes.
Second thing is diet and exercise. Third thing is exercise. And the one is Panchakarma. Detox your body.
Well, that's right. So to keep because you're right, we can succumb at different times of the year to different things. And so we should explore a little bit. I think let's discuss, whether it's the UK or wherever, these different seasons and what happens. But I think what you're mentioning also is that depending on people's constitution, and something a bit different to what I think Ayurveda does is really looks at the symptom to some degree, but tries to look beyond that.
Yes.
So for myself, someone would come to me as a general practitioner and say, look, I've had constipation for 3 or 4 weeks and it's not going away. I might prescribe some laxatives. I will look deeper, obviously, in terms of what's going on. But clearly you'll try and understand a bit deeper into what's causing that symptom.
Yes, that's very important, sir. Like you already mentioned, you explain your symptom, because patient has, look, what patient do, they just came with the symptoms, nothing else.
Correct.
Either you're practicing modern science, conventional science, or any science. Patient is always come with the symptoms. Sir, I have a headache, I have abdominal pain, I have a shoulder pain, I have a back problem, or XYZ things. So every pathy has their own try to explore the symptoms. And what Ayurveda does, they try to explore the symptoms and go into it very deeply. And therefore that the constitution is very important. And what we learn about constitution, like whom we can categorize the Vata personality, Pitta personality, or Kapha personality. So that is the first principle we have to follow. And if you know that this person is Vata constitution person, after you're certain, because we ask different questions. Even personally, I ask somebody, what is your favorite color? And which animals you do like most? Sometimes some people and some client are just surprised. Why you are, sir, asking me what is my favorite color? And what is the relation between these, my headache and my certain things? But each and every question is not random question, sir. Each and every question has a scientific base why we are asking this question. Because we try to find out the root cause of his problem. Why he is a constipated patient. Either he is doing too many night shifts, because he is a Vata. As for example, the person I diagnosed is a Vata constitution person with my certain type of exploring these questions. And Vata constitution person has a prone to have a constipation, dry skin, intellectual nature, but warrior,
yes,
certain skin problems, certain abdominal problems, especially gassy, bloated tummy, sleep disorders, maybe insomnia, definitely is there. But why is there? Because your Vata is not in balance. Every personality has a Vata, Pitta, and a Kapha. But which constitution you fall in, and with that constitution is aggravated or elevated? Because we believe in always in a harmony. Ayurveda believe each and every constitution personality or your constitution must be working in a harmony. It's supposed to not aggravated or not elevated. So like Vata constitution personality is aggravated Vata because he is not follow the rules and regulations of the Vata constitution, lifestyle, diet regime, exercise regime. Vata constitution personality, if they have a long night shift, definitely they have a constitution constipation. So this is the way to diagnose the person in a deep root. So we try to give them sometime advice. Look, sir, try to find out good job. Day shift job is good for you. Have a good massage or have a warm water or perfect type of vegetables or certain soup. You'll be fine. You don't need any medicine sometime.
Correct. Often you're right. Just by different changes in lifestyle, we can do that. So I think this concept of constitution is really, really important. I think we need a full session on that.
Yes.
But coming back to our chat, we have various panelists with us. And I'm just going to bring in first Seema Ji. Seema Bhatia, you're joining us from Hong Kong and obviously part of our Healing Our Earth team anyway. And I think you, Seema Ji, you just raised a question actually on this next topic of Pancha Karma. And you are asking really how often it should be done. I can see on our online chat that in fact, Dr. Venkat Joshi replied back as well, saying how often this Pancha Karma. But maybe Seema, you could elaborate on your question and have a bit of a discussion with Jaydeep Ji, because Pancha Karma he just briefly touched on, and it'll be interesting to see how we explore that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah. Dr. Jaydeep, I myself am an Ayurvedic nutritionist. I've just completed my certification in Ayurvedic nutrition. And I do want to share something. What inspired me to go on to this journey in Ayurveda was actually my Panchakarma treatment in Bangalore at His Holy Sri Sri Ravi Shankar's ashram. They have a full Panchakarma treatment there. And I had a 2-week treatment, which they had implemented because my kapha was very high. And I have to say, Dr. Shah, I really noticed a big difference. Very few simple massages, some nasal oil therapy, Shiro Bhyanga, Shiro Dhara, Abhyanga treatments, the rice, I call them the rice potlis that they rub all over your body, the saunas or the shwedanas, however we say that. It really did bring my body back into balance and my mind as well. I had more clarity of thought. There was less brain fog. But what I would like to ask you is, how often should one explore a full panchakarma, I would say retreat or a self-care regime for themselves? Once a year, twice a year, once in 2 years? What would you recommend? I know it's a very general question because each person has a different prakriti, right? And each person has a different dosha. So,
Yes.
So how would you advise us to implement this? Because this would be something really great that I could work with in the near future, gaining this knowledge from you.
I think your answer is in your question. Okay, constitution is very important, and how often? Somebody has once a year is enough for them, because after that they try to follow the rules and regulations of the constitution. And some person just did panchakarma, and within a month, they're not following anything what they advised. So maybe they have to do twice a year panchakarma. So panchakarma is a karma, means it's action, it's a therapy, it's a treatment to detox your body from inside as well. Because what we eat, we have to digest our food. That's a basic principle of our human body. We have to live, and for living, we have to eat. And we have to eat for living, but digest our food. If you don't digest your food properly and you accumulating ama, means toxins in your body, you fall in a different kind of problems. So depends, madam, which constitution personality, and if they have another medical condition, like somebody is fit and fine and healthy, they have nothing. They completely, we call it fit and fine, means no medical condition, no diabetes, no high blood pressure, cholesterol, no renal problems, no any liver issues or XYZ things. So this major problems, or they haven't got any major surgery. So we have to look all these things. If somebody has a renal profile is not good, means they have a creatinine high, their renal function, means kidney function is not properly, and you try to build up a proper panchakarma treatment for them, and a woman and a virachanam. So you have to look after his or her renal profile as well. Yeah, it is damaging their renal kidney or not. So these all minor things we have to look into it. So anybody can, oh, come on, I am doing massage and your arthritis will disappear. No, you're teaching wrong theory and wrong treatment to the client. Try to diagnose, make a proper program for them. I don't know, Venkateshji, what answer you, but so everybody has their own expertise, and all. But my main suggestion, try to treat a patient in a very detail. So only massage, only nasya chikitsa, only karana puran, okay, they are helping you. But main thing, vamanam and virachanam is very important. So when you decide for a vamanam, means emitting treatment or vomiting treatment, and virachanam means purgative treatment, all laxative treatment, you have to so precise for the patient, individual patient's medical condition. If they're fine, and how you treat, it's all up to you and your patient. But main thing is her or his medical condition. Please look after them.
So when you speak of Varmanam and Virachanam, I agree that you speak about the emitting treatment. Would that include leaching therapy?
Lychee is a different thing. We call it a Rakta Mokshanam treatment. Lychee is not going inside. Lychee is actually sucking your impure blood from your body. Right?
Okay, so there's something else I did explore, and now this wasn't at the Panchakarma Center, but this was something called Shankar Prakshalya.
Look, madam, in a Panchakarma, in classical Ayurvedic textbook, Panchakarma means there's a 5 type of action. Panch means 5.
Right.
So in this Panchakarma, Nasya Chikitsa means nasal drops.
Right.
Right? Vamanam Chikitsa means vomiting. Virachan Chikitsa, Karana Puran, and Svedan. And Svedan, there is
the eyes.
So these 5 karmas are very important. And then depends, some people call it lychee treatment. We call it Rakta Mokshanam. If you're a chronic diabetic foot, or if you're an athletic foot, or you're chronic eczema, or some people are using lychee treatments and they've got a fantastic result. Even in UK, some practitioners are practicing in pharmacy as well. They're selling some purified lychees as well. So, but that not classical certain treatments are in a panchakarma. Like massage. But what is massage? Massage is actually you are preparing your body to go for a Svedanam, for a panchakarma. Massage is actually lubricating your pores. It's diluting your pores. Then you give Snehanam Chikitsa, means Svedanam Chikitsa, means they give you proper Svedanam Chikitsa, sauna or steam. And you have to decide who is going for a sauna and who is going for a Svedanam, means dry steam or wet steam. That is also a very, very critical point, a very, very important point. So this type of panchakarma treatment is helping you, but in certain countries, health and hygiene issues are too strong, so we have to be so careful. Nothing else.
So just as the sauna treatment is different for each individual, wet or dry, so is the nasya, right?
Nasya, yeah, in a way. But nasya you can give. Ideally, generally 90% people is fine. Any constitution. But if you are strongly
the smoke nasya.
Which nasya? So okay. So
with the smoke.
Yeah. Dhumapan chikitsa. We call it Dhumapan chikitsa.
Dhumapan chikitsa.
Yeah, sorry. So Dhumapan chikitsa is also depends, madam. But Dhumapan chikitsa, if you're a kapha constitution personality, if you suffer with all the time sinusitis, cold cough, rhinitis, or any kind of this kind of virus infections, Dhumapan chikitsa is amazing and fantastic. Actually, in I was practicing in India, and I was selling Ayurvedic cigarettes as well with all herbs, not the tobacco, because we are against of tobacco. Tobacco is harmful and nicotine is harmful to your body. But certain type of Ayurvedic herbs, we make a proper cigarette with it, and we give them treatment as a Dhumapan chikitsa to remove the kapha congestion, means accumulating kapha and congestion mucus. We have to break down that mucus with this Dhumapan medicine.
Okay, well, we're definitely going to come and try some of your Ayurvedic cigarettes. Definitely.
Sorry, sir. In England, I'm not selling that.
Well, we'll come and do a special delivery from you.
Yeah,
that's great. No, it's really helpful. And Seemaji, you're on with us for the whole session anyway, and we've got lots more questions coming up. I know Rajiv is also on live here, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Rajiv, just before you come on, we've got a question actually from Dr. Neha Sharma as well. Jaydeepji was actually now. I mean, you've done beautifully in explaining also the seasons, etc., our sleep, our lifestyle modification. So Nehaji's question is really interesting, and I'd agree that she's saying, look, all these things, a lot of even good mainstream care practitioners, whether it be in allopathic or any other stream, will talk about good diet, good sleep, etc. What do you think then is more unique to Ayurveda? What does Ayurveda also add in terms of immunity boosting? I know you've given some of it already in terms of constitution. So I would say that, even myself as I'd say myself as a holistic GP, I would certainly talk about their lifestyle to some degree. I don't think as good as you, but what is unique, you think, that Ayurveda adds on? If someone say this is, a real selling point of Ayurveda, selling is maybe the wrong word, but a real beauty of Ayurveda, what would you say apart from, other people will say, follow your diet, follow your lifestyle, etc. What are your thoughts on that question?
Pure heart and clean mind. That is the main thing to boost up your immune system. Some people is thinking about everybody in a different perspective. They never try to explore or try to communicate. They have a grudges of some people, right? So what happening? They actually give you tension and depression.
Sure.
Right. So my Ayurveda is teaching us. Even you mention in your first slide, okay, what is the definition of Ayurvedic physician?
Yes.
So that definition, only follow that definition to boost your immune system, nothing else. And that's the unique point of Ayurveda. To follow that doctors or physicians definition, and you become a fantastic Ayurvedic immuno booster doctors or physician.
Yes.
That's my unique point in Ayurveda. Nothing else, sir. Each and every human body has a different type of aura. Each and every human body has a different type of ifs and buts. But your vision must be clear how you have to treat this patient. He is my or she is my patient. Simple. Patients are coming towards doctors and physicians not just for a fun. They have a pain, they have a sorrow, they need a sympathy, they need a different type of treatments. But in Ayurveda, we have to approach, our approach must be holistic. Sometimes even I just say, patient, you don't need any medicine. They're surprised. I just give them advice. So this kind of Ayurvedic advice and Ayurvedic unique selling point, nothing else. Because research is going on and on and on and on. But how you implement that research in normal practice, that is important. Because I'm a public person. I am watching and I'm treating people. Because research says so many things. 100 years, people are researching all too many topics, too many papers in the world. Too many papers. You can find any journals. But it doesn't mean that research is 100% for that personality or that human body. Once you practice that medicine and you know exactly it's a time tested, like as far as just only one example, ashwagandha is a very common medicine all over the world, Indian ginseng or whatever you say. So you have to research. So many people research, right? Everybody knows ashwagandha is good for these things, but sometimes you have to be time-tested research. I call it time-tested research. Okay, you know after 30 years of practice that this medicine is working on this personality. It is working. So this kind of Ayurvedic unique selling point, I don't want this in your language selling point. It's not selling point. But with your practice, sometimes you have to trust in your treatment as well. Either it is research or not research. It's all up to scientists and all up to researchers. I am a normal practitioner physician. I'm a practitioner. I believe to treat the human body. So this is my Ayurvedic holistic approach to the people. But I explain them everything.
Definitely, I'd agree. I think a lot comes with your own experience as well, over time as well. And that's really important, and that interaction between each patient you have. And as you say, people often don't come to us for fun. They come because they are suffering as well. Rajiv, I know you've been there as well. If you've got some thoughts, because I know we're coming up to time for Professor Madan to come on as well. Time flies and we're nearly coming to the end. So Rajiv, if you had any sort of thoughts, and then before we maybe just reflect a little bit also on integration of Ayurveda into mainstream, and if Jaydeep had any thoughts. Rajiv?
Yeah, so as you know, that integration is my kind of bug. I'm passionate about it and I want to integrate it, and that's why we've created this whole platform of integrated health practice. And I quite completely agree, and partly I would want to see if I can answer your question, because I have done the whole Ayurveda alongside my classical conventional medicine. So I'm a practitioner, just for probably you don't know. So I've done MBBS, I've done MD, I've done MRCP, FRCP, MBA. I'm kind of chair of the Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. I chair the Regional Council. So it's kind of one part. But I certainly believe that there is nature. And Ayurvedic medicine is 5,000 years ago. Charak Samhita, it was there before the modern medicine was there. The tricky thing is, as the question was asked, and I think it's very important, that what is special about Ayurveda? Why it is not taken the first or foremost? Why it's a science which is taken over by the conventional medicine? So part of that is there is more evidence about it. But I think, to be fair, as Milan asked the question, what is selling point of Ayurveda? So I'm again using the term selling point, is that it incorporates much more than our conventional medicine. So I'm a conventional medicine practitioner, but I practice yoga, Ayurveda, and Tai Chi, and all, like hypnotherapy, NLP. I'm a master practitioner for NLP. So I bring it all together, and that's the beauty you bring together. And the beauty of Ayurveda is that it combines the healthy eating, regular detox, constitutional-based treatment, and also meditation or pranayam to some extent. And this is how the complex of all food together, which brings, particularly in the chronic conditions, a cure or near cure for many conditions. And I think that's a very important selling point. You and I both, Milan, face that somebody having chronic pain, we keep giving painkillers and more painkillers, and there is no treatment. Same as diabetes, we keep giving insulin and more insulin. Somebody has hypothyroidism, give thyroxine artificially. So this is there. While in Ayurveda, there is a sort of cure. I'm not saying 100%, but it's a cure-based therapy and that combines. So I think just wanted to add that point to that, if that helps. I think Madanji is here. He might have.
Yeah, no, but we're going to introduce Madanji in a moment. Excellent. Look, that's a really useful point, and you've shared your experience as well. And Ayurveda been for so long. From my very brief research into the history of medicine, I can see, particularly in the 19th century, I think in the without sort of saying okay, everything's due to the British or the Empire, it did see that most Ayurvedic colleges were shut down in the 19th century. In 1830 to 1880, the vast majority of Ayurvedic teaching and colleges, etc., were there, was shut down. And that's when politics does come into it in any country where the predominant teaching then was allopathic medicine, and it came forward. And you can see since the independence movement, it's been a long time, obviously it's now since 1947, but you can see things are sometimes turning a tide. But the huge powers and political forces, pharmaceuticals, all have their own roles, because you think why, and Ayurveda still treats, is said, 80% of the rural population of India, and we were talking about India, but coming back maybe to UK, because I know we're now just, we're out of time, in fact, Jaydeep, but just briefly, you obviously, people will come and see you. They've maybe gone to see their NHS or UK practitioner, or they come and see you. How, in a nutshell, how might you see yourself integrated? Let's see, if I was working, obviously I work in London. I said offline, you and I actually have a shared patient. We have a patient, without sort of breaking any confidentiality, who has a condition, let's say of blood pressure or diabetes. And you and I are working together, me as being their NHS GP, you being their Ayurvedic. How might we work in combination with each other?
I think it's a very valid question, sir, nowadays, because you are practicing conventional medicine. Somebody is practicing homeopathy, somebody is practicing Ayurveda, somebody is practicing with certain holistic approach and massages and therapies. You send me one patient of yours, maybe suffer with high blood pressure or cholesterol or other problems. So you are treating them like Gupta ji say, you are treating like them artificial or scientifically say proven medicine, and try to control the high blood pressure. So you send it to me. So I will see in my Ayurvedic perspective that the personality is highly Pitta constitution personality. So how I have to advise them which kind of food and diet and lifestyle regime you have to follow exactly to control or balance your high blood pressure. And in Ayurvedic textbooks and Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, we have certain kind of Ayurvedic herbal remedies. How we have to use that plant-based combinations or plant-based single herbs to control your high blood pressure. So this integration is very, very important nowadays, because every pathy has their own limitations. And I say in the beginning, I'm not against or want to dialogue with any pathis, because every pathy is trying to treat the human body. But every pathy has their own limitations. I would say somebody has a brain injury, somebody has a massive cardiac arrest. Modern science is there. They are saving your life in a different way, research-based XYZ things. But if you have chronic problems, if you have lifestyle problems, if you have certain things, elements are not balanced, Ayurvedic doctors are there. So we both can practice in a one patient, and we treat the human body. That should be our motto. Okay, try to treat human body rather than I'm treating with myself, I'm treating with my pathy, and I'm treating with my pathy. No, try to integrate everything and treat the human body. That is my conclusion, sir.
That's excellent. It's really good to hear, because I think that was also one of our passions, is that we respect each other as sort of various different healthcare practitioners and what we're doing. Jaydeep, it's been great to have you on, and we'll see you again, I'm sure, on Healing Our Earth. Now you're part of the Healing Our Earth family. and do come on again. And maybe I really enjoyed particularly the seasonal aspect as well. I think we need another session really on changing of seasons and what we can do, particularly here in UK at the moment. Fantastically, it's actually quite warm at the moment in the UK, which is quite strange for us. But again, it will become cold, and those changes of season and how we help and promote. And again, coming back was looking towards our, we didn't have a chance really to talk about our children this time, but particularly how we can inculcate some of these ideas and concepts when we are young. Obviously, when we're parents, we can work, and the parents can work with their children in terms of some simple regimes. So hopefully then they can work together. But Jaydeep ji, thank you for joining. I know you're in clinic. I know you're probably going to get back to your next patients, and we'll see you again soon. Namaste.
Namaste, global namaste. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone to practicing this amazing science and try to treat humanity. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste. Thank you. Excellent. Good. And Jaydeep ji, do stay on if you can, but we do have our next speaker as well. And Jaydeep ji made I made a humorous point actually. He said people come with all their symptoms and so on, and they only come with the symptoms. I said now actually with Dr. Google around, people actually come with their diseases. They actually tell you what they've got, what they need, and what timescale they need. So that's often what I face every day as a doctor. I don't have to make the diagnosis. I'm already told by the patient. Actually, half the time they are correct anyway, but it's still quite interesting. But with jokes apart, we actually have our next speaker, the next guest who's going to be with us is Professor Madan Thangavelu, and it's really an honor to have you on, Professor Madan. So briefly, we'll just introduce you as well to our group. So Madan Thangavelu is a genome biologist following a PhD in molecular genetics from the University of Cambridge. His recent academic affiliations have included research fellowships at the Department of Oncology at the University of Cambridge, the Medical Council Cancer Research Unit as well in Cambridge, and the Leverhulme Research Fellow being in medical research. So particularly, I think your background being in molecular biology. And then we've got various different places where you've got actually board members and you're really an advisory board member. So we've got here the European Ayurveda Association, AYU, you're on the board of the International Quarterly Journal of Research into Ayurveda in Jamnagar in India. You're a board also of AyuCare, which is a journal of Ayurvedic case reports in the All India Institute of Ayurveda in New Delhi. And you're also a trustee of the Research Council for Complementary Medicine in UK. So really, you're obviously on a lot of boards, so you get to meet with a lot of different professionals and different viewpoints as well. So your theme today, I think, is going to be sort of really sharing lots of thoughts on sort of regulation maybe, and also your experience in Ayurveda. So namaste to you, Professor, and a warm welcome.
Namaste, Maran. Delight to be here with you, and delight to be listening to Joshiji and what he presented. And when we go into this whole space, you have to keep in mind that the body of knowledge that we are interacting and we're trying to engage with, the Ayurvedic body of knowledge, is a very ancient body of knowledge, and it's based on certain worldviews. And when I say ancient, the most the popular textbook, Charaka Samhita, that you mentioned, is about the most recent redaction of Charaka Samhita. Is about 2,500 years old. And so clearly that's the most recent redaction. We know that there were earlier editions, going back perhaps another 2,500 years. It's said that you don't need to redact these old texts too frequently. Once every 1,000 years is sufficient, because the entirety of human knowledge doesn't progress very much. Over a span of 1,000 years, we might have made some progress, and then you need to redact. So we have missed about 2.5 redactions of Charaka Samhita. But what is interesting is, for me at least, when I delve into Charaka Samhita and when I read Charaka Samhita, many of the things feel futuristic. So that's the first take, that it seems like we are not quite there as humans and as a group of learned people to understand what is there in Charaka Samhita. And when you go into specifics within Charaka Samhita, you will hear, like what Joshiji has just said that there are prescriptions. And I want to start with what, to provide some connection with what Joshiji provided. is the effect of seasons on your health. And we've known for a long time that the human body is more susceptible to diseases at certain times of the year. And we call it, we call it the cold season or the influenza season, for instance, here in Northern Europe. It'll be around October, November, December when we start to see a lot of colds. And when we go into Charaka Samhita, again, 2,500 years ago, you will see they have made very clear prescriptions on what needs to be done as the seasons change. Now, we are used to understanding 4 different seasons. When you go into the Vedic sciences and the Indian systems, and as described in Charaka Samhita, they talk about 6 seasons. And the way the calendar is divided is very fascinating, in that there are 2 halves to the year, and they're based on where the Earth is positioned with respect to the sun. So that's a very fascinating thing. And within each of these 2 halves, it's further divided into 3 seasons. The technical term in Sanskrit is Ritu, R-I-T-U. So we have 3 ritus on that part of the phase when the Earth is moving away from the sun or furthest away, and 3 seasons as we come closer to the sun. Now, for all of us who are brought up with the more modern concepts of biology, all this might sound very strange. Now, if I stop for a moment, so we've looked at that connection from 2,500 years ago, or prior to that, and we say this is understanding that's there, and ritus are concepts that are there. And as Joshiji mentioned, there is something called the Ritu Sandhi, between 2 ritus. So if you take the 6 ritus and divide it the 12 months, Ritu is approximately 2 months. So from one new moon to the, not the next, but the third, the second new moon is one Ritu. And we have 6 ritus in the calendar. So they have further subdivisions within that 1 year. And we know that our body is susceptible to certain changes. And we are susceptible to, let us say a viral disease or a GI tract problem or whatever. That's the complication that you see as a general practitioner in your clinics. How can we correlate any of this? Firstly, the concept of ritus is very strange because we don't understand that. Secondly, when we hear a term like Ritu Sandhi, we don't understand that. And when we hear a term called Ritu Charya, what are the things you have to do when the Ritu changes? That makes even less sense. And then there is a concept of Ritu Sandhi, this joining between 2 ritus, and how 1 week before and 1 week after you need to do certain procedures. You have to follow certain procedures, mostly dietary changes, to move away from the 2 ritus that or the 2 months of the ritu that you've experienced, and as you get started for the next. Now, for us, all this might sound very strange, although as a clinician like yourself, Milan, you will see, when you look at your GP records, you will see increase in certain conditions at certain time of the year, and then it just disappears, and it appears again about the same time next year. So we know that there is something there and something needs to be done about it. But most times we end up doing something, whatever that might be, maybe a vaccination, or maybe, I don't know what else you do, paracetamol or aspirins or whatever you give them. And then the body recovers, and we ascribe that to the medicine that we given or the intervention that we offered. But is there something else that is slightly more sophisticated? Is there some change in that biological machinery that actually makes the body susceptible to a problem? And then as the seasons change, the body recovers. Are there some cyclical process in the biochemistry and physiology of the body, this is in modern terms, that you can connect with these ritus and preparing the body for the seasons and boosting, we use the term boosting the immune system. It means many, many things in those different worldviews, But if we look at it from the Ayurvedic, the ancient systems perspective, they use a term called Vyadik Shamatva, ability to delay or withhold the development of a disease within you. They have other very sophisticated terms like bala. Bala is approximately, it's translated crudely into strength. It could mean many things. Keep in mind that these, it's a hyperlinguistic term. Bala could be a brief word that could be used to describe the complexity of that whole system that is going through a change within it, and what you have to do to boost up the strength. So boosting Vyadik Shamatva or boosting Bala, these are terms that are frequently used in the Ayurvedic text. Now, from modern biology perspective, none of it makes sense because we are not taught about it. Whether you're a clinician or a scientist or just an ordinary citizen, a health conscious citizen, or a health seeking citizen. I use the term health seeking for a reason. I'll come to that. Now, we don't know what all this means. Even more difficult if you cannot and do not understand contemporary biology. So on one hand, we have knowledge that dates back to 2,500 years or more, and they use a certain language based on a certain worldview. And more recently, we've heard about vaccines and how they affect us, and that's the general narrative that we are engaged in. And if you're familiar with one or both the sides, then you're in a very strong position. There are a few people who do that. You're in a very strong position. You can see if you can make a connect between these two and see if you can actually decipher what is there in the ancient texts with what we know about modern biology. But if you are an unfortunate human being, citizen, who is neither familiar with the depth, the complexity of this ancient knowledge, nor are you familiar with the complexity and the depth and the precision that can be achieved using the modern systems, you are in trouble. You then have to depend on somebody who can guide you and help you. Now, I've been curious about this interface between the modern sciences and the very ancient sciences here in Cambridge over the past two decades and more. I've been working with developing techniques for improving sensitivity of DNA analysis. And I want to use the history of DNA as an example of how worldviews change, narratives change, and how with a little bit of effort, you can see similarities in different worldviews and histories of sciences that are there with us. Next year, 2023 is the 70th anniversary of this, of the celebration of defining the structure of DNA, the double helical structure, which every school child knows today. It is only 70 years old next year. And in that 70 years, this understanding has revolutionized every aspect of modern biology, healthcare, or some people even say how we create pandemics. Now, this might sound like a very cheeky statement from me, but when we look at using DNA techniques and RNA techniques, when we look at the sequence, we have the ability to look at the sequence of viruses. And in the context of immune response, I will connect this with the pandemic that we have a slight lull right now. You can take the DNA sequence or take the RNA and make it into DNA, and you know all the biochemistry of how to do this. There are routine procedures for doing this, and you can look at the DNA sequence, the sequence of the DNA copy of an RNA virus, and you can see fingerprints in there about human manipulation of viruses. So that is the power that we have now, 70 years. We have the ability to dissect viral genomes. We can find out whether it's been manipulated by man somewhere, and we can use the same knowledge to understand whether we can fight these diseases. So the issue that we are talking about is, what can we do to boost our immune system? What is this thing called immunity? Can we understand this? Is this connected to the seasons? Can we do anything for what seems like a man-made virus? And can we provide ourselves a certain advantage so that when the seasons change and we come to the period where we get more influenza or we get other kind of upper respiratory tract infections, can we do something to take us through that period? What can we do to the immune system? And what is it that we can learn from Ayurveda to help us boost the system? To illustrate this point about seasons, the terms I used was Ritu, and I used the term Ritucharya, the kind of behaviors and the kind of things you have to do when the seasons change. And I used a term called Vyadik Shamatva, which means the ability to withstand a disease. And these are described, as I said, thousands of years. What is it that we can learn from modern biology using the best of DNA technology, which is only 70 years old next year? What is it that we can do to understand what the ancients said, what Joshiji just mentioned about using certain herbs at a certain time, or looking at traditional practices in this old culture, in the old society of India, trying to look at examples of what people do, what Joshiji mentioned as practice-based evidence. What is it that we can learn from experience of ideas? And can we arrive at a culture-neutral prescription for how this might work? So at this point, I'm just going to stop and share my screen just to get introduce even the common person, the person who is new to all of what we are talking about, to this idea of Vyadik Shamatva. I'm sharing here a paper from 2015. For people worried about copyrights and all that, don't worry, because this is readily accessible on the web, so don't worry about all of those kind of problems. I'm going to dwell on this image for a few minutes and try and take you through, firstly, the title of the paper, the abstract of the paper, and then those images on the right-hand half of my screen. So to start with, Joshiji introduced us to the concept of seasons, and he told us what you must do at different times of the year to boost your immune system. And I mentioned briefly about what DNA can do and RNA analysis can do. Talked about engineered viruses, etc. So if I look at this paper here, the title is very simple, anybody can understand. It says, widespread seasonal gene expression reveals annual differences in human immunity and physiology. Now, almost everybody listening to this would have heard all these words and phrases. And if we unpack the abstract here, easy to do. You don't, as I said, most school children will be able to do this. The abstract says that there are seasonal variations as a contributing component to human tissue function or health, although many diseases and physiological processes display annual periodicities. So Milind or any GP, any general practitioner in this country will know, based on the people who walk through into the clinic, that there are certain health conditions which have an annual periodicity. You get more of it in a certain season or month of the year, and then it just disappears. And then it comes back again, and this is known forever. The second point here that I've underlined here is that about 4,000 protein-coding messenger RNAs in white blood cells. Now, the white blood cells are the nucleated cells in your blood, and they also include the immune cells. So keep that in mind. And the second point is the adipose tissue, which are non-blood cells, the fat tissue in our body. They have seasonal expression profiles. So don't worry about the inversion bit, although that is very fascinating, because if you look at Europe, which is in the northern hemisphere, and if you go to the southern hemisphere, you will find when it's summer here, it's winter in the southern hemisphere, and vice versa. So what they find is that these profiles change between the northern and southern hemisphere. So the composition varies season by season. Leave it at that and go to the bit highlighted in blue, the immune system. The immune system has a profound pro-inflammatory transcriptomic profile. Now, transcriptomic profile is the profile based on the expression of the genes. So we can take the messenger RNA molecules, and you can look at gene activity approximately, give you an idea of gene activity. And it says that during the European winter, so the northern hemisphere winter, there is an increased level of soluble IL-6 receptor, interleukin-6 receptors. Many people in the audience will know what interleukins are. They're inflammatory molecules, and C-react protein. They are proteins that describe the level of inflammation in the system. And these are markers that are routinely used for cardiovascular, psychiatric, autoimmune diseases. And what the authors found is that these increase during the winters. Now, during the winter months in the northern hemisphere, and the phasic difference is inverted in the southern hemisphere. So here are a set of genes that where my arrow is, I hope you can see this, set of genes where their expression increases during the summer months in the northern hemisphere. For us, it's June, July, August, around there is our summer. And if you go to the southern hemisphere, that is the winter months. And the expression of those genes drop in the southern hemisphere in their winters, and vice versa. So this is a very, very robust testing, a model that can be tested to see how the body's physiology changes by doing experiments in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere at the same time and looking at the expression of genes. Now, when I look at this data, this is in 2015, and I try and reflect on what Joshiji just mentioned when he started, which is that you have to prepare your body at certain times of the year to withstand certain challenges. What this data shows is a modern, to me, when I compare these two, what this data shows is a modern day description of what is there in the ancient texts. So for me, this is very exciting that you can actually see footprints and correlates of just about everything that is described about the immune system in the old texts. When we apply the latest of molecular biology, you can see it being reflected in our cells, which in turn affects the immune system. And there are prescriptions in respected physicians like Joshiji and so many others in the community. They'll be able to tell us what are the things you must do during this shift between the two months that accounts for Ritu, what you have to do to modulate, to bring about change in the body. Now, Melon, I'm going to just take another 2 or 3 minutes just to give you a few more pointers to how this is played out in the human body and where those other cues can be found. So one of the important cues is what we are learning. We are just starting to learn about it. There's so much more to be learned. It is the microflora of your gut, the gut microflora, and that crosstalk between the health of your gut and the health of the immune system. And what we are seeing now is a very tight correlation. There are certain pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory bacteria in your microflora that also waxes and wanes with the seasons. Now, if you now correlate how those the dysbiosis, the mild dysbiosis that happens in your gut, how that correlates with the immune system, you can start to see exciting patterns. And suddenly you will see how a simple intervention, a simple herbal intervention at the correct time, in the right amount, which is the physician's skill. The physician understands that little insight about the right amount at the right time, either as a prophylactic, which is the physician's skill again, which is the public health scientist skill, or as a curative step, which is what you people do as a general practitioner. Now, those are skills that were once upon a time part of our cultural, part of that Indian cultural heritage. It was part of that cultural fabric of society. Your grandmother would remember, she would recollect certain things about the season because her grandmother taught her that. And these were called the traditional systems of, they didn't use the word medicine for it, it was just a traditional system of health and care. I still remember my grandmother at a certain time of the year, which was the time we hated most. She would go out to the fields and the gardens, and she'd come back with neem leaves. You know, neem is that plant that everybody has heard about. You know, anybody who's searching the internet knows about neem tree. It's called the medicine chest. Every part of the neem tree has some benefit. From the ancient toothbrush, which used to be a little bit twig from the neem tree that you chew and you'd use this as a brush to brush your teeth, to amazing compounds that are coming out. Neem tree oil, neem seed oil is used as a little oil that you can apply on cattle to get rid of fleas and ticks and all these things, to fumigating a room. You can keep neem tree oil and you can have a little flame there with your neem tree oil, and that'll get rid of all the mosquitoes, to the bitter compounds from neem tree. Now, the last thing before I give the floor back to you, Mil, is if you have tasted neem leaves, the tender leaves of neem, extremely bitter. In Ayurveda, it's called the Tikta rasa. Tikta is the bitter principle. Now they have used, Joshiji will tell us how a clever physician will take this bitter principle that can be had from so many different plants, and they will combine it in certain proportions, which they have learned by spending time at university. India right now has about almost 300 Ayurveda colleges where people go to study Ayurveda. The curriculum is as intensive as MBBS curriculum here in the West. They do 6 years plus a year of internship. And then most times today, they require you to do another 3 years of MD in a specialization. Not many people know about these things, those fine details. Anyway, a good physician, a good Vaidya knows the bitter principle. What are the herbs? They've learned these things about herbs. There are about 6,500 to 7,000 herbs that are known to be used in the Ayurvedic, in the ancient Indian pharmacopoeia, and about 1,500 to 1,750 herbs that are routinely used in preparations today. So the bitter principle and the herbs that provide bitter principle are well known. Joshiji mentioned about one of them, Tinospora cordifolia. Guruchi is something that's used routinely. Now, what does this bitter principle do to people like us who only understand genes and cells and immune system and receptors and these kind of things? What does the bitter principle do? And how does it connect to this Ayurvedic Tikta rasa, this bitter rasa? How do you put all this together? Very simple. I'm going to put this in a very simple way. If you take the bitter principle and you see what is understood about the bitter receptor, a whole universe of incredible pharmacology, neuroimmunopharmacology unfolds. Just by putting a little bit of that bitter stuff in your mouth, if you had the ability in a few minutes after you applied this bitter stuff on your tongue, if you had this ability to go into your lung and look at the flagellated cells, the cells that are the flagellated cells of the lung that are beating upwards, that's pushing the mucus from the lower part of the lung all the way up to the top, you will find in a few minutes from ingesting this bitter principle, those ciliated cells are beating faster. There is a signal that's gone from the tongue through your central nervous system all the way down, even before that thing, the bitter principle has gone to the liver and come into the bloodstream. There's a signal that's gone from the tongue to the central nervous system, to the cells of the lung, to get them to beat faster. And what is a faster beating of a ciliated cell? What has it got to do with the immune system? It's got to do everything with it. It just clears. A 10% increase in beat gives you almost perfect immunity. So here we are. How does my story sound?
It sounds great, I think, and even on the chat, people have been responding, really excited about the paper you shared. And as you say, just one stimulus, even that bitter taste, immediately kicks off a plethora of responses. And it shows that our body's working at so many different levels. And you can see that, and it makes sense as well, and how it's been handed down through traditions and not even thought of as a medicine, but how that's been lost and how that can be rejuvenated. We really enjoyed that paper. I thought it was really interesting how it was given in a different way, but seasonal variations in various either inflammatory markers, in expressions of genes, and depending on where you are on the hemisphere as well. And you're right, those of us who work as frontline physicians, we do see certain trends and things coming up, and we haven't always been able to put them together, because when you're so on the cold face, you sometimes need someone who's stepping back, like a public health physician who can look at the bigger picture and the trends. Because when I'm working with a very small group of patients, I mean, mine's not that small, I have about 17,000 patients, but in that group, you can see certain trends, but someone working in public health can say, okay, well, actually, at this time, this is coming up, etc.
You know, well, if I may, I just want to interrupt you here. This is in terms of your question about integrating health.
Yes.
And integrating systems of health. And thank you for mentioning the public health aspect and the different perspectives that are seen by the frontline GP and what is seen by the public health physician or the public health, the College of Public Health, I guess is what it's called. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's yes.
RCP.
It still exists.
Unfortunately,
yes.
So if you had a dialogue there and take this one little item and you say, well, there's a crazy guy there who says, this is what happens across the seasons. You know, what's the statistics you have? The Medical Research Council, once upon a time, it used to have something called the Common Cold Unit. And the whole idea then, which is dissolved, the data is still somewhere in the MRC system. The whole idea was to understand common colds. And the public health people have this data. So in terms of integrating systems, I see the possibility of an amazing dialogue happening here between the general practitioners and the Royal College there, with the public health people, and with India, for instance. You'll be able to bring about a little colloquium where you start to discuss these things with a view to providing a certain resilience in the community. Can we look at some of our practices? Can we look at some of these ancient practices? And I'm very happy to see here Professor Ish Sharma, who's joining us from Mauritius. And Namaste ji. And Ishji is very special because he's knows about all of these things. He has been in practice in Rajasthan and other parts of India. He's worked in academia, and he's also now the Ayush professor in Mauritius. We have Ayush professors in Mauritius. We used to have one in Hungary. We now have one in Latvia at the University of Latvia in Riga. And there are already discussions going on. So it's lovely to have yourself talking about what the frontline physician, you have a good community, 17,000 people you look after. You might have friends in similar positions who are also there looking at things. And there are opportunities that comes out of discussions like this. There is a big initiative that has been started by the gentleman who was responsible for the COVID app, Zoe app. There's a new initiative that started for understanding the microbiome. I just mentioned about the microbiome. That's
so Tim Spector, yeah. So in fact, that was really exciting. The point you mentioned as well about the gut microbiome as well. And in fact, so do stay on. I know because I think I know you're a colleague as well of Dr. Ish as well, and we can share these together. But that's right. I think the gut microbiome, because in fact, I was just looking at the Zoe project yesterday, in fact, and how he's launched the latest thing on working on gut microbiomes. And so really interesting how that can work.
If I may add one, Milind, sorry to keep interrupting. I have so much to say. If you invite me back on this platform, I have so much more to add.
I know.
People. So before once you get me going, I just keep talking. This is a problem.
Stay on. But no, definitely.
The point I want to make here is
yes,
Ishji will tell us about the initiatives that are going on in Mauritius and his responsibility of servicing with a view to setting up a Ayush hospital in the capital, with a view to developing this hospital into a teaching resource, into a university in Mauritius, and the university will cater to the needs of 55 nations of Africa. So there are big initiatives that are going on, and I feel there are other dialogues that need to happen. And there are many of these things. I've just offered you one paper. There are hundreds of papers like this that reinforces that one point, that the ancient knowledge is consistent with what we see with the cutting edge, the best of modern biology. Yes. And if we can bring into this the best of public health approaches that UK is the global leader in, I mean, because the whole idea of epidemiology begins here in the UK. And there is no other nation in the world that has that level of mastery in understanding public health and public health issues. I don't think there is any nation that understands it as well as UK. There are so many opportunities. So I stop here.
Madan, you stay here. We have a panel discussion 4 to 5 p.m. So we'll bring you back at that time.
Thank you.
And Ish as well. So it will be great to see rest. You have got so much to offer. So let's move on to Ish.
Thank you.
No, definitely. So, and I think you've already done a great job in introducing Ish, Professor Ish Sharma. Those of you who can see on your screens his biodata coming up there as well, and having done a sort of post-graduation doctorate in Ayurveda from the National Institute in Jaipur, you've been, working as well with sort of Ayurveda in tourism in EU and various countries as well. And as a Panchakarma clinician, you've witnessed sort of some excellent results and authored many books, and now based in Mauritius as well. And in fact, Ish, you and I had a very brief chance to interact, I think a few weeks ago when you were launching the School's Garden project, which I was really excited about. And that was when we had our first inaugural sort of integrated healthcare discussion here on Healing Our Earth. And that was really exciting how you were working with the next generation as well. But a welcome back to Healing Our Earth. And so sharing your thoughts as well. I think this today, particularly on sort of Ayurvedic dietetics, and also just reflecting on what Professor Madan has said as well.
Global namaste to all. And it was wonderful listening to Professor Madan ji as always. And it is like so enlightening. He comes up with such wonderful ideas. and we should always have our pen ready to take notes. Whatever he talks is really awesome.
Yes.
And before I start with Ayurveda dietetics for immunity, maybe I could be updating Madanji and all the friends about recent developments in Mauritius regarding Ayurveda. As Professor Madanji updated, there is a proposal to come up with an Ayurveda hospital which would be 50 bedded, eventually leading to Ayurveda graduation in like 2 to 4 years. The land has already been allotted. We have visited the site, and both the prime ministers, when they met at like GCTM inauguration in Jamnagar, Global Center for Traditional Medicine, then the Mauritian prime minister from the stage also reiterated this idea of Ayurveda hospital in presence of Honorable Modi ji. So I'm very sure now it is in the design phase, and very soon the construction would be taking off. Now, second development is, as I have been updating the team already, for the last I have been in Mauritius for 7 months, and for the last 6 months I have been interacting with various officials and ministers. Most importantly, Honorable Vice Prime Minister Madam Shrimati Leela Devi Dukun. I met her twice and suggested to include some Ayurveda diet and lifestyle tips and some herbs in the school curricula to catch the children young, because Mauritius is having more than 52% of diabetes, including pre-diabetics and overweight population. It is 3 times the world average. So that is where and Ayurveda is very clear, prameho anushanginam, that is diabetes and NCD do not come to go away. They are so faithful, they would not go away. Once you work so hard to have them, all your life you have been eating so wrongly. Your mind has been not in a right set. And that is how you work very hard to earn a non-communicable disease. And when you have it, then it doesn't go away. Ayurveda is very clear. So that is why when you are a diabetic, or you are a pre-diabetic, or you are like a cardiac patient, etc., you have got cancer, then it is too late. It is too late to discover now what best is available on earth, what can help you, what can take you into remission. Then actually, if not nothing, then there will be very little help available. That is where prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure when it comes to non-communicable diseases. And that is where I requested the Honorable Vice Prime Minister Madam to address the children who are in the standards 4th, 5th and 6th of school. And fortunately, after multiple meetings, on 27th of May, the Parliament has approved this idea of introducing Ayurveda diet and lifestyle tips and medicinal herbs introduction in the school curricula, which is a big development. And when it comes to the Ayurveda garden project, where we started communicating, Rajiv ji and Neil, that is how we started talking. I have proposed to come up with 6 very basic common small plants which would be a part of their home garden or kitchen garden. It can be a vertical garden if they live in a flat, and there would be 6 medium trees like neem, ashok, etc., which they would be planting in their schools as a as an ownership. Okay, this was a tree I planted 20 years back. The kids would be remembering that when they grow up. So some big trees for the school campus and some small plants for their household, like kitchen garden, something like that. The idea has been approved already, and soon would be going into execution. And when the textbooks are edited next year, then it will be a regular chapter in their health and physical education curricula. So this, I am really delighted to inform you about this development, and I believe this model could be duplicated in every part of the world. And that is where, as Save Our Earth team will be sending out letters, as I discussed with Rajiv ji, that we would request all the governments to duplicate this model. And India, being such a huge country, is also working upon this. Mauritius being very small, smaller than any city in India, could do it much faster, because there were lesser channels and we could reach out to each one like very conveniently, and they could decide faster. But India is on the same track, and very soon, as my vice chancellor last year was interacting with Honorable President of India about new education policy coming up in India. This is called New Education Policy 2021. That is where I propose this idea through my vice chancellor to the President of India to introduce Ayurveda diet and lifestyle tips in the schools. The same thing. And I hope we have, of course, we sent the mail as well. And I believe it will be in process somewhere, and someday it will see the light of the day. And with this, maybe I would be coming to the topic of the day. If maybe.
Yeah, no, that'd be great to go into dietetics, but this is a really great initiative. And as you say, in Mauritius, because maybe it's being a bit smaller, you can actually implement it quite quickly and see the effects. And we'd love you to come back on to Healing Our Earth and maybe even do a presentation on what kind of tips or topics you do talk about with healthy eating. I mean, it was amazing to hear. I mean, sad to hear with the high level of diabetes and pre-diabetes in Mauritius, higher than even the national average. And I love the way you describe that, how Ayurveda says you've worked so hard to get this non-communicable disease that, we've gone against our ways. But it shows also the external powers, without sounding too cynical, the lobbying of fast food, of these manufacturers, which have such huge grasps on government policy. As we mentioned when we had our last topic, that even basic public health measures are so difficult to implement because of various other bodies who want their products. But without getting too political, but I'm quite passionate, even as a UK doctor, that how it's difficult to change the behavior of parents and children, how it's so easy to fall into bad habits with that. But maybe that will take you nicely into the theme of Ayurvedic dietetics.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so maybe I will not be having a PowerPoint presentation. We'll simply be talking, and we can keep interacting. And I would request all the dignitaries to add value as and when they deem fit. They
Sure,
can
definitely. We have a lovely panel. So we've got a panel of Ayurvedic people, either who specialize in the field or have a very deep interest. So they'll all keep coming on, but do share some thoughts first.
Yes. So when it comes to immunity, surely it was like much elaborated during the COVID times, and much before that. We have been using the immunity tool against autoimmune disorders and all lifestyle disorders as well. Very interestingly, the concept of immunity by Charak has been mentioned in the chapters on diabetes. Now, diabetes is not an infectious disorder. Now, most of us understand that immunity could be linking to infections only. You might not be catching up with COVID because you have got immunity. You do not catch up. You do not get affected by a bacterium because you have got good immunity. But Charak has mentioned the role of immunity in the chapters upon diabetes. The Charak has mentioned the concept of immunity in the chapters upon dietetics. Not in any infectious diseases where it is like more relevant. That is why he was very clear that immunity does not link to catching a microbe only. Non-communicable diseases surely have got a lot to do with immunity, and diet is the main tool. The first pediatrician of the world, Kashyap, who has written Kashyap Samhita, which is the world's first specialized textbook upon pediatrics, has labeled food as Mahabheshaj, as the biggest medicine. Which is the biggest medicine? Food. That is what Kashyap has already told. Because we are taking it every day. This is one medicine we are taking every day. A little mistake, a little error with the food will be like, will surely be snowballing into such a big factor, because we are repeating it like every day, 3 times a day for all our life. So someone could be like a smoking maybe sometime a day or in some life, when you are grown up, or you are taking alcohol in some moderation, in some like socializing. But food is such an addiction which you are taking every day. And it is so social. This is the most social. Any gathering, food would be a part of it. Any happy gathering, any condolence or business meeting or whatever, Food has to be there. We are so much enslaved by food that like more are dying of overeating than starvation. Many of us have not experienced what is real hunger, and we keep eating by time. Okay, it is like X o'clock, we have to take lunch. X o'clock, we have to take dinner. The body is crying, I don't need food, but we override, we do not listen to the organs crying, and we keep gulping in a lot of food. That is where I believe when it comes to immunity or maybe preventive or even curative aspect of diseases, food is the most important thing, and the biggest modifiable factor is the volume. Many of us are really not eating when they are really hungry, but they are eating just because of there is lust. When we see some tasty food, we eat, or there is appetite, which is a circadian clock, and we are used to eating at those times, and we generate appetite at wrong times all our life, which is not healthy. And the third is you are eating when you are hungry. So you have to reset your circadian cycle to be in a position to eat only when you are hungry. That is the most important dietary correction we can make. And Ayurveda dietetics is altogether a different ball game, much underrated. And there will be a time when we will come up with the Ayurveda plate, which would be replacing my plate or my food pyramid from WHO, because WHO food pyramids keep on evolving. In 1974, there were different parameters, and coming up to 2011, now they are out with my plate, which is altogether different. So they are evolving, and I believe Ayurveda is already evolved, and there has to be a day, because the basic factor missing in food pyramid by WHO is there is no like a personal consideration. Interpersonal variability is somehow ignored. So that is why one size is not fitting all. We have to come up with a bit complex like a food pyramid, where we'll be categorizing you in 7 categories as per your Prakriti body type, and there will be 7 food like plans, and there will be a simple questionnaire that you answer these 10 questions, and you can group without seeing an Ayurveda doctor. You can label yourself of being of a particular body type. You are Vata or Pitta or Kapha, or a combination of 2 or a combination of 3. Then you can select your food plan, and I believe by and large this will suit. And if you are fortunate to see an Ayurveda doctor, then this can be fine-tuned. Okay, so my approach whenever I see a patient, whenever like we have to raise immunity, there are like 4 routes we take. Ahar is the food which is the most important. Then Vihara is the lifestyle modification, which would be including stress management, yoga, exercise and all. Then a few herbs, followed by seasonal panchkarma or annual panchkarma. You should be going for some detoxification every year, for which you do not need any expert. With very small, very little training, you can do it yourself at your own pace, at your own time. But this detoxification like principle is very unique and has not yet been duplicated by any other medical system. So Vata, Pitta, Kapha have to be periodically eliminated from the body to stay healthy, because we keep on gathering so much of onslaught, so much of toxins with aging, because of our genetics, because of chemical pollution, wrong food and wrong thinking. We keep on accumulating a lot of toxins. And Ayurveda has very clearly told the toxins would be circulating in your body, and they would be targeting the weakest organ and would be settling there. That is where you have to keep your general immunity up, and you have to keep your particular immunity up. That is your particular organ immunity up as well. For example, like no smoking for your lungs and many more organs, and no alcohol for your liver and for your pancreas. So there are like general immunity and individual organic immunity, both should be maintained. Panchkarma is very, very helpful in directly boosting your immunity. So when it comes to Ayurveda dietetics, there are like 8 basic principles, like what is your body type, what is the food quality, how do you process it, what are the wrong food combinations, when do you eat it, what are your personal parameters, your taste, your health condition, your age, all those accounts should be taken into consideration. Then only you can be eating rightly. When it comes to vihara, that is activity, stress management is the most important. And Ayurveda has very clearly told, in your activities, you should not be withholding your physical urges like a sleep, hunger, thirst, or urination, or defecation, or coughing, sneezing. You should not suppress these physical urges. But very importantly, you have to suppress your negative emotions. Now, very commonly we come across the idea that I'm very clear-hearted. If I do not like you, I speak upfront that I do not like you or you are wrong. So that is how I establish myself to be very clear-hearted. Ayurveda does not believe in this. If I'm having a negative feeling, I will have to suppress it. This is not like suppressing the feelings and then you are building up and then you will burst someday. No, you have to process your negative thought. If I have got a negative thought for someone, expressing it would be further making it worse. You are the slave of your spoken words, and you are the like, mind is a wonderful slave and a very bad master. So once you speak out something, it will surely be like multiplying. It would be bringing more negativity. That is where Ayurveda has told you should not express by manasa vacha karmana, by your mind, your thoughts, your speech, and your actions. All the negative impulses should be suppressed, should be processed, and better not to generate those negative feelings. And those have got a very direct role. Surely we all, being from medical fraternity, know very well about the stress hormones being like into multiplication, like adrenaline, glucagon, growth hormone, and thyroxine. They go into a huge surge when we are under stress, and then they have got their own role to play. Growth hormone would be bringing in cancers, and glucagon would be bringing us diabetes. This thyroxine would be triggering our BMR, which would eventually be leading to more free radical generation, and all the diseases and aging, they all somehow link to free radical generation, where our systems like SOD, etc., cannot process so much of oxidants what we are producing. And then lastly, we have got this thyroxine I have spoken. Adrenaline, we all know. What does it do? Adrenaline would most importantly be reducing your GIT secretions. That is where you end up having a poor digestion. And the GIT, Ayurveda believes, is the most important organ, even when compared to brain or heart or kidney or liver. GIT is the most important and takes a hit when you are under stress, because you do not generate enough digestive juices. So I believe if it comes to immunity, we might not be looking forward to when we are sick or when we have got something like COVID. Okay, where can I find guduchi or shatavari, ashwagandha or gugulu or brahmi or any wonderful herb? That sometimes would be too late, for those herbs to act. That is where we have to be proactive than being reactive. And that is where we have to spread the message to our populations, our neighborhoods, that you cannot wait for an infection to come up and catch you up, and then you are reacting. That might not work always. That is where you have to be very predictive and proactive in case you want to stay healthy and fitter. Maybe I can take some questions or interactions, and I can continue.
Fantastic. Definitely. It was a really good start. And already I can see some compliments coming through on the chat as well, on your approach as well. So with that, I'm going to, ask as well if Rajiv or Madan, I think Pardeep will be here as well, Dr. Pardeep Kumar and Kanu Bhai here. So we've got various panelists who may want to reflect on this theme. At the moment, we're reflecting on dietetics, or maybe anything else that anyone has said already. Just to kick off, you mentioned, yes, the healthy plate and how that changes, the WHO, etc., and what's right. What is the correct, at different times, foods we can suggest? Because the population is so, as you say, so wide and varied. people need to understand their constitution a bit better. And you said, that you could come up with some questions. So even in a simple way, I know Dr. Joshi ji before had said, look, finding one's constitution can take time. And if you're lucky to meet an Ayurvedic practitioner, it can be better. But let's say you get to know a bit of your constitution. And then just to get it out, I think I'm working as a frontline, just as you are, a physician, and I've got such a variety of patients from young children, some from very affluent backgrounds, some from very working class backgrounds who will just eat, just sweets. I'm not making generalizations, but everyone will eat different things. What sort of general principles can we give of healthy eating that might work even for let's focus in maybe on children at the moment. You've mentioned, because at the last minute it's very hard to find the right herbs or so on, but just to get a strong child. I have plenty of children who age, as you say, age between 5 and 10 years old. What sort of things can we be suggesting for them?
Yeah, my suggestion would be should I answer or
let's see. I've got all these panels. Let's put it out to everyone else, and maybe people have got more pertinent points as well.
A little input from me, then I leave it open. We have to give a right replacement to what they love to eat. Like they love to eat like fast food, etc. Then before saying no, you should not take like pizza, burger, etc., whatever, colas, we have to give a healthy replacement. So healthy snacking through Ayurveda is very, very important. We can conduct a workshop. What can be the healthy snacks? Now, the most important, which everyone can apply right now, is eating a right volume. The parents are overfeeding their kids. Oh, my son has not taken meal for 2 hours, or he's under eating, he seems lean and weak. He is not weak. That is where when we are force feeding, we are developing this habit of eating before real hunger. When we are overfeeding the kids and we are making it a practice that, this overfeeding can be the biggest source for free radical generation, because the more fuel we use, we produce more pollution like a car. That is where if we process more food, we surely would be producing more free radicals, and that would keep accumulating and would express someday. So eating in right volume and some kind of intermittent fasting or missing some meals someday can be like one idea which would suit all, I believe.
Yeah, that's really helpful, I think, particularly on the overfeeding. I'm just looking at Dr. Joshi, Venkat Joshi.
Namaste to all. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Milan Shah.
Yes.
First of all, Ayurveda clearly mentioned as an immune modulation, immune strategy from the day first of life onwards. And beyond that, Ayurveda has already mentioned that how do you screen both the partners to the extent of the best progeny you can promise to get these kind of energies, as Dr. Madanji was telling, and Ish Sharma wonderfully talked about, the bala, the strength. So in my case, my grandson today, 10th day, I started giving Baidyanath Swarna Basma the day first onwards with the honey and homemade ghee, and the baby was enjoying that bouts. So this is I have done to my granddaughter, second grandson, and third grandson now. He's 10 days old. So when yesterday trimethoprim was given as a prophylactic for his, the kidney growth was there, noticed. I tell a little story that I ignored my daughter-in-law when she is a little bit of puffy and swollen up. Then I ignored. Later, when they went to scanning, they found that the left kidney was a little bit of swollen, and pelvis of kidney is dilated, and then the retention of the bladder was there. They were concerned. So I didn't know this. When they said me, and then they were going for second scan, and then they were worried. I said, I looked at her lifestyle. Simply, what I did is stop dairy. So first of all, I understood she's coming from India. In India, it's different because we have a good quality of the A2 cow, different species. You boil and then drink. That's the way we are cultured from since childhood. But you cannot do the same thing here because it's a lot of kafakara ahara here. Anupadesha, marshy land, kapha ahara, and moreover that these cows are not the same indigenous cows. What we have, these are the cows which are mutated genetically with the pig genes. So it is not cow milk anymore. We have to talk so much about it, quality. So I just stopped the dairy, and then I stopped for her to no day sleeping. And these two things, and then putting into simple things like raw hand pound red rice, we get here very different qualities. And the small mung beans, bigger mung beans and small mung beans. Small mung beans are the dry land cultivated things which are easily metabolized. And selecting these kind of grains and pulses for the proteinous to the carbohydrates, and richness of this Benincasa hispida, ashgourd, moringa, leafy vegetable freshly available, Vellari, Centrella asiatica, hydrocattle available daily, and dill herb is available, asparagus, Tridosha shamana available. So many these things just to make a wonderful soup preparations for this lady. And within 10 days, the scanning came normal. The kidney reduced. So this is what we are doing wonderfully with the food, because Ayurveda has mentioned long ago how the modulations of the food mappings in the children develop. From the day 1 onwards to the year 1, until then we have all these samskaras. These samskaras, Annaprashana samskara, Upavesana samskara, Karnavedana samskara, and all these samskaras are meant because it's a day-wise progression into the well-development. The baby should not spit when something is put into its mouth, because initially it doesn't know what is the taste. And then we cultivate with the kind of substances. So pediatric nutritional, as Ishi Sharma was talking, Kashyapa Samhita is a wonderful subject with all these Mahaushadha of the food, and the Lashuna Kalpas, Shatavari Kalpas, Shatapushpa Kalpas, and so many things for the pregnant ladies to the postnatal ladies. And I'm working with this gentlebirthmethod.com, where I'm all doing this antenatal, postnatal, neonatal for Dr. Gauri Mota. And there are so many patients are responding, so many people are interested towards this Ayurvedic concept. Slowly immune modulation from the day 1st onwards of the life. And before that, we have a wonderful screening program for the male and female into resorts. And Croatia is a wonderful place for that, allowing us a good weather. And then these are screened with the diet, screened with the panchakarma, and prepared for this good progeny. And that is the way we can prevent all juvenile diabetics and booming of this overweight and obesity and so many issues. Ayurveda has complete answers for all these things. Kinchit dosha prashamanam, kinchit dhatu pradushanam, swastha vrutta matam kinchit trividam dravyamuchyate. In one word, they say it's something. And what are the wholesome foods? What are the holistic foods? What are the satmya foods? What are the sattva foods? What are the best for universally acceptable, irrespective of constitutional diversities? That is what Samanya. Samanya mekatvakaram. Samanyancha visheshancha gunan dravyani karmacha samavayancha tajñatva tantrokta vidimastita. It is the order of the scripture, Charaka. Because Samanya, everything you talk and think in general. General application does not mean it can fit to individual. Then understand from the general guidelines of this nutritional component of the ahara, which comes as a sarvasatmya ahara. For example, cow's ghee, good organic cold pressed honey, Himalayan pink salt, raw hand pound red rice, green mung beans, shatavari, amalaki, and then we have like a kitul jaggery, Caryota urines we get from Sri Lankan. So these are all the things educate students and they prepare practicals. We have even practicals to standardize what is the English country butter or the Lurpak butter or different country butters, unsalted butters, and preparing in the rooms with the students having these different slots as a double-blind crossover testing means for the quality of the aroma generated out of these ghee preparations. And
so just to interrupt, yeah, we're just going to introduce us. Thanks so much, Venkat. You've made so many valid points about really from birth, even from screening, and how to start and the various different concoctions that we can give as well. So in fact, we have actually got all our, so in fact, you're one of our panelists here. So those who may not know, because we've just brought you on, of our panelists who are now on. So you've just been hearing from Dr. Venkata Joshi as well. And you can see there how he's conferred a PhD in Ayurveda from Gujarat University. And you've got some of the background there of teaching in Croatia, as well as in France as well. And working, as you say, in the gentle birth method, both in Tooting and in St. John's Wood, and being a board member of the British Ayurvedic Medical Council. We've also got Dr. Pardeep as well. If we can just bring up Dr. Pardeep Kumar as well, postgraduate in Basic Principles of Ayurveda and a Panchakarma consultant as well. And you're part of the international visiting faculty for various countries, and really has an interest in the promotion and globalization of authentic and traditional Ayurveda as well. And we also have Dr. Kanupai Patel as well, who qualified from Surat Medical College and has had over 40 years of experience working now here in Leicester in UK. And I loved your quote saying, Ayurveda is a very deep subject and very hard to understand all in one life. And soon, actually, my colleague, Dr. Rajiv, will be taking over the hosting of this part as well. And Rajiv has been here since the beginning, but has a great background in both in conventional medicine, being part of an NHS doctor in many fields, but also is a yoga teacher, works in many disciplines as well as being a professional life coach. So just coming back then to our themes, Joshi Venkatesh, well, congratulations for your third grandchild. That's brilliant to hear, and the work that you've been doing with them as well. And you mentioned a really interesting point, which actually other Ayurvedic doctors have told me about the constitution of cows. They've said actually the cows we have in UK or elsewhere are actually not traditional cows. The milk they produce is a very different content, etc. So it's really interesting. But what we're picking up time and time again is this from general principles, applying it to the individual, which is really interesting. And going back into what Professor Madan says, sometimes it's quite alien to the traditionally trained doctor who's been told, these are the clinical trials, this works here, and you then apply it just, I wouldn't say blindly, but you just apply it to every patient because this is what the research has shown. What we know as we develop as physicians, especially as a GP, you know that each of your patient is different. What I don't have, which is your skill of actually knowing how to understand each patient. But I understand that even if I prescribe the same diabetic drug for 3 patients, why doesn't it work the same in those 3 patients? But what we do have the skills understanding that each patient is so unique. Each way of them approaching healthcare is unique, and what they need at a certain time is different. But that theme coming up of from general to individual. I'm going to just bring in Dr. Pardeep in a moment as well. But just to bring up on your point, Dr. Ish, I asked you a question and you regarding children, and you mentioned really nicely about actually, number one, replacing some of these foods with something more healthy. But actually, the first thing is also on not overfeeding. And I think it's every parent's wish, maybe more mothers than fathers, but maybe both, that, my child is not eating, he's missed a meal. And I get that every day. I mean, being a GP, I'll see, children, babies, everyone. And within 3 days, I'll have a mum coming and saying, little Johnny hasn't eaten for these few days. Look at him. And I need to feed him. And if you want anything, I'm going to give him some chocolate. I'll keep giving him whatever, but he needs to eat. And it's difficult to, sometimes it's counterintuitive to know when children can take a break. But you also mentioned circadian rhythms. You also mentioned habits. You also mentioned lust as well. As soon as we see something, and it comes back to our indiscipline sometimes of just eating at any time and so on. But I do feel sorry for our children of every generation, particularly this generation, really, where everything is bombarded on their minds. I know I have 2 young children. They watch sometimes even YouTube or whatever, and every 2 seconds another advert comes for some fast food or something, and it's just in their head, and they equate happiness with having an ice cream every time. But it's tricky. But I'm going to bring in Dr. Pardeep, because I know you're one of our panelists as well, and I very briefly introduced you. But welcome to Healing Our Earth. And Pardeep, if you had any things to share, particularly on immunity or also on dietetics.
Yeah. Good evening, all of you. Thanks a lot for the same, for letting me share this dais, and thanks a lot especially to Dr. Ish Sharma sir. I worked with him and under his guidance all the time. We visited abroad, mostly in the Schengen countries, and as well said by Dr. Ish, that immunity is not only with the defense mechanism against the infections, because it is mainly concerned with the Agni, which is the digestive fire, which is the main power of the body, as it is directly related with the food also. As you are asking the question, same with the kids and for your own kids and all that stuff, and we can share it with the healthy snacking, like as well explained by Dr. Ish sir. And as also he is interested always, as in Netherlands, he conducted some workshops regarding healthy cooking. And I was with the part of that also. I was lucky to attend that. And maybe that may be khichdi, that may be takrav, that may be some healthy snacking, having different shapes from the Indian vegetables or some fruits, giving them some different shapes and which are healthy one for the, especially for the kids, and making them interesting, which are looking good and which are looking healthy in nature. And immunity as a part, the main physiological entity of the principle of the Ayurveda is dosh dhatu mal moolam hi shriram, as explained by Dr. Isar all the times. Dosha means vata, pitta, kapha, and 7 entities of the body like dhatus, which are rasa, rakta, mas, med, asti, majra, shukra, and which is the ojas. Immunity is the main extract of the 7 dhatus. Like if we are talking about the Agni, as if rasa dhatu is worked by rasa Agni, then it makes the next dhatu according to the physiology of Ayurveda. And when Rakta Dhatu is balanced by the Rakta Agni, means the particular Agni of the particular Dhatu works on it, then it makes the next Dhatu. And when from Rasa to Shukra, all the 7 Dhatus are made, then it's the extract part comes, that is Oj, which is called immunity. So Agni part, digestive fire part is very important, which depends directly on the food. As Ojas stays in the heart, it is distributed in the body through its heart vessels, and it has different quality and different quantity in the body. But Oj is the main part of the body, which leads to the different Prakriti mainly of the body. Dosh Dhatu Malamulami Shriram, which is the main physiological entity of the body and which is the main principle, specific principle of Ayurveda, which are the 13 entities, Vatpit Kapha, 3 doshas, Ras, Rakta, Mas, Med, Asti, Majja, Shukra, 7 dhatus, and 3 malas, which is Mutra, Purish, and Shukra, Sweda. That is urine, stool, and sweat. All these 13 are the extrinsic and intrinsic factors which are related directly to the immunity. Like these days, we are seeing, like you are talking about the kids who are not eating well and they are having some symptoms like FTD, which is called the failure to thrive, which have delayed milestones. We are dealing with the under guidance of Dr. Isar, like we are doing Panchkarma therapy with some herbs, like we are doing journals with Snehana of the body with the different kind of ghee and with different kinds of the buttermilks and different types of the oils. Along with followed by the Shashtik Shali Pendaswed, one South Indian therapy is there, which is the food bolus massage, in which we use some different herbs like glycyrrhiza is there, some laksha is there, and some malati is there, like some soft fennel is there, ashwagandha is there, and we are using that red rice with the cow milk, and it is cooked like kheer, and then it is used for the food bolus massage. It is giving very good results. And in some other cases, like ABPA, like asparagus, says that in case of that fungus infection of the lungs, SLE, one case of Dr. Ish is there from 4 or 5 years. She is all the times coming to India for Panchkarma therapy. And some nephrotic syndrome case, Dr. Ish visited last week to India, and we discussed one case of nephrotic syndrome, which is the rejected case of PGI. And we people are dealing with that based on the immunity only. Like we know that when the immunity is diminished with a different kind of the dosh dhatu mal moolam, in imbalance of these things only, we have to balance that thing. Maybe with the proper dietetic regimens, that may be with the daily routine behavioral activities, which is called Vihar, as explained by Dr. Joshi sir, and also with some help of some herbs like Giloy is there, Harad is there, Amla is there, which can be different for different people. Like Dr. Ish always says that Purusham Vikshya, everybody has different entities, everybody has different fingerprints. Just like that, everybody has different constitution that is made at the time of the birth. Some kind of parental habitat, parental symptoms and other things helps in that. And the local environment also plays a major part in this immunity system. So these all type of things are in combination leads to the immunity. Like that is the food, your behavioral activities, your daily routine activities. Like these days, we are seeing all types of the, you can say, lifestyle disorders. In these type of things, these immunity also counts a lot. Like in case of the COVID, the dead people, mostly they were having the comorbidities, and people were also using plasma therapy. In case of allopathy or modern ways, we can say the innate immunity is there, acquired immunity is there, or some sort of the different natural or active immunity, passive immunity. They have different types of next acquired and your artificial and natural types. But in that case, herd immunity is there, which is if 70% of people are coming prone to the disease, then the 30% people get saved from that particular disease, which is called a herd immunity or maybe the community immunity. But what we can see in Ayurveda, or what we can do with the herbs, because these days these principles are written 10,000 years back. But these days we are not actually getting, as Dr. Madan sir always explains, that we are not getting to the up to the mark. As a lot of research should be done in case of Ayurveda also, with a particular how these herbs can help. Especially if we say milk can be helpful, ghee can be helpful, buttermilk can be helpful. All these things help to again increase the immunity. But as explained by Dr. Isher, that 8 entities of the food habits are there, which leads to this immunity. Like a wrong combination of food is the main part, which leads to unwholesome diet also is there. Or with the food which increases the pitta dosha, it also decreases the immunity, and which leads to the lean body, fearfulness, your anxiety, neurosis, the stressful symptoms, and other parts, insomnia, which is the loss of the sleep or loss of appetite. All these things are related to each other, which are in combination is a one package, like which can be started with the food, what we do, food habits, lifestyle disorder or lifestyle changes, some herbs, and some panchkarma therapies. And if we say in short, some South Indian therapies like local superficial therapies can help, but also the panchkarma part, that may be snehana, svedana, and the main panchkarma part, that vamna, vrichana, vasti, nasya, and rakt mokshana plays very important role in maintaining the immunity and increasing the immunity, especially in autoimmune disorders. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I can see that your collaboration as well with Dr. Ish, and how, he may say send patients to you as well, because I think you're speaking live from India at the moment. Is that right? So you're based in India.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, thank you so much. And it shows that each patient, what I'm picking up as well, each patient is so unique and needing that sort of time to then give that correct therapy as well. And then you can work with that family, etc. And you've mentioned some really, helpful tips there as well, whether it be the use of different products or keys, etc. But I think what we're finding is that we are needing often for patients or families to come and spend some time with the physician and get the right treatment. What I'm finding is that, one answer doesn't seem to always fit. And I'm going to bring Rajiv in a moment. I know there's Dr. Kanu Patel. I think Judith has also got a question as well. And in a moment, Rajiv, I'm going to hand over to you to sort of take on the hosting baton. But what I'm picking up, it's so hard, isn't it, to give just a simple, always saying a one size fits all. We can do certain things, and hopefully that, people know that, don't overeat, sleep well, follow good habits, etc. Don't, and those things we can pass on. And I think even people finding that hard, but I think as soon as you get into anything more specific, as you say, one thing might be good for one patient, but not good for another. And Dr. Pradeep, as you were saying, look, certain keys or butters are being recommended anciently, but I think even Venkat Joshi was saying that even the type of products that are available in England may not actually be the right thing to always give it each time. But Rajiv, I'm going to hand over to you in a moment. I can't believe time has flown, but it's just touching the surface, isn't it? And I think as Madanji also, I think, touched upon that some things, being trained in an allopathic way, I don't like this term allopathic because I don't even know quite what it means, but being trained in mainstream UK medicine and how all of these, how we can integrate together or even understand a bit more. And why is Ayurveda yet, it's coming through. I think in the next another 1 year, 5 months, whatever it is, it's coming through. Any system at the moment, these are the, in NHS, we have a certain way of thinking, and it's sometimes hard to break through of anything else or any other systems to come through. I think sometimes there's a certain monopoly of certain ways of thinking, etc. And people can sometimes feel threatened as well that, if another practitioner is there, what role do I then have to play? So there's so many pulling and pushing factors, I think. But Rajiv, I don't know how you found the last couple of hours and speakers, and I know that Ganu is there and Dr. Ish, I'm sure is still. I know, actually, Ish, we stopped you halfway because I think you said if everyone's got any questions, I think you had more to share. So Rajiv, and then maybe we can carry on depending on how much time Ish has got and who else we've got in store for the rest of the schedule today.
Thank you so much, Milan. It was amazing session, and you have compared it so well and pull everything together. It's just amazing. And I was thinking I know quite a bit about Ayurveda, but that's just a tiny bit.
Yes.
More and more I hear about it, more I know there is more depth to it, and it is just good to see it. The time has flown by, as you say, that we have got amazing quality of speakers, and there is so much of wealth of information. So I'm thinking is before moving further, I'm delighted to take the hosting for next hour or so. And thank you very much for hosting the session. It was so good to really hear you pulling the things together, and for Nil Kumar having this amazing session on Ayurveda. And we will progress to the next step. So we have just scratched the surface. We have touched upon the immunity, we have touched upon dietetics, but then what are the components? Why Ayurveda is different? How we can draw parallels between the conventional medicine and the Ayurveda and other things, and how we can really progress together. And that's the quest for today. And we would progress on it. And we have discussion with some of speakers on this very topic previously, and I think more it will become apparent as the time goes. So thank you very much. I'm thinking is that before I bring the other panelists on that, I might create some controversies, but let's listen to Judith. I think she's been waiting for a long time. So let's give opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll move forward. So Judith, please fire away your question.
And I'm just going to sign off in a second as well myself to do just before. And I think on behalf of one person who's brought us all here is the director of Healing Our Earth, which is Nil Kumar. And I think on behalf of Nil, he's thanking all the participants. I think he's interacted with each of you individually to bring us all together on this platform. So I think on behalf of Nil, a big thank you to everyone who's been here and bringing us together, because I don't know, otherwise we'd have a platform like this in any other way. So thank you on behalf of Nil as well. I've actually got to go back to work now, so I'm going to head off in a moment.
Thank you again. Just reminding, it's 133rd episode.
Yes, exactly.
Every Sunday, it's not easy to organize it, and it is not a 1 hour session, it's 6 hour session, and we are global. We are across the world, right from America, UK, Mauritius, Malaysia, India, Vietnam, Singapore, name the country, and we are there. And it's so 33 countries, and we are putting it together, and we are doing it consistently. And we are building onto the themes on how we are actually collecting it to make a huge difference to the mankind. It's not just a talking the talk, it's walking the walk. We are making the difference already. And many of you who would not know that already we have got the platform of the integrated health, Ayurveda, homeopathy. We have got Tai Chi, which the whole Tai Chi union is now with us. Keep Chart and I had long conversation. We have got yoga, we have got acupuncture, we have got acupressure, we got reflexology, we got natural therapy, we have got dietetic supplement, we got herbal medicine, we have got aromatherapy, we had a session on crystal healing. So mind body therapy, these are all which have got its deep rooted science for hundreds and thousands of years, and conventional therapy is a thread which we can put together in order to bring it forward. So I think again, we must appreciate it is such a fantastic session, and I think we should really move forward on it. So I'm thinking is that I might actually do a short presentation so that will spark some of the questions in the mind of people, but also among the panelists. But Judy, are you ready to fire your question? I know you're moving. Can you hear us? Okay, while she's waiting, Ish, there is a question here. You have mentioned about the dietetics. There are certain foods which are said to be good, and the certain foods which are not so good. And I know there is in Ayurveda science, which is same as what Lord Krishna has said into Gita, which is like the biggest scripture in Hindu religion. But it's not now just Hindu religion. I know Gita is translated into many versions to adopt into other religions. So sattvic food, and then we have got the opposite end, which is the tamasic food, and then the rajasic food, the cold food and heavy food and all that. To just expand a little bit on that so that people understand, and how does it impact disease or the conditions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. My understanding is now like excessive calorie or overfeeding being the biggest like foundation stone to most of the non-communicable diseases. So negative food, which takes more calories than it gives after completion of its digestion, like salads and fruits and vegetables, surely can be a nice idea, which would be working well against most non-communicable diseases. That is what has been re-established as a calorie restriction theory over last 40 years. Multiple components have been there, and by calorie restriction, Ayurveda is very clear. Like there are three stages of matter: solid, liquid, gas. Ayurveda has very clearly spoken. You should be like filling your stomach. If you know your 100% appetite, then 50% should be the solid food, 25% should be the liquid you are taking along with your food, and the remaining 25% should be left empty. You should never be eating 100% to your capacity, and never be overeating. And this has been proven over like multiple animal models. Those animal sets who received 75% of their required nutrition lived up to 140% of their life expectancy in that same life. The laboratory animals who were given like were bracketed by like food percentage, like one set receiving 10% of their required food, then 20%, 30, 40, 50, 60, and 100%. Those animals which received 70 to 80% food, as mentioned by Ayurveda 10,000 years back, lived up to 140% of their lifespan, and in human beings, there was a decrease by 65% in cardiac and cancer markers when they underwent this intermittent fasting and calorie restriction. So, like calorie restriction which has again been proven by Professor Ohosumi, who got a Nobel Prize in 2016 for autophagy. When you are under eating, then autophagy is promoted, which would be first of all digesting your inclusion bodies in the cells. How do cells fail? Like we have got 1 million cells in each kidney. How do we go into CKD, chronic kidney disease? Every cell would be failing at the same time. How do they fail? The most important mechanism is when the cell cannot get rid of its metabolites, its waste products and water. That is hydropic changes and inclusion bodies in the cells. And by autophagy, the lysosomes in the cells would first be disintegrating, would first be digesting those toxic metabolites inside the cell. That is where calorie restriction or a bit under eating or periodic fasting, it could be in the name to save money, or as some religious activity as Ramadan by the Muslims, or Navratri by the Hindus, or like fasting on a particular day like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc., or any kind of periodic fasting would surely be fitting all. And I believe this can be the message of the day. And I believe Judith is there. We have been trying to reach her. We can take her question up if she is available. Rajiv ji.
Yeah, cool. Judy, are you ready? Can't see her. Oh yeah, she is here. Fantastic. Judy, fire away question. This is a good time eating. Eating and asking question. Can you hear us, Judy?
Hello.
Okay, I think I'm not sure she can hear us. So the question is that Kanubai, I just wanted to move because Ahar and Nihar are kind of two important things. Do you want to shed your light on really how maintaining the body and doing the activities would add years to life? Because that's the principle of Ayurveda, Ayu and Veda. This is the knowledge of life. How do you live longer, better, And we know Maharshis, like thousands of years ago, lived lot longer than us. And Ish has just highlighted that 65% reduction in life has happened simply because of the change, stress, cancer, disease, diabetes, hypertension, all these things are happening, which are newer generation of the diseases which didn't exist perhaps at that time. So what do you think can be done? And if you can, both Ish and Kanubai, if you can bring some parallels to the conventional medicine and Ayurveda, how together we can work in order for these modern diseases and the ancient science, which is Ayurveda, in order to get a progress forward. Kanubai first.
Hello. Yeah.
We can hear you. Brilliant.
Ayurveda, Ayu means life and Veda means knowledge. And in Ayurveda texts, they describe everything clearly. And Ayurvedic diet and immunity tips important as well for everybody. In modern medicine, they try to suppress the problem. In Ayurveda, we try to find out the root cause of the problem. And when you find the root cause and stop these causative factors and use right herbal diet, remedies, detoxification the body, we have to understand these three energy, air, fire, and water, and then 7 tissues, dhatus. That's the very important as well. And when you understand all these basic things, then causative factor avoid from this problem, and then use remedies according to the patient constitution, then very good results with the any disease. Example, cholesterol. Example, we talk about cholesterol today. One thing, why this create cholesterol? Because we put wrong food in our system, no exercise, no proper sleep, so many other factors involved. And then we create cholesterol and we try to get rid of with the statin or drug therapy. But we never stop this wrong food, we put it in our system. What happen if you go to a diesel car and put petrol in it? So same thing, that's the problem in our system. We are putting too many drugs in our system, but never stop these causative factors. Why in our society so many diabetic? We are taking metformin, gliclazide, but never stop eating jalebis, sugary stuff, oily stuff, 2-3 times a week, takeaways only. Even business people, we've seen so many business people, millionaire come, I can't sleep 1 hour, can't digest food, gas. So that's the ama, toxin. We have to understand toxin material in our system. When you get rid of this toxin material, and then medicine last stage, God create a magic machine, don't need that many medicine. But now all over world, people, even patient looking for straight, give me diabetic medicine. They don't want to understand this. I said, no medicine for diabetic or other. So many home remedy described in Ayurveda as well, right?
Fantastic.
And before, people live with diabetic and then understand and control even. So Ayurvedic diet and immunity tips. The rules of the diet are as important as the food chosen. Your gut health, regularly use triphala with warm water or lemon water. Never drink water with your food. What happened now? Our children, when they eat Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, they want fizzy drinks. They create the toxin in the system. But at a young age, you can't see straight away, but in the later on, they create the disease in the system. And sleep is very important in Ayurveda. 8 hours sleep, 10 o'clock in the bed mostly. But what happened now? People go to bed 12 o'clock, watching film or that kind of thing. The body not detoxify the system. Our internal organ working at night mostly, liver cleansing system. That's why doctor give medicine at night time, statin, to reduce the cholesterol. But need to stop this fattening food completely. Then you can get, we challenge 6 months, you can reduce cholesterol in 6 months. Exercise, diet, cinnamon powder, very effective in the controlling the cholesterol level. And this is my example. Borderline cholesterol, and doctor tried to give statin tablet. I said, I don't want to statin tablet, just breathing exercise, diet, kapalbhati, and then we can control. No need to take medication in the first stage. So that's the very important factor for even all doctors. Okay, we not against modern medicine, good in emergency only. 85% disease or illnesses you can cure with Ayurveda or prevent. An emergency, find heart attack, stroke. We done a stroke project as well in Leicester. And after stroke, after discharge from hospital, we give support with the Ayurvedic Panchkarma therapy, massaging, that help as well. Sugar stop, cut down sugar. There's the immunity suppression culprit as well. So cut down sugar, processed food, alcohol, which lower your immunity. Eat light in dinner. Lunch biggest fine. After consuming food, need 3-4 hour rest as well. People eating many times and even wrong food, they become toxic, harm in the system, our system. Stay away from the too spicy food as well for individual. Microwave food, that's the bad. Junk food, takeaways, try to avoid.
Good. I think they are all good advice. I believe that that is excellent. Some of them is very common, very well known to people. Some of these are actually quite specific. You have mentioned quite important things, the Sabda Dhatu and some of the other principles. I was thinking I might actually quickly share a presentation, and then we can have some more discussion. I know Manmohanji is here, but it will be good to see how things work out. So let me see if I can share something here. I hope you can see that, but let me move this here. So I was thinking that yes, Ayurveda is the thing of life. It is important that we communicate, and this is the mother of all healing. I am from a conventional medicine, but I believe that, as you mentioned, that it's great for acute, but not for everything, and therefore it'll be good to really see what else is there. So nice to see that we can build on other things which are important for life. So one thing importantly is that these all dhatus are there, like whatever we call it, rasya, rakta, virya, what is the value of these? And also I'm thinking the important bit is that The Meja, Asti, Maja, Shukra, all these are important. And we have talked a lot about the three doshas, which is the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and everybody knows that
Yeah.
Ayurveda deals with it and brings it together. So I think that is a fundamental difference. The allopathic medicine, conventional medicine, or the modern medicine does not take into account of this. There is a conventional treatment and that is there, while it's very different. So Vata, Pitta, Kapha is, you do that. And same is the Saptadhatu, whole, this is very different meaning to the life, and as a result of which is there. And my view is also that Ayurveda is not just one page, it is a lot more. Involved the herbs, the pranayam, the prayer, the rasayana, the dietary modification, meditation, astrology, jnana, the sleep, everything else is equally important. And next come the bit which I would be very keen asking your questions on that, because this is where there are all 8 components and they actually work in a very different way in the science, which is very different than the traditional science. So how do you actually look at it, and how do we tackle it? So I was thinking probably to open that question so that for audience it's easier to understand. I know, like, typical Kaya Chikitsa is parallel to our general medicine, and Shalya Chikitsa is similar to our general surgery, and the Shalakya Tantra is like similar to our ENT, and Kumar Beya
Pritya,
is typical to,
pediatrician.
and the Rasayan Tantra. And here where it's get even more interesting, because drawing the parallel isn't available typically in the conventional medicine, which is the Rasayan Tantra or rejuvenation, increasing the lifespan or intellect or the strength, and that doesn't exist. And same is like Agad Tantra or toxicology. So
Toxicology.
toxicology is very different. Toxicology is when you have overdose of medicines or toxic substance, which are chemicals into the body, and they need to be removed, whichever way is the route of removal, through kidney, liver, or other body system, skin, or even breath. Then is the Vajikan Tantra, which is like even more interesting. We cover a small part of it in the urogenital system, but the whole aphrodisiac system, the sexual pleasure, sexual stimulation, and even more, I wouldn't call it weird. It looked weird if I was a typical conventional doctor, is Bhut Vidya. I mean, we are told not to believe in Bhut or sorcery, but that does exist as a science. So I'm thinking it'll be good that because it is a science, you might be able to explain and expel some of the myths. So I don't know, Ish, you, Madan Bhai, or anybody else, the whole from panel, I would be interested to hear your views. This is how I have construed it, but it will be good to really see where the parallels are straightforward and where they are not, and how we can bridge the gap. So I will probably open the floor to the panel. So one by one, please just raise your hand and start. Maybe, I don't know whether you want to start first, Kanwai.
Hello. Immunity boosting foods, Ayurvedic describes so many herbs as well, and is no harm to using in our daily routine as well. Example: turmeric, amla, garlic, methi, green tea, trikatu, trifla, moringa, which is very good. Moong dal, moong, very nutrition as well. So that's the satavari, asparagus, very good as well. And daily routine, dincharya is very important for our overall well-being. What we do, what time we get up. So many details in Ayurveda. And we have to integrate it. Sometimes when patient go to the GP, then GP said, don't take this rubbish, because they haven't learned the Ayurveda. Why they say like this, And I request all even Ayurvedic doctors in UK as well, registered with the NHS website. They register Ayurvedic doctors as well as a complementary practitioner. So then GP can learn as well. So many, not just modern medicine for the health problems. So many others, but not available in the mainstream. So people not convinced, why should I go to the Ayurvedic doctor? And they're scared sometimes.
Yeah.
So
And
GP
that's
have to
what I
understand and working together or refer. They request, sometimes patient request to the GP, if you can't handle this or can't help, so suggest other practitioner. So that's the important as well to working with the integration.
Fantastic. Let's get Madan Bayan if Naveenji or Kamlesh has got something to add, or Ish, I'll just bring them one by one. So Madan first, please.
Rajiji, thank you so much. You know, you've raised a very important question here about how can we bring some of this into practice. And I think Kanubai is just pointing us to some of this. But keep in mind, there is a cultural divide here, that we are bringing a system into a new culture, into a new land. And so Kanubai's comment is very important, that, you know, offer a Ayurvedic option. If it's a practitioner like Milanji, offer a practice. The second thing is, see if we can have more dialogues. So one is to offer this. Milanji has told us about the challenges to that. The second, for very specific conditions, when you say if somebody comes to you with type 2 diabetes and you've seen them for a few weeks or a few months, and you feel they could benefit from something else. So provide a platform where that option is available, and use a small number of offerings from Ayurveda. You can see the vastness of Ayurveda. It's so huge. There are so many things available. Even a talented Vaidya, we have Naveen Guptaji here with us, who has over 4 decades of experience. And even a talented physician is challenged most times. They're using every last part of their brain to look at every patient and heal the patient by connecting with the soul of the patient, they say. So that is the depth at which they go. So it'll be very difficult to transplant all of that thinking directly into the health service, but take small issues. Type 2 diabetes, the NHS spends, say, 25 million pounds a day is the direct spend on type 2 diabetes, on obesity, some similar figures. So that's about £1.5 billion a year for 2 conditions. A large part of it is preventable. So we have huge, I think we have Manmohanji here who is happy with numbers. He knows, he understands numbers. So he'll take us to the depth of the numbers. So I'm just giving you 2 examples here. Type 2 diabetes, we touched on obesity. Direct daily spend in the health service is about 25 million pounds every day for each of this. I think Manmohanji will quickly run the numbers and say it's about £1.5 billion pounds a year that the NHS is spending on these 2 conditions. Why don't we have a dialogue between the general practitioners, particularly from the communities, parts of the country where it is more likely to be accepted, you know, Birmingham, Leicester, parts of London. It's very easy to get this and have a dialogue with the best of ideas, the traditions that are there.
I'm thinking it'll be good to really good to hear from both Manmohan and Naveenji, and then get Neha as well. Manmohanji probably have got immense experience, and I think there are 4, as you mentioned, Madan. there is so much to do. Probably there are few things which I'm very keen on getting the numbers, and if you can get it there. Chronic pain, millions and millions and millions of pounds are spent every day, and we are giving more painkillers for that. So if you can get numbers or costing on it, which we can prevent with Ayurveda, hypnotherapy, or any other method, that will be great. Diabetes, as you mentioned, 25 million a day, or perhaps £1.5 billion a year. If you can save amount, we can go to the commissioners and tell them that, look, this is what we are proposing. And we will compel them to accept a mixture. So not just one or the other is better. That's what we are trying to say. High blood pressure, obesity, we have got clear plans about it. So I think if you want to do that, Manmohanji, I was thinking that instead of me introducing you in lot more details, you might tell about the nuggets you have got. This is just amazing the way you have got. And you have got so much of connection with the NHS connection with Ayurveda. And this is a great initiative, and you are a voice for everyone, and that's what it is. And therefore, instead of doing the whole big spiel, would cut short and bring you, and people will know from that itself how powerful is your dialogue with the NHS and with the numbers, the mastery you have got, and how to do that. So if you just bring it there, then we'll bring Naveen-ji, and then we'll bring Neha, and then we'll open the floor again, because there is so much to deal with it. So if we can kind of bring point-wise these, it will be great. Manmohanji.
Neilji, namaskar, pranam. I have very limited time left now because I was meant to be connected at 4:15. I manage the Sanatan Dharam Mandir, and the Mandir Aarti is supposed to start at 5 o'clock. So I believe in the first philosophy, Ayurveda, which is the punctuality. And I basically will be brief now here. The reason I'm here today is to basically ask for assistance from all Ayurveda practitioners and your viewers and listeners, because as you know, I am taking this Ayurveda on the national health level and basically requesting the government to bring into Ayurveda into NHS. So I'll be very brief because of the time limit. As you know, I'm Manmohan.
Because shorter is better.
Yeah, I'll just introduce myself, and I will tell you why the reason I'm on this panel today. I'm Manmohan Abbott, practicing accountant by profession. I'm based in Croydon, UK for the last 4.5 decades. For the last decade, I have worked closely with the local community and leaders, and have initiated and participated in 2 other community successful projects with the blessing and inspiration from Ma Durga. Grounded in Sanatan Dharam and its values, I believe in universal well-being. So I strongly believe in the practice of holistic approaches, especially Ayurveda. After speaking with various Ayurveda physicians, researchers, and the community, I decided to act and started the petition for Ayurveda to be integrated into the mainstream healthcare so that it can benefit equally by everyone in United Kingdom. This initiative has been widely appreciated and supported, and in the last few months, we saw major developments integrating physical, mental, and spiritual approach to patient well-being. People acknowledged major impact of practice coming together to support. Physicians and practitioners working together to compile best of available evidence. I'm glad to see this united effort, uniting all together with one focus, to make Ayurveda available to all and not just to those who can afford it. On reaching 10,000 signatures in support, we will be given an opportunity by the British Parliament Select Committee to share evidences, reasons, and researches, And if our responses is accepted, the government will take further decision on how to implement Ayurveda in NHS. Therefore, I request your viewers and the panel that we act now to make this happen for the well-being for all. Thank you.
I will wholeheartedly recommend everybody who is listening on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, or on Zoom, or wherever they are, please sign this petition. We will shortly put the link here so that people can sign it, and it will be really good because we are investing so much of time here, and this is the purpose that we would want it to progress. And those people who are the decision maker, i.e. within the parliament, they should need to hear how valuable it is. And in order for them to listen, we need the number of signatures, which is the critically 10,000. So let's make it a move and let's make it happen. So thank you so much for sharing that. Should I bring Neha, who is another legend and very, she has been connected to Healing with Earth. She has been really pleasant person. She has got a deep interest, and I think we should get her in here. And we want to share that. And Navinji, if you want to share a few words of wisdom, please feel free to do that. The whole idea is that the time is flowing so fast and there is so much in it. We were thinking to get it, but I always feel that anything that comes natural rather than a fixed 10 minutes or 5 minutes slot is much more powerful because that connect heart to heart. And even 1 or 2 minutes is a lot more than that. So please, you are mute, Navinji.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajivji. I'm Vaidya Naveen Gupta. It's my short introduction, and let us stay with my short introduction. And I'm a new entrant to UK, and pre-Brexit and post-COVID, I've yet to start my Ayurveda practice and teachings here in UK. So I'm just a beginner here. On the other hand, I have 20 years of experience teaching in Europe and Switzerland, and 20 years of practicing and teaching in India. So this is my 45th year in Ayurveda. But that is something completely different about me. And today I was listening to Madanji, Dr. Venkat Joshi, Dr. E. Sharma, very, very wonderful presentations. And I will not take much time of you. Manmohanji has already was short of time. He asked me to stay for this today because he wanted my support as an Ayurveda physician, because he's not from the Ayurveda background. He told me this yesterday evening, 11 o'clock 30 minutes, he called me yesterday evening, and he told me that, Naveen, please be present there because I need you whenever I need to put some Ayurvedic inputs. So basically all the learned panels are there for putting their leading inputs in this, there's everybody is doing their ahuti, and we discussed Triyo Stambha today, Ahar, Nidra, Brahmacharya. We discussed everything what is possible. Diabetics we discussed, and I will just end up with one note. Give us 5% of the budget you are spending on diabetes or hypertension, and we will save 45% for you in the next coming 2 years. So we need only 5% of the budget what you are spending today, 660 million pounds per month. Give us just 10 million pounds a year, and we will save hundreds of millions for UK government in the next coming 5 years. With this note, and we have so much to tell about Ayurveda, so much to tell about Ayurvedic food plate. Even we can describe it to, हमारे आयुर्वेद में ऐसा कहा गया है, जैसा खाए अन्न वैसा होए मन, जैसा पिए पानी वैसी होए वाणी. तो हम तो ब्रिटिश लोगों को खाना सिखाएंगे और पानी पीना सिखाएंगे. ये दो चीजें इनको सिखाएंगे जो ये भूल चुके, इनको वापस इनकी रूट्स पे लाएंगे. ये हमारा काम है. हमारा काम है हर ब्रिटिश को इंडियन ब्रिटिश को, एशियन ब्रिटिश को वापस उनके रूट पे लाना। और आयुर्वेद, योग, अध्यात्म, ये तीन जो दिशा है, ये दिशा भी देगी और ये सब कुछ देगा हमारे को। और आयुर्वेद के एक एक सिद्धांत को हम दिनचर्या के रूप में, रात्रिचर्या के रूप में, ऋतुचर्या के रूप में एक एक सिद्धांत को अपना सकते हैं। और आई एम सॉरी, I switched over to Hindi. I thought that all are Indian faces, but normally I'm used to speak to the Western audience all my life for 40 years, but I'm sorry for now. So I just spoke in Hindi few words, which some of my colleagues will not, some of my panelists or the persons who are attending this will not be able to understand. I'm sorry for that. So I'll keep myself in English only. So definitely we can bring a big change. And with Madanji and with Manmohanji, we are working in a very good team. And hopefully in coming future, in coming days, coming weeks, coming months, you will see a great change in the healthcare in UK. Thank you very much. Namaste and Pranam and Jai Shri Ram to everybody.
And Naveenji, we would really appreciate and your time here. Please let us connect even outside this platform. Speak one-to-one. Let's make it happen, because as you mentioned that 5% of the budget to bring 45% of the return on investment.
Because I know that, Rajivji, I know that 5% of budget in UK, if we'll get it, that means we will get 5%. In India, if we get 5%, that means 4 and 9.5% will go to some pockets which will be able to difficulty to take from the pocket out.
I'm being,
and I'm in UK now. I'm in UK now, and in UK I know that the money will be allotted to me or to Ayurveda. That money will be 100% usable money. And in India, if you get 5 rupees or 5 Indian national rupees INR, so 4.95 will go somewhere else. We will never know which pocket they have gone.
Let's connect later on. Let's
yes.
bring Neha. Neha, we have been patiently waiting. We really want to word your words of wisdom. Instead of spending a lot of time introducing you, just tell us few nuggets why you are important. And we know it all, that you have done immense amount of the work, not only at the national level, international level, working practically, as well as doing, in word of research and connecting to the people. So I think instead of, people will hear yourself when you talk about it, how deep knowledge you have got. So please share your wisdom. Welcome to
Dr. Rajiv Gupta, this is Nil Kumar. Just before we go ahead, because our audience is international and watching on a YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and several channel partners, we would like to remind everybody, if you want to support the petition which Mr. Mohan Abbas has put in, just Google search or any search engine, UK Parliament Ayurveda petition. It will return the right link. Please go ahead and support. And if you are a UK resident, make sure you do that. We need the 10,000 and then move on to 100,000. Over to you, Neha and Dr. Rajiv Gupta.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to come back on this wonderful platform. I thoroughly enjoyed throughout this session, and I didn't want to interrupt any of the speakers because they are my teachers who taught me the very first what Ayurveda is all about. And whatever I have done in research, it's none of without their guidance. So from Dr. Jaideep Joshiji to Dr. Venkat Joshiji, all my first ever teachers who actually brought this wonderful science, and I got the idea that how to translate it from the clinical world. We have the limitation, but the amazing concept which we talk about in NHS. We have all the setup and resources. We have community teams, we have early interventions team, we have community outreach, primary care, and measure of these illnesses fall into these category. And Dr. Rajiv, as you mentioned about Bhuta Vidya, I was waiting for somebody to answer, but what I found it, this you will be amazed, Dr. Jaideep Joshi was the first who actually introduced me, and I was fascinated with this idea, and he encouraged me to explore this, and I went to India to explore more about it, and I opened up Ayu Psychiatry. And so it won't be wrong to say that the ideas I got it from all the renowned physicians here on this today as a speaker. But when I explored the psychiatry, So Bhuta Vidya is literally the psychosomatic disorders we are talking as a paranormal experience. So comparatively, if you see in the psychiatry, the psychosis, schizophrenia, to the agitation and all those levels, personality disorders. And we extensively did this in the community setting to say whether we can prevent it, whether we can help hospitalization, whether we can take off the burden from the conventional system. And recently, the 3 papers which we did on this Bhuta Vidya actually got accepted in Royal College of Psychiatrists and European Psychiatry Association. It is published in their respective journals. And today we have 3 NHS trusts who are actually very keen interested to refer in the community teams and the early intervention teams to see if we can manage them in the community setting. So this concept is not very new for NHS. We are not something asking which is not existent here or cannot be integrated. We are simply asking to literally look at to the conventional end and understand the Ayurveda. Yes, we cannot expect them to understand yin yang, but acupuncture did in the clinical standards. So we are not expecting them to understand Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, but what all we are trying to make them understand and integrate is the outcome, the benefit, regardless of what we practice, but it is safe, it is effective, and it is no risk involved. And it is giving a better outcome, cost-effective approaches to remove the burden in the community setting. Mentioning the research, there was an ACT trial in United States because they have similar setups like India, and we actually was inspired by this study. We modulated the whole design method because it was Ayurveda. It wasn't a protocol which can be done in the RCT settings. I'm sorry if I'm making too much of technical words, but randomized trial settings, we cannot compare the Ayurveda and we will fail miserably. That's what we had been not able to put the evidence base in the standard we were expecting. So there is a need for them innovative approaches to put together. So this ACT trial, when we tried this in India, both worked amazingly well. But coming back to UK, it both didn't work because we already have the community team, early intervention team. So the question is, why Ayurveda and why anything else? Because we already have these setups. So idea behind is to integrate also that you have all these setups, you have these concepts, you have behavioral modification to everything. But the management where Ayurveda extends to whole person approach is what we are lacking here. And I think this is if we emphasis on the evidence base as well, along with other hundreds paper we have. But any biomedical to lab studies, ultimately it has to come to the clinical practice. And we all understand that guidelines to recommendation always are based on the clinical practice data, clinical research data to the practice. So it's a translational research which need to set up. And Ayurveda is an amazing approach, but the wrong designing, I would say. So I think the academic collaboration is very integral, and which I'm very happy the King's College to universities in England now coming forward and allowing PhD students to take PhDs in Ayurveda and extensive research project. And that when this happens, I think on our end, all of us our end, we should be ready to approaches like community-based participatory research rather than RCTs going into the NHS setups. We should be more than welcoming these research projects to the community. So because these projects will keep the Ayurveda concept, philosophy, and principle intact without changing physicians' approach, we actually can get the exact translation of the data and evidence base, which can prove Ayurveda. So I think this is a new concept. When I first started in COVID-19, I was an outreach officer on COVID-19 research with Warwick University. Typically, I was just studying COVID-19, nothing else. But then this idea, understanding everybody. One part I will add on and might be at the further discussion, you all can take it on. A wonderful concept in the science, we have psychoneuroimmunology. And I think Ayurveda has a wonderful integration. We all would like to hear more about that how we can extend our understanding of the psychoneuroimmunology from the Ayurveda perspective to the clinical practice. I understand without taking much time, but I'm more than welcome any question, anything, everybody adds on, please.
I think that's brilliant. We are just coming to the end of our kind of session. I know we have started a bit late, but such a illuminating work that you have done, Neha. And I think it is extremely good to really have again with more one-to-one discussion. And the neuroimmunology, the neuro science, the neuro psychosomatic disorders, the neurotransmitters affecting this. Your thinking change your neurotransmitters and that affect the manifestation. And all of this can be reversed easily. And this is amazing. And when I read about it like a year and a half ago, I converted and I thought, look, there is something far beyond the conventional medicine and we need to explore. And for past nearly what, 1.5, 2 years, I have been exploring more and more of it. And each of the science fascinates me more. And be it Ayurveda, homeopathy, Tai Chi, Wai Ching is here. I know the mind-body medicine, how it affects the way you think, the way it behaves. It's all changes. And your neurochemicals are changed, your immunology is changed, your manifestation has changed. A lot of people, and I know it for a fact, you know it for a fact, that people are walking, they have got a short leg, and they're still walking. There is no pain. They're still walking on the wall front with this. Where is the pain? Pain is here. Pain is not here. So this is there. It is having a sound basis. We just need to create as good an evidence. And as you mentioned, it's not possible to have that, fully double-blind controlled study, but as good a study is good enough. And I think that's what I would say. So thank you so much. I mean, we heard from Madanji has given like amazing response of the immunology in there. And that is just so good. We heard so much of the practical experience. We heard from Naveenji about his wisdom, about the budget. We heard about the petition that's going to go on. We have heard about what we should eat, and it was so good. I mean, I know him for a long time. He belonged to my place where I was born. It's a place in India called Jodhpur. And, we are there, Madanji as well. We're connected there. The Institute of Ayurveda. I was trying to get Dr. Kandel, which I and Madanji talked about. Unfortunately, we couldn't connect and we couldn't come. He has got wisdom. These guys are pillars. They are pillars. They have got decades of experience, and that is not like flimsy. It is a solid experience. It's a pyramid. We are seeing the tip of pyramid. We are seeing the manifestation. We are seeing the effects. But it has got such firm rooting. It has got such solid evidence, which may not be in form of the randomized trial, but it is experiential trial. It's in form of the case reports. Now it's our job to get those cases, the case reports, the outcomes, dug it out. And I will appreciate Neha with your research experience, and Madanji and Ish, we are publishing a journal so that we can put these in a scientific way for world to see it. And we get this integration going and compel the commissioners to see that this is how we are going to save the money. This is how we are going to improve the quality of life. This is how we are going to reduce the suffering. And you have got no legs to stand on continuing what you're doing. We need to change and change his life. So I think I'm so grateful to all of you for contributing it in this way. I would just want a couple of sentences from each of you, just to summarize your nuggets of the pearls, 1 or 2 sentences each. I'm going to start. Maybe I think, Wai Ching, why don't we just welcome you, tell us your wisdom, and then we'll move on to the other people, because you have got a very different perspective, a calm, serene body that comes from calm, serene mind. And that's how mind and body work together. And body is of health, which is not physical. It's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, social, and in fact, a lot more. So let's put it all together.
Yes, thank you. Namaste. Rajiv and everybody, Neil and Professor Madan. I think being with you all here has just brought back a flood of memories from me, because Ayurveda is important to me, as is the TCM, because I grew up this way. Just a little story so that you know that I'm so aligned with this, and then I have questions for Nehaji as well. And I so enjoyed this presentation. But you see, when I grew up at 5 years old, I had Indian neighbors, and they introduced me to the very first herb was tulsi. So when I plucked the tulsi from the farm and put it in my mouth, and it was like an explosion of energy in my head. And then as I grew up, then I did just very quickly, because I grew up in Malaysia, we have a very strong Indian community. And then I went, was a dream of mine to go to India. So at age 24, 40 years ago, I backpacked through India with another Chinese woman. So two crazy Chinese women backpacking through India 40 years ago. And we were on ground, and we tried everything, all the herbs, all the spices, all the foods, and the treatments, right? And then later on, I was also getting treatments in Kerala, and almost spent a whole month in Coimbatore, and also a very special Shirodara, and also massage points, the Mama Points massage at when I was teaching Qigong with Deepak Chopra in Goa in 1987. So, and now when I study both of a Chinese system and the system of Ayurveda, I'm also very aware of like the way that the energy moves through the Shushumna, to the Ida Pingala, and to the Mama Points. Really, basically, they're the same. And also through the doshas. And I've always tried learning the doshas, but I've never really mastered it. I felt that I should perhaps focus more on TCM, but always integrated. And then, especially at this time, using more neem, brahmi, amla, and all the various herbs and also the spices to build up my immune system. Many doctors that I work with, they always cite like ginger, turmeric, cumin, but we need a deeper understanding. And this is where this panel and this correlation can really offer also in the allopathic medicine. And I'm just so excited that it's probably going to be more accepted and integrated into the world. And it's a very necessary point because of the different programs that are being proposed right now to build up the immune system, which is other than natural or herbal or food-based, that it takes people away from the simplicity of our natural selves. And especially when babies from age 6 months now are being threatened with a program of inoculations, that we are even more important to really focus on children's health. And I was really heartened to hear about that, you know, that focus of natural remedies for children's health. And also working together with all this, I find that infant massage, which is so important also with the Ayurvedic tradition, that is not highlighted enough, is the body work, especially with gingerly oil. I grew up with that, by the way. I grew up with body work with gingerly oil and so on. So I really appreciate all the ancient traditions. And I would like to hear more from Nehaji about how she used that during the COVID times and how it was developed, and certainly to highlight the psychoneuroimmunology aspects of things, and with Raja Yoga, with yoga itself, and also with Dhyana Yoga, to strengthen all of us in this times, you know, which are Kali Yoga times that are very challenging. So I would love to hear more from Nehaji about how she integrated the path of the Ayurveda into the COVID times.
I'm thinking is that it'll be great. It's so good to see. Let's see, there are so many things to offer, and Healing of the Earth is doing amazing job. We had so many events on right from health, COVID, kitchen, food, physical activity. Let's look at future events. So we might actually just find that there are so many fascinating things have been happening. We had like back-to-back sessions on different parts of this. And there is a plan to add more and more and more. And I would request all of us here to pull together our energy and bring more of it to that. So, 21st of June is the World or International Yoga Day. However, it's a working day, so we are going to have our International Yoga Day special on 19th of June, and that would be from 2 o'clock till 7 o'clock British Summer Time. And it will be good to connect our body, mind, and soul, devote to the universe, and connect it so that we can bring a global energy together. We got vegan and vegetarian kitchen again on 26th of June, starting 2 o'clock. And that is amazing session because as we just heard, Jaisa khai an, vaisa hoye man. So why don't we do it? Let's put good food into the body so that we can have a better outcome. So I think that is just so good. Again, in succession, we have 3rd of July as well onto the vegan vegetarian kitchen. We know that half of the world is now interested becoming vegan, and people are finding it difficult to do that. However, we do what we say, we preach what we do. Healing our earth is to promote a happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global community. And we do this by delivering multicultural online edutainment, which is education and entertainment. And we devote it on a regular basis. And you cannot believe that it has gone week on week on week for years, 133 episodes every single Sunday. 6-7 hours, and I find many times 6-7 hours later people are more stimulated and more excited than at beginning, which is very, very uncommon. So let's just pay a big tribute to Nil Kumar, who actually is the director and is the main mastermind behind it. And there are so many people. It's not just happening just like that. There's a team of people. There are like Nitesh, who's doing the background work. There are Seema, and many people. We will introduce shortly if we get time. There are amazing people here. Ravi and Sushma Banot, who are going to be coming soon at some point in time. Waiching is connected here, and we know Sharon from US is constantly doing the work. But we have people across the globe, and that's why this is global mission. And the reason what I believe is going to happen is because we are global power, and we have got at least 60 or 70 stalwarts who are continuously working it. And as I mentioned to you, we've got scientific journal that's going to come out soon. We've got a publication which is separately, which is semi-scientific, that will come out. We got the big drive of the people. We have got groups of people who will be working together in terms of Ayurveda, in terms of homeopathy, in terms of yoga, in terms of Tai Chi. And they are going to work. They are going to produce more and more evidence. They're going to produce more papers. They're going to propose proposals. And then we are going to bring it together. It's going to happen. Time is right now. Why not we make it happen? Thank you so much to everybody for contributing from their heart. And I would just like to say thank you to all of the speakers with amazing science and the evidence they've produced in terms of how so far has been helpful, just amazing. So thank you so much indeed. I might actually see if there's anything else, last words from Madanji, Kanubai, or Nitin, and Ish is here as well, and Rajan Ratnakar is here, I think. So just I wouldn't say long, but probably 1 or 2 sentences each would be quite good. So Madan, I think you are going to start first. So please do. I know there are enjoying people. Gunesh Dadiala's Sunday is a great session. So I know there are people across the globe who are appreciating what all of you are saying. And I'm merely just a conductor with no much as brain as you have got, but I think it's making impact. I can see it. So Madanji, please.
Ajiji, thank you. Thank you so much. Number one, I just want to put some discussions in the context of a document. I put the chat, put the link in the chat box, but people who are watching us on YouTube, I just want to draw their attention to this policy paper, 2030 Roadmap for India-UK Future Relations. Again, as I said, it's available on at the gov.uk website. I want to take you to the very last point here. I've highlighted it here. Ayurveda and alternative medicine, 32.1. Explore cooperation of research into Ayurveda and promote yoga in the UK. Number 33, point number 33, NHS partnership and health worker mobility. There are many points here that we should visit and we should understand very clearly. So Kanubai is here. Kanubai, this is just to draw our common attention to that one point. The second thing that Naveenji calculated very swiftly, and Manmohanji pulled this up. I've been just working on, if you can see my screen, I've been doing some calculations. I'm not good as a business person, and you are the MBAs and accountants here. I've just looked at the numbers here. For just one condition, type 2 diabetes, we could do the same calculation for obesity, hypertension, chronic pain, etc., etc. The figure I have here, estimating 25 million pounds a day as NHS expenditure, NHS UK expenditure on a daily basis for direct care for type 2 diabetes. It works out. Naveenji wanted 0.5% of this, and I've got the number here. 0.5% of that 25 million a day is a very small amount. It's only 456 million pounds, just under £500 million a year. And that's a very, very small amount compared to what the system is spending. And Naveenji put it very, very nicely, succinctly by saying, we don't need 456, take a smaller part of that. Give it to what Nehaji and other people are doing. Give it to the researchers. Put it in the hands of some creative programs. Manubai is here. Kanubai will tell us how to bring the good physicians, the Ayurveda physicians, and how to show that there can be benefits for the world, for the people. Thank you. I think Naveenji wants to add something here. Thank you.
You see, Madanji and Rajivji, I will take only 1 minute because I know that you're very, very short of time. So the point is that we spoke at length about diabetes. So the thing is that, and we spoke at length about science. First of all, Rajivji, Madanji, you are real learned people, you are learned scientists and doctors, but we Ayurvedist people will redefine what is science. Because first of all, whenever you talk about the science and scientific wisdom and scientists, so first we have to define what science is. Because science is not what is described today as science. Because this definition of science has been modulated according to the Western model. But we have to bring the real model of Ayurveda to define what science is. When we define what science is, then people will understand what science is. And then we are talking about diabetes all the time, and 25 million, which is a very good figure and very, very nice to hear. But the point here is that then we have to come back to the Ayurvedic principles, not only in theory, but in practice too, because Ayurveda divides Parmehi means diabetic, into two, like the whole world is divided into Nastic and Astic. You say Astic, atheist, and you like non-atheist. So the whole world is divided. Vegan, non-vegan, vegetarian, non-vegetarian. So you can divide the whole world. So I can also divide the whole world of diabetes into Krish Parmehi and Medasvi Parmehi. What is that, Rajiv ji? Perhaps you will not know, and all the
Going beyond my head.
Yes, because many things will go above your head, but to bring it to your head, this is our job, and we will do that. And I'm already doing that now. Krish Parmehi means the diabetics who are lean and thin. And Medasvi Parmehi means the diabetics who are obese. So simple. I will divide the whole diabetic into two worlds, and this is where the science begins. And not with IDDM, not with NIDDM, not with gestational diabetes. You have described in WHO the definition of diabetes. That is wrong. So we have to first redefine. That is my say. And thank you very much for giving me time. And I will keep.
Chris, when you say Chris Parmehi and Miss Parmehi, what does Chris or Miss mean?
I'm telling you, sir. I told you, but you were busy in the computer.
No,
so
no,
that's
no,
why,
no.
no. So I tell you, Krish means lean and thin.
I know. Is it like Chris like Krishna, or is it?
No. Krish like kar, adhi matra ki ra, or sha. Krish. Krish means it can be. Krish means thin. And Medasvi means obese. So we are dividing diabetes into two, Krish Parmehi and Medasvi Parmehi.
Okay,
क्योंकि जो बीच का होगा वो तो परमेही हो ही नहीं सकता.
ठीक है, perfect, very good, lovely. Ish, a few words of wisdom in a couple of sentences, please.
It's wonderful listening to all of you, and I really want to keep enjoying, and very wonderful to listen to Madanji, and his involvement is always so inspiring. He is so quick with getting the on-spot information right in the group that I've been observing for last many months. You name it and he would soon be sending you the document directly from the official websites. So maybe to conclude with one sentence, first of all, we really could not listen to the question which Judith had. Somehow we could not connect to her, and apologies for this. And as we were discussing, Rajiv ji, last time, the future course can be, we could be taking up with one disease and defining a protocol for it. Where does yoga come in? When does naturopathy come in? What does allopathy offer? And when we reach to the same platform and we design a protocol for dyslipidemia or diabetes or chronic pain or fibromyalgia whatsoever, where does TCM fit in? What are the marma points? What are the acupuncture points? Then this wholesome picture will be unique in the world. First, because we all are so experienced, we all might, like I might not be very wise, but we have all our lives been into our own systems and we know some bit of it. So if we come forward and we co-author such protocols, those cannot be ignored, I believe. And these are diseases which might not be lifted, which might not be defeated single-handedly by like yoga alone or allopathy or Ayurveda or gem therapy, So we all have to understand each other's mutual strengths. Where do we all fit in? What can be one prescription which 20 of us would be giving to one patient? And that can be really unique. And we can be having, like Rajiv ji suggested, we can have such forums, and so this can be a very wonderful future course. Rajiv ji.
Thank you so much. So I think that is brilliant. And we had lots and lots of like one-to-one discussion with several of you who are actually so wise, and I gain wisdom from you guys. This is so good. And taking it further, there were 7 or 8 topics which I thought that we would be very wise to move forward on. One is chronic pain, one is diabetes, one is obesity, one is dementia, one is Parkinsonism, ADHD, autism, and high blood pressure. These are the topics where there is no real like cure in the conventional medicine. So if we come up collectively on how we can move forward into this and bring, I'm not saying we would be able to bring a cure for everything, but at least near cure or a good control on it, which is a permanent or even semi-permanent. That would be extremely good. So I think, again, as I mentioned, that we have already created the groups. So please, 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 I request you to join the groups. Please send me your email address so that we can give you the username and password so that you can go into it. And then that would be ultimately beneficial in creating the evidence, because nowadays, if a person on road comes and tell you that I can make you millionaire, the first you come, who the hell you are? What is the evidence? So everybody is asking that. So I will suggest that please, whosoever, please join us. We would really request you. We would move. We've got a lot more things to discuss, but let's hear from Neha. She's got something.
Yes, just very quick minute, because Dr. Ish mentioned a wonderful point here about collective approaches and a protocol. And I wanted to add on, in the UK, September, we started 12-step program. The idea behind, there has been many 12-step programs in the de-addiction and AAA in US has been very successful. And to be very precise, it's already faith-based. It is on the God, and I surrendered to God. But we didn't want to do on the faith base. We wanted to do on the Ayurveda base. So this 12-step we created to integrate all different components of Ayurveda, including yoga and different concepts. So the very first week to understanding, because from the physician, we understand the patients and their knowledge, awareness, what we also do as a counseling, patients counseling about self-care. So the exactly first week we designed with Ayurveda physician, we implemented. The second week we did diet and nutrition part of it, the lifestyle modification, third week. Fourth week, we introduced Marma. The fifth week, we did included sound therapy with the Raga Chikitsa. And Raga Chikitsa, we extended for another 2 weeks, because the Raga and the music, again, the mantra and Raga, these are two different Chikitsa times. So generalized very, very. And just like that, each week, we introduced one self-care concept of Ayurveda, which could be generalized. But at the same time, in these 12 weeks, we encouraged all the patients to see one-to-one Ayurveda physician for the personalized therapy. So these combination of these two, and this is, again, we did evaluate it. We did a cohort study and we did a retrospective evaluation as well. And both studies has been accepted in Pain Journal. I'm sure you all are aware, it's a very high impact journal. So it is a standard publication now, which is going to be very out soon, on the 12-step on fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue. The similar model in the 12 weeks, introducing different, and the yoga was integral part, because throughout the breath work to simple movements, just like we refer to physiotherapy in the clinical practice and the GPs and all do. Similarly, yoga go hand in hand, but at the same time, with everything else of the self-care. And the one concept which fascinated me throughout as Booth Vidya, or you say psychotherapy, Smriti meditation, one of the very powerful psychotherapy, therapeutic approaches from Ayurveda, which works on the deep trauma. So when we talk about the chronic pain, fibromyalgia, we all understand there is a trauma, long-standing trauma in the play. So the Smriti meditation, which is Ayurvedic psychotherapy, was introduced in one of the weeks, and we ended with the community integration. So people has to be self-dependent after suddenly we leave them on the 12 weeks. All this come from as a protocol from the Ayurveda. It could be integrated simple like that. And then if it works better when we do a personalized Ayurvedic physician's personalized therapy session as well. Very similar like GP and the social prescribing work hand in hand. Similarly, we do, and results are tremendous. And it did reduce the significant visits to the GPs. Pain, they were discharged from the hospital, and they could manage. The self-efficiency score really improved to 80%. 86% of the patients, they actually said they are more confident now to manage their own pain. This is, we're talking fibromyalgia, where we know they're never confident about anything. But here, this is what the real impact of very simplified collective Ayurveda protocol in the communities. And this happened in UK not very long. We are still running. We are on the 9th week, third round, 9th week. This is funded project by National Lottery. So even the more funders are keen and interested to see how the integrated approaches are helping people. So I just wanted to mention these. This could be more of protocols like that, which is simply executed in the practice, and it could be available to everybody. But not forget that Ayurveda physicians' personalized therapy is the key factor here. So it's not generalized, we are claiming.
Neha, it is amazing. I do a lot of work with fibromyalgia, and I'm very, very keen. So I think we will connect outside this. To do that, we have kind of developed some natural, like plant-based treatment for that, because they change the neurotransmitters. As you know, that basic defect, it's a false pain. There is no real problem. So this false pain, change the neurotransmitters and rebalance that. The false release is actually modified to balance it out. And that actually has amazing effects. And this is from common things, including a very design, which is my own formula on the ginkgo biloba and the beetroot extract and the green tea and all these things, which are simple things you eat. And this is, if you design and you connect them in fixed quantity, the combination has a trigger effect, and they keep triggering each other so that it rebalances the neurotransmitters and the false signals go away. So we can just do it together, that, this, and the whole idea of integration is bring it together. And who is the beneficiary? The patient. And you can save millions and millions of pounds. So I think it's amazing session. Thank you very much for your wisdom. And I think it's my time to really get to my two amazing diamonds of the healing our earth, who I have known personally for some time, and we have been in a deep discussion. Ravi and Sushma Banot. Ravi, many of you would have seen on Healing Earth before. He is a gem of a person. He is an MBE, and he has done a lot of work. He has got pharmacy background, and he has moved on to it, onto Ayurveda. He is actually a key figure in the Ayurveda Institute of Europe, written many books and public articles, and is coming up with lots of new things. And he is joined by his worthy wife, Sushma Banot, who is equally amazing and charming person, but very, very intelligent. And I have been very fortunate to meet this lovely couple, and they have touched you to the heart, and they are so polite, and they are very, very wise. So they are going to be hosting our next session, taking this Ayurveda, which we have built over nearly 3.5 hours, into even bigger session, and having a deeper wisdom into it, and bring people together. He has been instrumental, and he would be one of the big leaders about our Ayurveda group. As I mentioned about, we will have peer groups within the integrated health of different people who would work on bringing the evidence together, so that we have compulsion onto the commissioners that, look, this is bringing a cost-effective benefit. Why you're wasting money? So I think with that, let me give a big round of applause and bring onto the floor Ravi and Sushma Banot.
Namaste.
Namaste ji.
So global namaste to each and every one of you. It's so fascinating. You're people from Ecuador, America, UK, India. It's amazing. And big thanks to Neil Kumar, who makes it happen week in, week out. And really pleased, Rajiv, that you're really in the bull by the horns and doing everything you can. And we have like people like Professor Madan, a huge figure in every sense of the word, and a lot of people who are joining together to make Ayurveda more accessible to everyone in this country, for sure. and we're certainly going in the right direction. So I'll hand over first of all to my wife Sushma.
Namaste everyone, global namaste, and it is actually truly an honor to be amongst you distinguished people. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Rajivji. It was really touching. I hope we are worthy of that. And just listening to all of you, it's absolutely fascinating and so enriching to know how Ayurveda and its concepts are being actually helpful and being slowly but surely being brought into the mainstream. And I suppose that's where we come in, where we are able to see the benefits of it at the grassroots level, where we give the advice to patients, where we see them day in and day out, people in the community, we see the benefits of it. And it's really great to know that it's slowly being brought into mainstream medicine with the help of all you distinguished people there. Thank you, Neilji, for organizing such wonderful Healing Our Earth seminars. You really are a gem. So we're talking about immunity, and really we just like to just tell you a little bit about what we can do with that. So the word immunity recently, it's been flying around more than ever before the last 2 years, for obvious reasons due to the virus. And all of a sudden, everybody's into immunity and everybody wants to know the ways of increasing it for our own protection. And yes, of course, it's important. Of course, there's different ways of improving our immunity, but what's really important, I feel, is let's not get away from the basics. And as we know, Ayurveda has all the answers. So 2 years ago, before that, we barely used the word. Now every day people are talking about something or other to increase our immunity. And as you know, being doctors, some of you here know, the people who had good immunity did well, and the ones who didn't, they had a different story. And some of these stories were very sad. They couldn't deal with the virus, and we personally have experienced that, Ravi and myself, with our own family. So we cannot stress the importance of it, and I really feel Ayurveda has the answers. So then when we had this virus, everybody looked towards Ayurveda and the East, really, and they weren't disappointed. So in a short while, Ravi will tell you about other ways of improving our immunity. But what I'd like to just say on a very simple terms is what we can tell our people in the community, patients, is the digestive fire, as you know. If it's good and burning brightly, then we're less likely to get all these diseases that we are talking about today. And so the message here we want to convey is let food be your medicine. If we have the weak digestive fire, then we'll get to all the toxins that are accumulating, which will clog us up and reduce our immunity. So we need a thing that's very basic, but very few people actually put it into practice. So we need to get that message across. A healthy, balanced diet from an Ayurvedic perspective will help as well as all the other arms of Ayurveda like yoga, pranayama, and our daily rituals. There's some simple messages that we can give, as well as the whole herbs to help to maintain the balance of our doshas and strengthen our digestion and build healthy tissues. Some of the foods that we can tell people about are those that are rich in A, B, C, and E, in iodine, selenium, manganese, and zinc. We can have simple messages put out there about increasing the green foods, the chlorophyll-rich foods, spinach, mustard greens, sog to us here, spirulina, parsley, broccoli, the oranges, the yellows, like the vegetables, carrots, peppers, pumpkins, and don't forget the fruits like berries, apricots, oranges, the dry fruits. So slowly and surely, slowly get people to incorporate these more and more into their normal, healthy diets. The dal's a staple part of our food. Suddenly they found that that is great for increasing immunity. And don't forget one of the things that I always recommend for any trauma, illness is the haldi milk, which I truly believe in. And I feel that is one of the things that personally helped me through the COVID crisis. And remember about getting a routine. Ayurveda is very big on our normal daily routine. If we can get these messages across to the people out there, they'll suddenly find life gets easier, the dis-ease gets less. Some of the herbs I use are things like sitapaladi, the ginger, turmeric, and tulsi, which were quite important for that lung function that has been so has been affected during the COVID crisis. But these things, the beauty about these things is they can be done immediately, and the message can be put out there. Just help to, as one of the doctors was saying, gives people that confidence that they are in control of themselves, their disease. Before we introduce our wonderful guest, Ravi would just like to say a few words on the breathing techniques and how that can help to improve immunity.
So the whole idea of today is obviously to exchange viewpoints and then making a difference globally. That is what we're trying to do. How do we bring it into the NHS? And before I introduce our amazing Renita Malhotra Ohora, I'd just like to say we can expand on this and have a panelist conversation. So please do stay on. We'd love to hear everyone's opinion as we go on. And breathing is one thing I was going to talk about, which perhaps if I can bring in after, because we want to keep to our time schedule. And right now it's supposed to be Renita Malhotra Ohora from USA. Namaste, Renita. So Renita is a natural born wellness specialist, I'd say. Renita's background as an Ayurveda clinician has led her to teach clinical and CME programs to healthcare practitioners at the University of California schools. University of North Carolina's Global Medical Education Center and the Hong Kong University's Li Ka-shing School of Medicine. For many years, she was an Ayurvedic consultant at the California Pacific Center and has also been part of the teaching faculty at yoga teachers training programs in Asia, Europe, and the USA. She has provided corporate wellness and business coaching programs to a variety of Hong Kong-based companies, mostly banks such as HSBC and financial services companies, and her workshops are based upon principles from the Vedas. She founded, built, and subsequently sold Ayoma. Ayoma is an Ayurvedic self-care product line, and the Ayoma Life Spa, a premier Ayurvedic wellness spa, and has provided Ayurvedic training and consulting services to top spa wellness retreats such as the Four Seasons, Champneys, the Canyon Ranch, and the Banyan Tree spas. She's written 4 books about Ayurvedic medicine, published by Chronicle Books, and Macmillan India, Mandela Press, and HarperCollins India. And she has a website, which is www.renita.com. A huge global namaste to you, Renita.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Lovely to be here today.
So, Renita, perhaps we'd be fascinated to hear your take on immunity, your experience, what your tips are, where you think Ayurveda can go in the future, not just in the USA, but also globally. We're based in the UK, but we'll be fascinated to hear your viewpoint, how you think Ayurveda, yoga, and alternative medicine generally, how we can progress in the world.
Yeah, it's such a wide question, right? The question is very reasonable. The answer is harder to get to. I'm native to Mumbai, born and brought up in Mumbai, and have been living here in the US, primarily California, for the last 30 years. And I came here and began with Ayurveda right off the bat in the very, very early days, before there was tech, before there was like any of these Zooms, any cell phones. And it was always a joke because here I was the low-tech person in a high-tech environment in Silicon Valley. And there's a lot of interest. There was a lot of interest, and there still is. It has grown, as we all know on this call. We've seen it over the years grow in all continents. However, I still feel that it sort of scratches the surface of pretty much everything that the medicine has to offer. And even with yoga, yoga has become this, you could say in a sense, a way of life, but in a very trendy manner of speaking. There's still a very rudimentary understanding of what yoga is beyond asana and pranayam. And of course, the good thing is that now in a studio, when you go for a class, they will try, and I don't know what it's like in England, but I'm speaking for here in the US. They will try and incorporate a few different things, but that's what's interesting to me, is the incorporation without necessarily the connection, right? Whereas these, ancient Vedic forms that we have, yoga, Ayurveda, there is an interconnectedness. So I feel my take as an outsider, meaning an Indian abroad, is the best thing I can do is to help dissect what these are to the person here in my environment and help them apply just a little bit of something into their daily routine. You were talking a little bit about, Sushma ji, you were talking about routine, right, as I came on, right? And I think that is just of paramount importance, because when it comes to building health, building wellness, building immunity, what I have faced and continue to face, and I'm sure this is the case with many of you, is suddenly when things go wrong, people will be, oh, like, what do I do? What do I do? How do I turn to Ayurveda now? Pandemic is here. What tips do you have? Should I be having, haldi and ashwagandha mix? It's not that easy, and it's not a cookie cutter solution. It's not a one size fits all aspirin for the masses, right? As we all know, and it is something that takes continuous effort every single day of your life. Just, if you want to become a tennis player or a musician, they've got that whole 10,000 hours. I don't know where we came up with the number 10,000, but it's a reasonable number of hours to become somewhat proficient or very well at something. The same thing with your health and immunity. It takes effort every single day, right? You don't have to do massive things every single day, but small things that you put into your life. This is, after all, the science of life, right? Ayurveda, the science of life. And so my take has very much been to be either a one-on-one educator or a one-on-group session educator. And I actually now in my normal life, I do much more of the one-on-group sessions, because that in itself is an opportunity to learn from the next person. We mix things up in the room. If we look around the room, if we look at all of us, we look different. We behave differently. right? We're not all sort of clones of the same thing, right? Which means we've got what? Different likes, different dislikes, different emotions, which means if we've got different tendencies towards health, ill health, wellness. What does that mean for me? I might get migraines. You might get shivers. I might get allergies. Somebody else might get a body ache. Okay, there are patterns that we can detect, and there are things that overlap, and there are things that we can pick up on and follow. But immunity in and of itself is a standardized word in English, right? So the way my immune system behaves when my ojas is high, when I'm healthy, I should say, versus when my immunity is low may manifest a little bit differently from that of the next person. But to understand what that means for me and what that means for the next person, it's really about getting in and understanding my mind-body type, my dosha type, vis-a-vis that of the next person, which is why I think the group format sort of helps quite a bit. So just in terms of your overall question about sort of where Ayurveda, yoga, is going sort of, in this country, perhaps over there, I think it has a lot of potential. Of course, I feel like I've been saying that for 30 years. But I do feel that to get anywhere first, you do have to scratch the surface level first. And that has happened, and that is being done. So that is a good thing. That is not something to a lot of us Ayurveda specialists, doctors, clinicians, will be like, oh, it's frustrating because I can't go deeper. And it is frustrating. I've been there, but the good thing is that we've actually created the foundation to go deeper. So that's one thing. Yeah. But the second thing is now we have this challenge of how do we go deeper? And to me, it's more than trying to get through, there are lobby groups and let's have this established and let's have insurance come in, all very good, but education has to come first, because if people are just not aware, and if they only show up when they're sick and when they've got an illness that's at a well-developed stage, it becomes so much more difficult to apply anything, any kind of natural medicine, any kind of alternative medicine, right? So again, coming at this, with my answer to your question, just even in terms of tips, before you can go into specific tips, my biggest tip that I put out there for anyone is really pick up a 101 level book, course, video, session, seminar, whatever is available to you on Ayurveda. Try and understand in just small terms what it is about, and how if you learned more about it, it could possibly help you. Because to me, understanding your mind, body type, your dosha, and the interplay of the elements in your environment. I say in your environment because I sit today in California. The way I am affected by my environment is quite different to this same person, myself in Mumbai, my other home, right? Or if I come and visit you in England, right? It's different. It may be the same time of the year, but it's different. So understanding your dosh, your mind-body type, how the elements affect you, how you react, that is step one. If nothing else, I always say it gives you better equipment or fodder or information, whatever you want to say, that you can take and go and speak with your doctor about, your regular doctor, your GP, whoever they might be. So I don't know if that's a very long-winded answer to your question.
It's a great answer. The thing is, and I think you've hit the nail on the head, because it's a question of, we've certainly scratched. And when you said we've been for 30 years scratching, same here, Sushma. I've been in this field now for 20 odd years, and in some ways it feels we're still where we were. But then you look at it objectively and think, 20 years ago, who would have talked to you about turmeric or neem? But now the standard preparations you get, everyone talks about it. You get turmeric, even lati chow, whatever they make now. So what they've done is, so Ayurveda, the word is not necessarily there, but we know that the herbs that we've been traditionally using in Ayurveda are coming through a lot more. And same with yoga, isn't it? Where with asanas, when you go to yoga classes, your question was even here, it's very much based on just the asanas. We're not so much in the spiritual side or the breathing side, but that is something we're trying to introduce here, and I'm guessing that this is perhaps happening there as well, where we've just got to bring back to roots and say, well, exercise are great, but what about removing toxins? And that's what the topic is about today, because how do you bring Ayurveda and yoga to help people improve their immunity?
Absolutely. And it's an excellent question. And again, difficult set of answers, but okay. So when I grew up, and I know this is the case with many of us here, I grew up in Mumbai. In school, yoga was something that you had to do. It was a subject, whether you liked it or not. Now, as kids, we were like, oh yeah, this is great. This is a time when we all fall asleep. That did not happen. But, even for a regular kid who just treats it as like, okay, it's a free period and I'm going to go to sleep, there is something that later on in life sticks with them. I did that in school. So there is a certain level of awareness, if nothing else, to sort of pick it up and understand, okay, what is this that I didn't take seriously in school, right? And I think in the East, I've lived, of course, in India for many, many years, and I'm from there, but then I've also lived in Hong Kong and Japan and the Far East. And I think there is just this understanding of, okay, life is a complicated place. You've got to go to work. We've got to earn. I've got to feed the family. A paycheck has to come in. Yes, it has to be done. But wellness is not about falling sick and going to the store and buying a medicine to fix it so that I can go back to work the next day. Wellness, needs your commitment. Wellness needs your day-to-day contribution. I think in all Eastern cultures, we see this. I've seen this in all of my exposure to populations and communities in Japan, in Hong Kong, in China, in Korea, okay? Eastern medicine, there's a lot of overlap, and there's overlap with Ayurveda as well, okay? It's not exactly the same, but there is overlap. And that philosophy of coming at it daily, really does come every day. So there are yoga sessions outside. There are Tai Chi sessions outside. Even now in the West, you see, the older generation doing their Tai Chi in the park. In the East, you see people doing yoga in the park. Of course, in India, you see this all the time. But even in the Far East, we are not seeing a whole lot of that here just yet, but definitely in California, it's begun to happen. It may be happening a little bit more on a, what are the words I should use carefully, trendy basis, right? Where it's more like a boot camp. And there's nothing wrong with boot camps. I mean, like I said, you got to start somewhere. But, so there's a lot of, where I am in San Francisco, there's a lot of outdoor fitness boot camps, and people will go running and triathlon and marathon, and then they'll do stretches with the bands and things like that. But I'm seeing more of that kind of thing with some yoga now. Some, again, it may be for a trendy point of view, but at least it's beginning somewhere. What's important about this is, I think it has the potential to grow into one of the things that you were talking about. So for example, if I'm in Bombay and I live in an apartment building and I look out, I can see laughter yoga camps happening every morning. I can see pranayam activities happening every morning, whether it's starting with basic, Nadi Shodhan, Kapal Bhati, or, certainly over here, you'll see art of living and certain types of outfits, getting together people, doing things like, Sudarshan Chakra and breathing courses and things like that. With the pandemic, what really sort of occurred to me and everyone is that there is this need to basically build up breath as strength, right? It's, of course, it took a pandemic to wake people up to that idea, but these are the things that, we have this concept in Vedic terms about, creation, preservation, destruction, and that cycle, right? And preservation really is a balance between the chaos and the order. And the order cannot stay orderly if there's not chaos injected to shake things up every once in a while, right? So the only thing that is consistent is the impermanence and the change. That is what preservation actually is. So even if it takes a pandemic to wake us up to this idea of breath being strength, I'm not trying to say pandemics are a good thing. This should, got to be really careful, but at least it has begun to happen. Okay. And what I find fascinating is that once that is introduced, into a session, and I'm going to call it a session because a session often starts off as a fitness boot camp, very Western kind of fitness boot camp, right? But you introduce breathing exercises, you introduce the fact that these come from yoga, and then once, the participants can continue on that basis for a certain while, they begin to see differences. It's not just in things like lung capacity and breathing ability. That happens, of course. But how is it that, I'm sleeping a little better, or my digestion is a little better, or, that, yes, of course, because this is what I was talking about, the interconnectedness, right? Now, this is where the Ayurveda comes in. And I can now begin to talk about digestion because all of a sudden there is a context for it, right? It's very difficult, I have found, to sort of sit people down in a room and say, okay, let's start talking about digestion because, your digestive tract, the upper, mid, lower digestive tract put together, we can break them down into 3 different parts. And then this is where the diseases originate. It's very theoretical. And people are like, okay, yes, but why and how? And, is that related to the gut brain? It is the gut brain, but it's just defined differently, right? But when you can put it into the context of what they are feeling, perceiving, experiencing every single day, all of a sudden it begins to make sense on a subtle level, on a level they can feel, right? So with the pandemic and with breathing and pranayam being introduced into fitness regimes, whether that fitness was a yoga class or whether that fitness was a boot camp, and an outdoor boot camp, right? The other aspects of these medicines, the related aspects, began to make sense. And so this is what I think we have potential for, certainly here in the US, certainly here in California. California, I think we have a luxury because we just got better weather around the year. So actually we do have a round the year philosophy on the East Coast, in the Midwest, in other parts of the country. It's, of course, more difficult because you've got winters and snow, and it's easy for me to say we can sit outdoors, but you can't necessarily. But there are ways to sort of do this. And this is what I would like to see, is the introduction of something like pranayam, like laughter yoga, these simple things which we don't even think of as anything. We just think, okay, this is what we do, right? This is what I do in the morning, right? I used to wake up as a child and do this to copy my father because I saw him doing that. So if we don't think of it as, it's an exercise that I'm doing, but if we can incorporate this, starting with 5 minutes and going up to, whatever is comfortable in that fitness boot camp regime, exercise regime, then we can begin to see the difference. If that makes sense.
Rita, what you're actually saying makes sense, because in Ayurveda, it's a different way of looking at any illness, in the sense that, for example, today's topic is about immunity. And in Ayurveda, we say there are 3 different pillars that we need to look at. Number 1 is perhaps your immunity as you were born, maybe from your parents, that's your inherited resistance. And then when you actually get an infection, or you get something like, say, COVID, then all of a sudden your immune system has to kick in place. You may be either vaccinated or you get some sort of treatment. But then there's a third, which is the important, which is what you're really saying, which is the lifestyle, which is how do you increase your immunity on a day-to-day basis? So whether it's through laughter yoga, whether it's through the breathing, whether it's through eating, whether it's doing things together to improve that immunity. So when we try to introduce Ayurveda in this country and say let's take it forward, we don't necessarily have to be looking at herbs and people have supplements necessarily. It is all these three, so particularly the third one, isn't it? The lifestyle and the collective work we can do together to help your immunity per se, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think you've touched on a very, very important thing, because I think a lot of us from India, for good reason perhaps, tend to get stuck on the idea of herbs. And I mean, not just us who are specialists in the field, but also the audiences. And they tend to think, okay, what's the secret fix? What's the and then that's like saying, how does the herb then become different to aspirin? Of course, it's different because it's not chemical. But if it's something that is a quick fix, or even if it's not so quick, a fix that I become dependent on, that does not mean learning about my immunity, to your point. So yes, the immunity that you're born with is one thing, but then what you're exposed to and how things develop based upon your life patterns and based upon where you are and circumstances around you is a whole other thing. What I have done, focused on a lot in my life, because a lot of my life has been here in the US, or let's just say outside India. Yeah. I have not had in those days, in the early days, it would be like, oh my gosh, I don't have the access to so many of the jari bootiyan that, I can just like easily walk down the road in Bombay and get. But that's not the answer, because the answer is not, okay, get it from there and bring it here. Because once you do that, you once again are not harmonizing with the environment, right? You're bringing something from the outside, from across the world, right? Something that is not native to where I am here. So what my take very much is, you've got to look at what is available to me right here, right now. Why I say right here, right now, because right here, right now is June. And what is available to me right here, right now in June is a lot different to what will be available to me right here, right now in November, right? So when this idea, which is again, very California idea of seasonal local produce, that started coming into vogue, I don't know, 10, 15 or so years ago. And it was great. But to me, I was like, well, that's great, but isn't that just common sense? I mean, that's Ayurveda. That's what we do. It's seasonal, local, what is available to me. So I worked with a lot of health spas. I worked with, nutritionists. I worked with farmers. And then I worked with retail outlets like, the name Whole Foods or Rainbow Grocery, things like that, to basically help them understand what is locally available from an ingredient point of view. And I'm careful to use the word ingredient, because the ingredient can be used in food and cooking. The ingredient can be used as a medicinal botanical. It could be used in powder form. It could be used in tincture form, in a fresh form, depending upon what is available, where and how, right? But essentially, this is an ingredient, right? And I would work with a lot of them. I'm not a chef myself. I'm not a food, one of those amazing sort of chefs, and they do those fancy things with foods and foam. And, I'm not that person. But I do work with people in just helping them think out of the box in terms of how to use these ingredients in their food. For example, I have a friend who I went hiking with yesterday, and she has an ice cream shop, gelato and ice cream. And I encouraged her to sort of experiment with savory ice creams. Now, there was a double-edged sword. Sort of, on one hand, I like the taste of savory ice creams, and she's my friend. So I was like, okay, this is a good way for me to get some savory ice cream. But on the other hand, it's, she's thinking of it more as okay, how could this be incorporated in a meal? And that would be an interesting spin, and maybe a bit of a palate cleanser between course A and course B if I do a basil and lemon ice cream. Now, I'm thinking basil and lemon ice cream is lovely, but why don't you, instead of just doing why don't you try Krishna basil, holy basil? Why don't you try Tulsi? It's a different strain. It's got a unique flavor. And it's one way to basically incorporate it into your cooking. And the chemistry, the chemical compound of how it tastes, how it, combines with the Maya lemon that is growing on my tree outside, and these are local ingredients, is quite different to, let's say, sweet basil, which you're used to in Italian food, and sort of the regular lemon that you're getting from Mexico, let's say, in the market. And so I'm able to then work with her. She is then able to try it. She is able to experiment and come up with something savory where there isn't a use of sugar, etc. And in a sense, we are then now introducing these same very ingredients, but in a totally different format that nobody's thought of. And, once she supplies to restaurants, right? So once the restaurants have experimented with this, all of a sudden, then she's like getting the orders for this particular ice cream. So it's very much this comes back to, it's the education, right? It's the education, it's one-on-one, it's who do you work with, it's how do you work, right? If I learned a long time ago, just because I was in a different setting, I think if I'd never left India, then I would have had sort of my clinic, my patients, a very traditional method, if you will, of Ayurvedic practice. But because I found myself outside and it's not like legally recognized as a medicine, and there are all these like restrictions and things you can't do. And, I was forced to think out of the box. And I will admit, when I was younger, it was very much about, oh my God, but how do I do this? I need a paycheck. How do I monetize it? How do I make it a profession? And those things exist to some extent. But, Ayurveda, my take is, I've written 4 books on the subject. It doesn't belong to me, right? 5,000 years, 6,000 years, 7,000 years, who knows? So if I'm as into it as I am, and just because it's the only thing that makes just pure sense, like my family, my nuclear family members, they don't make any sense to me, but Ayurveda, complete sense, right? So if that's the case, then that's what I need to do, and just be like, if I could give myself a title, it would be the ambassador, right? It's just the information, it's the town crier of Ayurveda, just trying to make it accessible to whoever I can in any way, shape, or form that I can.
Fantastic. We share the same passion, Renita. The Sushma and I have written, also we've written 5 books now on Ayurveda, and the one of our books, similar to your book on diet, it's called the 6 Taste Diet, which basically is the third strain. We were talking about how do you increase immunity. One is making sure that you are getting the 6 tastes in each meal, which is easily done. Doesn't matter whether it's a Western meal or an Eastern meal. The idea is that you get flavors from each, so that the taste buds and the tongue the body gets what it needs. So it's a different concept to the Western, where maybe meat and 2 veggies, that's regarded as a standard meal. So this is part of the education, where people like yourself and us, and we've got a lot of people here who can help the Ayurvedic principles, but not necessarily with medicine, but we're talking about food being your medicine, medicine being your food. That theory, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Which is, so question is, how do we incorporate it? It's such a great idea. I was fascinated to hear your story about how you were discussing this with your friend yesterday with ice cream, because we've discussed this many a time, Sushma and I, that if ice creams, you seem to think that is it. You've got your vanilla, your chocolate, but what about incorporating that in your medication, what you have to eat? So if it is turmeric you want, and then the people don't like turmeric, for example, by eating just like that, perhaps that may be a way forward. Just have it in your food. So it's a question of how we can help through lifestyle, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's through life. And that is the whole, when you talk about routine, you eat food every day, right? That's your routine, or it's part of your routine. So it's what better way than to begin to incorporate it in. And people don't know. I mean, we Indians know that, okay, turmeric, powdered turmeric, as it's most commonly available to most of us. And it's fantastic. But kachi haldi, which is now available in the stores, you know, the turmeric in its raw form is so much more interesting to me. And tasty, and just something you can munch on every day. If you like, you munch on a cucumber, you can munch on, you know. Although it's available now, at least in California, you know, there's still the, you know, you don't find it in Texas, for example, or Idaho. People don't know there is such a thing. Oh, really? Like ginger, but that's ginger. No, it looks like ginger, but it doesn't. It's more orange, it's smaller, the root is small, and you can actually bite it, and it's not, although we say it's pungent, it's not pungent. I mean, you can bite on it, right? Of course, in India, we'll make achars and pickles, and, you know, then there's this whole fermented culture. So there's a lot of things you can do and ways that you can go out of the box. Now, you're right. 30 years ago, 15 even years ago, turmeric wasn't a thing. Now there's turmeric latte and all this kind of stuff, right? But Mona, actually, the hiking friend, you've given me an idea. What she should be doing is taking the kachi haldi and using that to make the turmeric ice cream, you know, flavor-wise. Yeah. So anyway, I went off the beaten track.
So I know you're interested about the books you've written, the Ayurvedic diet, for example. What made you write the books, and what's the difference between the books?
Yeah, absolutely. The books.
We've got it on screen at the moment. The Ayurvedic diet is on screen.
Give me just one sec. I will try to pull them out.
Because as you said, education is so important. So picking up a book like one of yours is great, you know.
Yeah.
And this platform that we've got, Healing Our Earth, is to promote Ayurveda. And this is such a great way for people to learn about different aspects and your take on Ayurveda. Because there's every book we read a lot, and hence that's where the research comes from writing books. And it's amazing. Everyone has their own take, and it's always something there that you learn.
Right. So it started off with many years ago, because I wanted to, you know, I was teaching Ayurveda. I was working with the spas and the health centers, and really wanted to explain. It was always difficult to explain what Ayurveda is. So my first book is Inner Beauty, was written by Chronicle Books. To be honest, I had a love-hate relationship with this because it was too beautiful. It was too beautiful. It was a spa book and beauty. And I'll be honest, big problems with this idea of Ayurvedic beauty and beauty care. I really do. Because we won't go down the rabbit hole there, but, you know, it's like, I understand that the cosmetic industry is a big industry, but that's not the source of Ayurveda, and that's not what it's about. So when it becomes that, it sort of really marginalizes it. And anyway, but that was my first book. I did a rendition of that, took from that to do Forever Young. This was published in India for the Indian market by Pan Macmillan. And then a doctor I worked with in the hospital here, CPMC, California Pacific Medical Center, actually asked me to write more of an essay. So a small book. Oh, goodness. I don't know how to show this clearly, but a small book, which this is the current version. Yeah.
Name of the book.
It's now called Ayurveda, A Holistic Approach to Health. And this is what it used to look like earlier. This is the current version. And this is really to sort of explain what he said to me. He said is like, when I have a patient who comes into my office and they ask me what Ayurveda is, or I want to tell them about Ayurveda, but I don't want to explain it. But I do want you to use, like, not make all the words English and just use it should not be a Sanskrit book, otherwise they'll just go crazy, but, you know, explain some of the basic terms, basic. I want to just hand them this book. So I literally wrote it to his spec. To me, it's more of an essay than a book. And what would sort of, in the early days, get to me a little bit was like, can we go deeper? Why do I have to always write in some ways, it's like a different version of the same 101 level book, right? But that's what the publishers seem to want. So, what am I going to say? The Ayurvedic diet, which I don't have a copy of, but, you had shown it on your screen earlier, that gets more into the nutritional aspects, the 6 tastes, the whole sort of how the digestive system works and how disease originates. And then it also gets into it's a recipe book. Now, what was interesting about that was I originally wrote it for the West. So the recipes were all Indian. Then I ended up publishing it for an Indian publisher in India for the Indian market. So then they were like, why would an Indian reader then want to know how to make saag and makki ki roti? I mean, that's like, what's this? So then I westernized, the recipes, but using the Indian ingredients. So it's been a lot of back and forth. And it's been interesting because I've worked with, again, chefs, nutritionists, healthcare practitioners, etc., in the West as well as in the East. So there's a lot of, I think, over the course of all of that I've picked up of, stylizing recipes and stylizing meals so that they include, the 6 tastes, and they provide food as medicine, but in sort of the Indian format or the Western format or the Korean format or, whatever it might be, tailored to whatever the region I'm in. So, but the book that I don't have today, and the book that is actually not a book, I do want to talk about just real quick, because I do a lot of this work today, is I do a lot of corporate work. I work with leaders, entrepreneurs, business executives, people climbing the career ladder. And some of it is to talk about, to help them with their individual health and wellness. Of course, that's a no-brainer. But for many of them, it's how do I actually get my company going? How do I build teams? How do, what is my HR exercise? How do I achieve leadership? And how do I build a company that really gives me return on investment? And I use Vedic principles, and specifically Ayurvedic dosha principles. And this is something that you don't usually connect the two. And this is something that I find myself today doing much more of than immunity, herbs, cooking, health, and wellness, because there's so much demand for it. And I've done it with financial companies. I think, as you mentioned in the bio earlier, sort of in Hong Kong, here in Silicon Valley, with companies like Google, small businesses, entrepreneurs. And I find myself doing a lot of this today because the whole mind aspect of mind body, again, people just think physical. And I'm very much for physical because that's the starting point, but mind, of course, is
fantastic. So that's fascinating. Thanks, Renita. We have all the way from Ecuador, Wai Ching Lee. Now we've heard Renita talking about how food is, how they're using in America, and of course the herbs there may be different in Ecuador. How do you see Ayurveda progressing in Ecuador? And we've talked about all the different aspects of Ayurveda. What's your take on this?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you. I just feel such a good reflection with Renita because we have similar paths. And I'm actually here in Ecuador from Singapore, Malaysia, Bali, and also in the spa and wellness industry. And awaiting and identifying some lands that may have water for a healing center or a hospital even. So yes, I do use foods as well. And earlier I talked about how at a very early age, I was introduced to Tulsi, 5 years old, with my neighbors. And then the whole flavor just exploded in my head, as well as the consciousness. So since then I've worked with consciousness of plants and also food as medicine, definitely, both from, and I am a culinary consultant. So I do integrate and I use applied kinesiology to make sure that what is being presented I work with cancer patients now and make sure that what they eat is not inflammatory. That is actually an anti-inflammatory food, right? And some of them are not really suitable. So, you know, looking more at a holistic, personalized way of working with food. And I also consult for spas and wellness centers, and interestingly enough, in the same path with corporations and executive chefs and restaurants. So here in Ecuador, I've actually featured a lot of Ecuadorian recipes and herbs in the last 2 vegan and vegetarian platforms. So we can look back there, but certainly the herbs here. And I have a herb garden that has fennel and basil and a lot, and different herbs here. And of course, the indigenous peoples use the herbs as well. And with Malaysian and Indonesian herbs, and we link up also with the Ayurvedic herbs. So for me, I've used, even for my clients, my patients, so Shatavari, Brahmi, Ashwagandha, Amla, Neem, and the combination. So I muscle test them to see what suits it, which one suits, and not just a whole compound. So I just wanted to also say that while I was here, a friend asked me about going to a medical doctor. We talked about the integration of medical and Ayurveda, allopathic Western and indigenous Ayurveda, and asked me my opinion about the doctor who was practicing Ayurveda. I said, why don't you go tell me your experience? And he came back and he said, well, they took a blood test and prescribed 3 months of packaged herbs from India. No pulse taking, no checking of the tongue, no looking at the skin, no questioning of lifestyles, no mention of doshas whatsoever. And this is a certified Ayurvedic practitioner. So, you know, we look at integration and how much integration is appropriate, and how much of it, you know, is that you want to keep to the purity. I'm for integration. That's why we're here, an integrated health forum. And also another time is that being in the spa industry and the wellness consultant, I'm a holistic consultant, that there was Shirodhara. Shirodhara was a thing in the spa industry, right? Marinita would know. It's like, okay, so you do half an hour of Shirodhara and people come out with headaches, but they have not been properly prepped in the whole panchakarma concept of the days and the months it takes to purify, detoxify, and to restore the points, you know, all the nadis and so on, and also to prepare in a spiritual way, to open up the third eye. And that was shocking for me to know that all the top spas were just putting in Shirodhara because it was so trendy, right? And that I had to bring up. As a holistic consultant, spiritual consultant, or energy consultant, I said, you have to prep the person and then really find out what the mental state is, because that person could come out, and there were people who came out more traumatized because it's activating the third eye, and they were starting to see things, hear voices, and they were awakening spiritually, but without any grounding, without a counselor to know that this is the person, it's the right path. We also have that in the practice of integrating, for example, TCM, Tai Chi, just Tai Chi Qigong into the spa industry without any basis of energy. And I've seen that then they have cathartic experiences, and there's no one to really take them through, because as Renita said, it was more an asana-based yoga, and it becomes trendy, and wearing trendy clothes, and, you know, drinking green juices and carrying your yoga mat. Whereas, you know, that if the best thing is to do yoga right on the earth, and, you know, all the chakras open and you know, right there, and then just staying with the posture. So anyway, you asked me about food, but this just comes through just like before. So the integration is very good, all for it, but we have to have some guidelines. And I think Dr. Rajiv is still online and listening and saying yes. And so it's very interesting and I agree with Renita, because she says there's too much of an emphasis on herbal remedies in the Ayurvedic integration. Everybody knows that, but just like in TCM, I'm on the path of that. I teach Qigong. Is that there has to be a more holistic view, even with our indigenous ancient wisdom systems, which actually, if you look at it, they're actually cut off. They've been truncated, right? If you look at that, truly, the system itself has been truncated over time. So that's what we are here to do. And Ayurveda is very close to my blood. Of course, I think I was Indian past lives. And I don't know if you were here, I was saying I backpacked through India 40 years ago. So that was like a whole immersion. It was beautiful, magical. So that's my 2 cents worth about.
Lovely, that's amazing, fascinating. Amazing how people from different parts of the world have different opinions, how they're taking Ayurveda on in their countries. Kanu Patel, what's your take on this? How have you what's your experience with using Ayurvedic herbs, incorporating food, lifestyle? What's your experience in this? Kanu Patel, if you can.
Hello, namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah, I'm qualified Ayurvedic practitioner from 1980. I came in from India, qualified in Jamnagar Ayurveda University, and set up clinic in Leicester 42 years ago. And as a private practitioner, well settled at the moment, and even GP doctors some refer as well, and patient come themselves, because now more and more people interested in Ayurveda and holistic health now.
So when you recommend medications to your clients, you also talk about lifestyle and what sort of food they
Yeah,
should.
that's the important. What to be explained to them. We treat not just symptoms, try to find out the root cause of the problem, and then remove the causative factors, and then give appropriate guidelines, including diet, yoga, meditation, stress management, and herbal remedies. And so many herbs available here anyway in UK. And we use some modern herbs as well. We have to study local herbs as well. So we can use in our Ayurvedic terms and principles. So we try to detoxify the system to the patient, and they benefit,
And people are in Leicester. Are they willing to pay for an Ayurvedic practitioner?
Yeah, I done 2-3 years totally free of charge, because that time when we set up, I set up in one small room in the terrace house here, and 3 years, no consultation fee, no medicine charge. Try to give them free, and they that time they think this is a totally new things, and now people knows benefit and they're willing to pay as well. But majority in UK is different, totally different things. Below 18 years, totally free of consultation when they visit doctor, even medicine free. And over 60 years age, medicine free, doctors free, hospital free. So it's not easy to set up private practice as well. So many practitioners do other jobs.
Yeah.
So that's the main problems as well.
So, in your opinion, how can we bring Ayurveda? If you were to say, if there's a magic wand,
yeah,
Kanu Patel, what is your opinion? How do you think this magic wand could be used to bring Ayurveda onto the NHS?
Okay, we have to join all GPs as well. They know, because sometimes patient now. All patient knows about Ayurveda. They come from India, so they know about Ayurveda, and they need health service. We need Ayurveda in the mainstream as well. Nobody like to spend money on health, or especially when free here. So they said, your knowledge, everything is expert is good, but how can we do free? I said, you can't, we give sometimes, if you can't afford, we give free advice, free blood pressure check, that's, and then whatever they afford, they can give money as well. But we can't do totally free of charge, that's the problem.
So can I ask you a question? How is it then, if you go to shopping centers, you see there's Chinese medicine shops,
yes,
which are not free.
Yeah.
They have herbal medicine. So what are they doing? Perhaps could we learn something from them? Is there something that they're doing that perhaps we're not thinking about?
Here, Chinese clinic here as well, they're running as a private business or private complementary center. And people knows Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, homeopathy, acupuncture is not in the NHS. Then when they visit, they know we have to pay for it. So people will pay as well. But if we bring it in the NHS, then more people benefited.
Yeah.
And we can save millions of pounds. NHS, NHS spending a lot of money on the allopathic medicine, doctors, nurses, health system.
So do you think
and try so many years, made 4-5 association as well, but in government they need at least more signature to discuss this plan to introduce in the NHS.
So do you think perhaps we should be focusing on specific areas, like Rajiv was saying, that there are certain areas that we're going to be talking about in the coming weeks, that perhaps we should be focusing together research on something which is like you have a tree and you have
how much research they need? Ayurveda already research based. That's the problem. They are not scientifically proven. But what else? So many Ayurvedic center, Ayurvedic university already done research. So many patients benefited, and they have to introduce in the mainstream as well. Or if they not introduce in the main system, then they refer to Ayurvedic practitioner when people want Ayurvedic therapies or medicine, and they will pay even.
Rajiv ji spoke about earlier on that we don't necessarily need to go the full hog in terms of research. Perhaps Rajiv ji, you could highlight a good question that Kanaji is asking. Well, how much research is required? Have we got enough? And if not, what more do we need to do?
So the basic thing is because I know the UK system and I know what works, and it's not just UK, same as USA, any developed country, they have got a very different system. India, even in India, what was traditional has moved on because they need to see what is there. Now the proof was there, it has worked in past. Things have moved on. So we need, so the question you asked is that how much, and to Kanbai, we need a compendium, the research done, and I know because I'm involved with yoga, I am the chief of the advisory committee for Patanjali. And Baba Ramdev has himself announced me in the London meeting to the chief. And I have been collecting the evidence, say for example, for yoga and Ayurveda. The tricky thing is the evidence from India, which is where the bulk of evidence come from, is very different than the evidence needed in UK. So that's the first part. So we need to do the translational research in order to compare and bridge the gap. So that's the first part of the question. And second, we also need to do stemming research from here. And we don't have Ashok here, who I had long discussion. He's a Ayurveda practitioner, primarily doing all the work for Patanjali here. That we need to do the primary research here, as Neha is doing, that all those principles, we do the research here, and then we prove, and that is how the system needs to go. So there are two ways, already done research to translate into, and the second part is to do the research here. And that is how we would create. I'm not saying the evidence is not there, evidence is there. We create robust evidence, and that robust evidence is how things will become compelling, because what we need to do is, I'm being controversial here. I'm being controversial here. And please excuse and delete whatever. There are pharmaceutical companies.
That's right. Yeah.
We derive from them, and it's not here. USA even far more, all developed countries, because they invest millions and millions.
That's it. That's the root cause of the problem. Yeah.
No, they invest, they in real life, they invest a lot of money to do a minute degree of thorough scientific research that produce the evidence which is of very high quality. I don't know how much of you know, the evidence level is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is from anecdotal evidence to a group thinking and group evidence to the practitioners like group to the non-double blind trial to the double blind trial. So it's kind of going that respect. So they heavily invest into it, and therefore that evidence is very thorough, very robust, and that is taken by the government. Now we haven't got that. So what we need to do is translate into it and then bring the as good as evidence as possible.
Yeah, we are willing to do evidence-based. If 100 patients, each different categories, example, cholesterol, treat with Ayurveda 6 months, treat with allopathic medicine 6 months. Example, rheumatoid arthritis or autoimmunity disorder or any disorder, 2 categories, 100 patients, and then you can do research here as well.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You can do that. And if there are practitioners like yourself here, so many of them, each will get a research which is 100 patients each, and at least not double-blinded, but at least it's alternative. And that is good enough research, because if 100 of practitioners, which we probably have, are creating that evidence, and that is what I'm doing. I'm collecting all that evidence, putting here into the compendium, and we've got a proper scientific journal, which is ISSM, so International Standards Allocated Journal. That journal will publish this, and that become a very thorough scientific evidence, and that is going to be binding. So
that's fantastic, Rajivji. I think Neha has a point of view as well.
Yes, Ravi J, you very correctly pointed to very important point, that why the Ayurveda doesn't have those establishment like acupuncture. So from the UK perspective, I'm not very long here, but I'm sure Kanda J and every other senior physician, but the public approach, the representation of Ayurveda like acupuncture has come from all the evidence base from the Chinese medicine as a TCM they presented, but then the section of different way integrating. So people had a whole concept right from the beginning. But in the Ayurveda, like me, I had no concept of Ayurveda. So what all I understood is the bottled Ayurveda. So the herbal part, the supplement part. And it was widely made it available by Patanjali. And he did a wonderful job making Ayurveda available to people. But that was one part of Ayurveda. So now if I have a little bit of Googling and understanding, I would think thrice taking that supplement of thinking of pros and cons. So then I won't be trying it. I won't be willing to try it. So my concept of Ayurveda in general, in public opinion, in public community I'm talking, is only limited to the bottled herbal part. So now what we are lacking is a whole picture of Ayurveda like TCM did. So now this is a very early start for UK, I think, which is this discussions, these platforms, which is bringing Ayurveda's lifestyle modification as a herbal, but as major, as a behavioral modification to yoga, to everything together. So the understanding is changing. Now with the petition, literally 3 weeks back, we didn't have enough signatures. We were only 2,000. So when we reached out to people, literally the patients group asked, but I don't believe I don't eat supplements, so why do I support Ayurveda? But Ayurveda is not supplement. Do you do the herbal tea? Do you drink the lemon and ginger? Do you do all this? This is Ayurveda. So you're practicing without the awareness that this is Ayurveda concept you're following. So the whole concept is lacking. If we integrate the public awareness to those areas as well, and the wonderful work done by physicians needs to be highlighted. So that is one thing I understood from the public and community research and to the cross-sectionals to whatnot studies when we executed. The another major challenge in the UK to across the world, I'm sure, but during the COVID-19, the self-medication from the Ayurveda and the significant damage to the side effect it has caused. So people are frightened. So now medical journals, they started writing about the liver damages to kidney damages, and they're not wrong completely. I won't say it's a propaganda, but self-medication has an impact. So we need, when people are frightened now. So if I have to take Giloy, and if I believe in the medical scientific evidence a slight bit, then I won't take Giloy because that has indicated to the liver damages. So these are misconceptions, misunderstanding, misinterpretation. Many things has added on without the genuine introduction of Ayurveda. When we come to research, now research is another very misinterpreted concept. Now, when we talk about the conventional side, there are two methods of research. Very generally, I'll talk. So we have research-based practice. So we have a hypothesis, we test it, we have a results, and here you go, we try on humans. So the vaccine to drug all come from the hypothesis, testing, and then in the market. Now in Ayurveda, we don't have hypothesis because it's a proven concept and it's a practice base. So from Ayurveda, the whole concept of research, we all are trying in the wrong way. We will not reach on the evidences which are expected. Now we have to go on the other way. We have the practice and now we have to build a hypothesis. So it's a reverse cycle of research, which is acceptable model, but this model is called practice-based research. So we are talking about the pragmatic trials. We are talking about practice-based research, translational research. So it's a complete different models. If we try to go on the RCTs, we will fail. Homeopathy failed, yoga failed. Yoga certain extended work. But do we really understand? We all may understand that that's not a genuine result, what we'll see in the practice. Yoga has a tremendous impact, not just on my body well-being or just the health, but it will change my whole perspective, my understanding, my sense of belonging, whatnot. So are we really capable of capturing in the parameter? We are not capable. So we have to go on the other way from practice to hypothesis and prove it that it is already done. So this models has not been very much tried because pharmaceuticals don't need it. So we don't understand it in generally. So if you're an Ayurveda physician or even a researcher who come from the pharma background of clinical research models, this is beyond your understanding or my understanding that these models do exist. But people like, or specialized trained in the clinical research from the other side as well. So they understand what model to use. Just like Ayurveda physicians will exactly know what this composition is, what this person is, and what to use on it. So this is a similar specialities we are lacking in Ayurveda, and we are trying all the wrong side of research. So research is done. Kanuba is very correctly right that what more research? There is no more research required, different models of research required. And that will change the understanding for the clinicians to practitioners to even communities that this is what exists. Now, a beautiful example without taking much. I come across a practice called Kalaripaitu. I was fascinated with that. It's a brilliant combination of Indian martial art, Ayurveda, and the herbalism. And it's a wonderful sports medicine. Kalari was initially a sport. It's a war. I'm sure you all know better than me. And then I found a gentleman here who agreed to teach this. And I brought this to the fibromyalgia trauma patient. I work a lot with domestic violence survivors, and we all understand their whole self is shattered at times. This repetition of martial art, which is very much defined in Ayurveda, in Marma, and in the herbalism, that how we mix these things. And we also know from the clinical end that repetition of an action or a practice bring back the neuroplasticity, which is impossible in any other interventions. So combinations like that do exist. We have evidence based in the ancient texts, but now bringing it into the practice, we have to try a complete different modeling. Otherwise, we won't get what we want to do. It's also called the complex intervention. Now, MRC, Dr. Rajiv might be very much more put in more details on it. So Medical Research Council UK has brought a brilliant model, which is complex interventions, and trying and testing complex interventions. And into those models, we have a lot of liberty now in the UK and across the world to put these interventions as a complex intervention. So they're expecting reasonable and sustainable changes. They're not expecting RCTs. So what we have to present Ayurveda is a complex intervention. It's a combined, and we need to go with that model, not RCTs. So thank you.
That's fascinating, Neha. Thank you so much. Anyone would like to add, give their opinion on this?
I think that's correct. So as Neha said, that there is more opening for us. Let's just work together on it, because ultimately we need to do what we need to do in order to get where we need to get. We don't expect them to come to us and say that, well, why don't you, do this? And with all best will in the world, the petition will take you to a stage where they would hear your evidence. So if you have not used this time to create the evidence, and that is good enough and robust enough, we're going to fail. So we need to do the preparation, and that's the whole purpose, that we are on war footing. We are spending, I myself have invested at least like 50, 60 hours a week on this project alone for months and months and months to get to a stage that we are publishing a journal, which is ISSN, like international standards approved. We have got other publications, we got website, we got group of people. We are working together on it, but more importantly, this is where the platform, where will you find such a wonderful platform for people to work together? And not only this, there are people who are actually passionate about it. And therefore, this is the time where we can use for creating something which is going to be sustainable. Otherwise, it's like a wave. It will come, there will be a time people will feel, oh yeah, it's good, yeah, great. Let's move, Ayurveda is everything, fantastic. And then a year or two later, it's all like a big wave gone. So what we need is a solid evidence so that it becomes sustainable. It's a time-tested branch. It's not a new discipline. It has been there. And these things work, like Chyawanprash has been there. When I was a little kid, I was given Chyawanprash, and that is existing. And that's primarily an Ayurvedic product. Kali mirch, the black pepper, turmeric, haldi, as Renji was saying, that turmeric latte. I went into Leeds in one of these, market fairs. There was a food fair, and turmeric latte was the most popular drink. You can imagine it. It is taking a footing. It's useful. People found it's a fashion. We just need to capitalize on it, but also together with put a little bit of foundation, because a house built without a foundation with a big push will fall. So I think that's kind of my submission.
Madan, you have an opinion. Perhaps if you can just give your opinion, then we're going to move on to what future events we are going to be having. So very quickly, Madanji, please do give your take.
Ravi, namaskar. Thank you so much for drag me into this whole thing. We have to be a little more focused in how we want to approach this whole thing. I very much like the idea of community engagement, which is important. And the other point I want to make is outcomes research. There are well-tested procedures. We are starting a small initiative with the Canadian College of Ayurveda and Yoga to look at the 100 common traditional Ayurvedic formulations. So these are not patent formulations. These are just standard formulations that come from the Samhitas. And we have to educate people saying, this is what we use it for. These are the outcomes. And on top of that, if you wanted to put a layer of something to capture the results, then I think that must be enabled. And I guess what Rajiv ji is saying is just that we must try and capture some data. Now, Renita said very correctly, there's a lot of ignorance in the community. And I think it still persists. I think your example of California, LA, San Francisco, knowing a little bit of Ayurveda, you move 2 states down, you will find complete ignorance. The people who still don't understand. And it's the same here in Europe. UK is ahead, Germany is a little bit, but the rest of Europe, there's no understanding. And these are big challenges, And how to, within those kind of limitations, how do you capture data? How do you make dialogues happen? How do you teach somebody in Austria the benefits of a simple formulation like Trikatu? Trikatu is known for thousands of years, and there are people who use it, people who benefit from it. But how do you engage with the rest of the world? The point that was made recently is that the World Health Organization has just started a new center in Gujarat, in Jamnagar. It's the World Health Organization's Global Center for Traditional Medicine, WHO GCTM. So this is an opportunity because the World Health Organizations and its 6 regions have their own traditional systems of medicine, and Ayurveda comes within the Southeast Asia region. So there's an opportunity to get a dialogue going. How quickly we can get this into the community, I don't know. It's a challenge, but we are fortunate in the UK that we have islands of islands where we have a lot of Indian population, Indian community. It may be easy to get a dialogue going there. I don't know. Neha is the best person. She has some experience in Leicester and yet doing some very fascinating interactions with the local clinical commissioning groups. And we are fortunate to have Rajiv ji here with us, who's bringing some deep understanding of how the NHS works. And together with people like Renita here, we can bring, Raviji, we can bring into this dialogue a certain kind of richness, that picks on local experiences with people with an Indian background and who interacting with the local community. So it's a delight to see this network coming together. And Neil and Rajiv ji and everybody who are here, I think we are pulling a lot of threads together. Before I conclude, Ravi was moderating an event at the India-UK Healthcare Summit here in the UK a few days ago. Last month, 12th of May, we were in London. And they're all rushed events, Ravi, early in the morning, the High Commissioner tried to make a bridge. She said very clearly in her presentation about Ayurveda, and it didn't come out very clearly. And I just want to share here, Ravi, if I may, just 1 or 2 slides from that day. And if you will permit me, it's just to show how we can extend this dialogue. This is shown here on this slide is the program, the Royal College of Physicians, which is where Ravi, myself, and several others we were. And if you look at the coat of arms that was offered by Christopher Baker in 1546, and look at this, what is here is a hand feeling the pulse of an arm about a golden pomegranate. Now, these are all little threads we can bring into our dialogue, saying how, the challenge here, which we all face, and Rajiv ji faces this, is how to bring this into discussions with the authorities, with the learned colleges. And what is the excuse you will use? because they don't want to listen to this, although they know that the crest of the Royal College has a person doing Nadi Pariksha. They don't want to know it in the 21st century. They don't want to know it. How do we make this happen? So what Nehaji is doing in Leicester is very important to me. She's connecting with the community, bringing the community behind this whole thing. And it's lovely to hear messages coming from other parts of the world. Renita is doing a lot of work in parts of China. We can see her post in China Post, and she's worked in Hong Kong. And you know, there are communities. Renita, next month I'll be talking at the Canadian Ayurveda, Canadian Association for Ayurvedic Medicine, CAM. And we are trying our little bit, and maybe with help from people in the community, we can add a little more energy into this, into whatever we are doing. But we need people like Rajiv Ji, who's recognized as a fellow of the Royal College, you know. So, and it's lovely to have him saying, come and talk to us, come and tell us what you want. So these are wonderful things. And I think in general, we are heading in the right direction. And perceptions are slightly different from different groups. The Ayurveda person might say we have the most perfect axiomatic foundation for this science. And what are you talking about even doing trials on this stuff? We have a completely different way of approaching this. We have concepts that go deep into the darshanas, you know, and we start from nothingness. We start from what was there before space and time. You know, and they're saying, "What do you want to do trials on this stuff?" But at the same time, Nehaji is right in saying quality of our products. Is it optimal? Stuff that comes from India, etc. So these are all problems that trouble us.
Thank you so much, Madanji. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. We are going in the right direction, and it's great. We have a great team. So I want to tell you about what's happening in the coming weeks. As you know, next week is the International Day of Yoga Day special, and this is something that we're going to be doing on this particular platform, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. next Sunday, 19th of June. It's going to be fascinating, all the different aspects of yoga. That is next Sunday at 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. The following week, on Sunday, the 26th of June, again 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. British Standard Time, that is, of course, Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving great health gastronomically. Join us for this free global online session. Of course, details are on our website, healingourearth.com, and of course on the Facebook page. And then on Sunday, the 3rd of July, we've got Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, different aspects, again, to achieve good health gastronomically. And it'd be great to have input from people like Nita, who've written books on diet and the Ayurvedic aspect, because from my own research, Sushma's and mine, we're at the moment focusing on slimming, because it's a huge market in the sense that a lot of people, virtually everyone, wants to slim, and there's so many different ways, different lands out there. But we feel that if you look at the Ayurvedic approach, it's a very natural approach, and it's what we call a full process. So you've got the breathing, you've got the exercises, you've got the mindset, you've got the diet, and of course, people want supplements, if that's there as well, if they want. And then, of course, the different aspects of lifestyle. So next Sunday, the 2 to 8 p.m., we have the Healing Our Earth yoga online. But we also are celebrating the International Day of Yoga at Holland Park in central London. And this is with the Indian High Commission of London and the Royal Borough of Kensington put together. And so we're going to have different aspects of yoga. And the session that we are doing, Sushma and I are doing, is just purely on that, which is on yoga and Ayurveda and how they can help the people to have a better health, because if you're in great trim in terms of weight, that helps in terms of your health and your well-being and how you look at life. So it's really the core of great health is to be able to, of course, manage weight and be fit. So that is the approach that we are doing research on. And through our therapists, as the introduction at the beginning said, that we've trained over probably around about 7,000 therapists. So we are working through salons, through therapists who are then communicating what we are doing through to their clients. So it doesn't necessarily have to have the research through the double blind. We're actually practically using Ayurveda on a day-to-day basis through our therapists. That is one approach. So the different aspects, and we've just got to look at all the different approaches to see what's the best way forward. So we are now going to introduce somebody very special. This is the flyer for the 8th International Day of Yoga that I was just referring to, 19th of June, Holland Park, 10 o'clock to 1:30, after which, of course, you can join the online that we have on healingourearth.com. And the idea is that we want to really show that yoga, for a lot of people, is just a one type of yoga. But as we've been discussing just in the last hour or so, that there, of course, it's a laughter yoga, there's just the asana, there's breathing, there's so much. And then, of course, now we've got all the different types of yogas out there as well. So, it's human beings all different. And there's some people might find particular type of yoga better than another. The great thing that I'm not sure if everyone's aware is that the research that's being done in this country on yoga, it's certainly going full blast at the moment. And getting social prescribing for lower back pain, it's only a matter of time we get it on principle. The government are happy with. What we need to do is get enough yoga therapists trained on the same level so that everyone is qualified to that level. So that's what's taking time. But the encouraging thing is it's only a matter of time we get there. So we rapidly move on to our next host, Sharon Rose. Sharon Rose, for those who don't know her, MA and ED, which is, I believe, and Sharon can clarify. I'm guessing it's in education, is it? She's a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on, I think it's pronounced Queen Kong, Tai Chi, TCM, Daosin, and Natural Healing. Apologies if I've got the pronunciation right. She's a director, stroke producer of the forthcoming documentary series of Quantum Key and the highest art of nurturing life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, which is a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. And she has a website, which is www.quantumkeymovie.com and www.sacredmysteries.com. A global namaste to you, Sharon.
Global namaste to you, Raviji. You've presented such a wonderful panel and speakers today. I just wish the whole world could be present and hear all of the fantastic information that you brought.
Thank you. So Sharon, you're a senior host. What have we got in line in the next hour or so?
We are going to be speaking with a very dear friend of mine, Neeta Singh. She has a whole Ayurvedic skincare business. She's also a beautiful dancer. That's how I met her. We worked together I did some choreography. She was pregnant at that time and played, let's see, Saraswati Lakshmi Durga. She's such a dear friend, and I'm just thrilled to have her here.
Fantastic.
So I would like to tell you about her. Nita Singh.
Please do.
Nita Singh is an Ayurvedic wellness consultant and healing with yoga therapy specialist. She is also a certified yoga meditation teacher. Nita grew up in North India. She's been a lifetime student and longtime teacher of yoga and Ayurveda. Nita is also the founder of Nita Naturals Ayurvedic Wellness Company, nitanaturals.com, and principal founder of Integrated Dance Therapy by combining yoga and classical dance movements, and created this healing form to ignite transformational inner strength and happiness through movement and breath sequences. Strengthen, lengthen, and tone your whole body. This is what we need more of. We need people like all of you today and Nita Ji to bring forth this beautiful wisdom into the world. Global namaste to you, Nita.
Thank you, Sharon Ji, and hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be part of this platform, Healing Our Earth. And Sharon Ji has invited me to this platform. I feel really honored to be among all these wonderful people who bring the deep knowledge of Ayurveda and wants to grow it as a mainstream, not as Dr. Gupta said, we don't want it in a 2 or 4 years of, woo-hoo and then it disappears. We want it to be recognized as a mainstream, therapy, medicine, and, as the Chinese people have worked so hard, I feel like since 1960s and 1950s, they have, in the US, I'm talking about, in the US economy, they have worked so hard to bring Chinese medicine to the mainstream. Now, everybody is into acupuncture, into Chinese medicine, Chinese herbs. And so I feel, and the vision I have is that having that kind of practice for Ayurveda. And it's going to take a global effort. It's not a one-person job. It cannot be one-person job. So I feel like when people come together for the mission like this, things stimulate, things happen, and we are here for that. We want Ayurveda to be mainstream like a Chinese medicine. It's going to take some time and effort, but if we are continuous on this path, we will reach there. So I'm so glad to be sharing the same vision as everyone, bringing Ayurveda into people's life and making aware of people of this amazing medicine, amazing science proven technology or therapy that we have. In our Ayurveda, we talk about ghee, we talk about khichdi, as Dr. Gupta said, we talk about turmeric milk. It's been there for centuries, but somehow we need a modern until this Western world approves of something, then we do not accept our own culture. So till the Americans have started doing, golden latte, till we recognize, what's happening around us. It's coming from us. It's coming from Indian heritage, and that's where we started taking pride in it. So we do not have to wait for this Western approval of something to make us proud of our heritage and our culture and this Ayurveda philosophy that comes from Eastern India. So, I'm so honored. And as other panelists talked about, recognizing these top 100 medicines of Ayurveda, bringing them mainstream, recognizing them, sharing them about the information, what they do, what are they used for, which calms down the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and how to use them. So once these medicines, these either they are topical or they are, ingestible, we spread the information about these things, then only we can bring, there is more scope of Ayurveda gaining more popularity into this world. And talking about Ayurveda, we cannot leave yoga and meditation behind, because Ayurveda, yoga and meditation is part of Ayurveda. And as the Maharishi Patanjali said, Pinda Pinda Prakriti Bhinna. So everybody has their unique physiology, unique body type. And so according to that unique Vata Pitta Kapha body type, we give medicine, not only medicine, but also we prescribe yoga therapy, we prescribe meditation. So when I went to Ayurveda retreat and Panchkarma retreat a couple years ago in India, I was given certain yoga postures to practice on regular basis, only like do 5 yoga postures, but do it every single day and do it religiously for 3 to 5 minutes each posture. And so that works as a medicine. We think that yoga is doing some asana, but yoga is like doing these 8 parts of yoga is like yama, niyama, dhyan, dharana, sadhana, and samadhi. So including all that into our lifestyle, because in Ayurveda, as we all know, every disease is a psychosomatic disease, which means it starts with our brain, which starts with our thought. It starts with like how we were brought up, what our upbringing was into this world. So we all grow up with some kind of fear, insecurities and all that, and that's what leads to the different kind of diseases later on in life. So yoga and meditation targets that. And so with Ayurveda, we not only targeting the root cause of we not only like suppressing the symptom with the medicine, but we are going to the root cause of the disease and targeting the root of it, so that our body become comfortable. So disease is when body is not at ease, that becomes disease. And so bringing with Ayurvedic medicine, Ayurvedic, we say kadha, like those different juices that we are given, Chyavanprash we were talking about, and different healing modalities. Sound healing is part of Ayurveda. And these different modality, bringing all them together and making a person whole, healthy, and expanding the lifespan, so that's what we are here for. And I'm so grateful to be part of it. My specialty is into skin, so I provide medicines or skin oils that are based on the that are mentioned in Charak Samhita, like Eladi oil, like Kumkumadi oil, for the beautification, not only beautification topically, but also enhancing the natural beauty of our skin. So I have those formulations that I bring in from India. I make some of the things here as well in USA. And I like to, my mission is to give out more information about these skin beautifying oils, skin healing oils, so that we are away from all these pharmaceuticals oils, not pharmaceuticals, medicines that are available over the counter. People are saying, take this peptide, take this vitamin C serum and all that. But in Ayurveda, we already have a amla, we have a mangista, we have a saffron, and to beautifying the skin, but also healing the skin. People have different kind of skin diseases. And so in USA, what I've seen is like 20 years ago when I moved here, people are eating nuts like this, they take a handful of almond and they just eat it like this, which cause a lot of skin rashes, cause a lot of skin diseases. Almonds are always to be eaten after soaking them overnight, so that we can protect ourselves from the skin problems. And so this was, I felt like when I saw these traits, and I was like, I don't know how people do that, but this information is really necessary to get out, and if I become the media of it, I become मैं जरिया बन जाती हूँ, I become the the person who give out that information, then find myself lucky to do that. And so that's what I'm doing. My job is to inform, educate, aware people about skin health, and also as well as including the food into their lifestyle, like khichdi, like ghee. Ghee, we people like, we all say that we lack vitamin D, but if we lack vitamin D, we take it from sun. But if we do not have a proper food inside our body, then we cannot assimilate that vitamin D into our body. So that's why ghee is really important to absorb that nutrient, that vitamin D from the sun, outside sources. Ghee becomes really essential part of our nurturing, our body's healing process. So this is all about Nita Naturals. I'm so happy to be part of this platform and feeling really honored. Thank you.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Yes, I'd like to bring in our real experts here who would like to perhaps ask you some questions. Myself, personally, I encountered Ayurveda when I was in the 80s, when I was living with my Guruji Sitara Devi in Mumbai, and I got dysentery. And so I tried Western medicine, it didn't work. And then I tried Ayurveda, and that was fantastic. So that was the beginning of my personal experience with it. And you're right, you're all right. You know, I feel actually that it's India's time in the world, that India is really rising, and the knowledge is so old and so deep and so profound on so many levels that the world really needs this now. And as you're saying, you know, I remember when COVID first came and there were these articles, oh, you can't trust, you know, Chinese medicine and Indian medicine and this and that, only Western medicine. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So many people in the world that I inhabit, which is a pretty interesting world, we are bringing all of these together in this upcoming World Congress for Qigong, Tai Chi, natural healing, etc. That's what we plan to do, really bring the people together, as we're doing here, to find the best cures, the best way to boost your immune system, so that these viruses and toxins, which pervade the world these days, will not have such a deep effect on you, and you'll have a happy and healthy life. This is the logo for this 22nd World Congress, Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, and Natural Healing. This is put on by our dear Dr. Effie Chow, who's been here very much, but we also should bring some of you. I really believe that would be fantastic, because part of it is natural healing. So who has a question for my dear Nita?
I do. Right. You know, I have questions about gingerly oil, and that's a sesame oil, because I grew up getting massages with that. And what is the actual composition? Is it just pure sesame oil? And why is it called gingerly? And what are the therapeutic properties of it? And of course, you know, there are lots of others that I actually grew up with, like Tusi. But I'm just curious about the therapeutic effects of gingerly oil for the skin.
Thank you so much for asking. Gingerly oil is really good for skin. It's a pitta reducing, pitta calming. So if you have a lot of heat in your system, if you are experiencing a lot of hot flashes, you know, in general, if you touch on your Sahasrara chakra right here, if you see a lot of heat coming out, massaging it with gingerly oil really helps. I really do not know the source of it. I do not know if it's really like, I feel like they take out the top skin of the the sesame seed, and that's how they cold press it, and it's called gingerly, but I can find out for you. But I know that it has a cold cooling properties, and it's really good for people who are suffering from rosacea, any problem that caused by the excess heat in the system. So when we have a lot of heat, then we develop the skin rashes, rosacea comes out, and other, like acne and all that. Massaging with 30 minutes with the gingerly oil and then wiping it with with warm water really helps bringing the pitta to the body.
Thank you. I think this might be relevant because some people are breaking out in shingles and some skin conditions because of some toxins in their system, environmental as well as ingested or injected. And so I think this is a very important thing to bring it down home. And people are always talking about detox protocols and how to do that. So I see this as a external soothing force. What else do you recommend for breakouts, skin breakouts, let's say, that's due to toxicity in the blood?
You're talking about topically, applying something topically?
Topically or ingestible? Ingestible, we know quite a bit about Ayurvedic herbs. And please do mention that too.
On top of my mind, I can think of red sandalwood powder. If you apply it topically, it really helps calm down any skin irritation you might have. And for ingesting, I wouldn't recommend like without asking your doctor. I would say always take advice, but neem oil, if you take a little bit of neem oil, like few drops, and just massage it on your gums. I massage it while I brush. I put it on my brush, because if you take neem oil like directly, it's really bitter and people's body can't handle it. But just massaging on your gums, your body assimilates that from your gums. So just like few drops of neem oil also helps clear, your skin problems and all that. But just take few drops and always ask, because these herbs are really potent. So, if you have, I don't know what other problems you're having. And if I say something and you start doing it, so it might react to something. And I'm sure there are other seniors in Ayurveda that are here. I'm in my path. So I would invite them to say what they think about this.
I agree with you that it should be personalized, and then neem, because right now with all the different pox, that it's been shown to be really good, as well as even laying down on neem leaves. So that's a traditional herbal remedy from Malaysia. And
and
so
also putting few drops of neem oil into your bathtub when you take bath, that really helps also, because your body absorbs it. For so many years, like these in Western medicine, they were talking about our body, when you apply something on the topically, our body cannot absorb it. But Ayurveda has proven that whatever you apply topically, for example, if you touch me, right? If you just touch me, I feel it, right? Or if I touch you, you feel it. Same thing, we apply something to our body feels it, takes it in, absorbs it, and it helps it works at a very minute level that we don't even recognize, but it does work. And that's why I say Ayurveda more is like preventative medicine, because you have to start at a very early age. If you have already crossed, like if you have already gone too late into your medical interventions, it will be hard to include it. You can still do it, but it will be hard. As our seniors are here, Dr. Gupta will say something about it. But I would say the earlier you start, the better it is.
Yes, and then also, the skin is the largest organ in the body of absorption and expulsion. So, yes.
Could I add a couple of things here? Couple of practical points. Nita, I know you probably don't know about myself. This is something we do here in the UK. We have been working with therapists in the wellness beauty industry for the last 20 years. And we always start off with saying, do you know what the word Ayurveda means? And having trained about 7,000 people, surprised how few know. And most of our clients tend to be Asian. So we say, okay, let's start from, if you're going to be treating your clients, do it from the basics. So if you're going to, for a lot of people, it's either they have dry skin or they have greasy skin or they have normal skin, right? And then you have the variants, but that's your three. And for them, they'll say, I use, for example, use neem is a great oil, as it's just correctly said, for cooling. And then they say, what do we do? What oil do we use if, say, we have arthritis, we have inflamed knee joints or joints in the hands? So if they went to the doctor, they'd probably get standard aspirin or ibuprofen or non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. We say, don't look at that way. Do it in terms of the individual. So if you find that you had heat to, say, for example, the knee, where you may have arthritis, if you find heat is helping rather than a cold pack, then you have a particular type of arthritis. If you're finding cold helps, i.e. an ice pack, then you have a different type. So your treatment for arthritis would be different. And that is what differentiates the Ayurvedic approach to the standard approach that you have when you go to see a doctor. So that is, so same in the wellness, whether you're talking about skin, you're talking about a treatment, you've got to look at what works for the individual. And so that is where our research that we are wanting to do, we've got to take that into account. That's what makes it a bit more challenging than your double-blind test, which is, is this aspirin going to help everyone or neem going to help everyone? So that's the sort of things you have to take into account. That's what we find here.
That's a question. So I think it has been extremely useful presentation. And as you reiterated that this is a science that existed, and I was originally born in India, and I had used many of these things like clove oil for toothache. It is now, when I was in medical school, in our medical books of conventional medicine or allopathy, whatever you call, it was a standard treatment. And I also used I used to have belly aches. Mom used to put ghee in my belly button. And for some reason or the other, used to get better. Now I have yet to discover the reason how it works. So there are things that work. Same is like Trifla works, aloe vera works. There is nothing, all beauty products, as you know, use aloe vera. So these things work. It's just we need to have the connections. The question I want to ask you, so I'm up for it. I would work with you, do whatever you like. Let's just make it happen. Time is right. The question I'm asking you, which is very important and interesting, is that there is increase in the incidence, or at least more recognition of ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and increased recognition or incidence of autism. And I see lots of children coming to my clinic. And in allopathy or conventional medicine, there is a way you can calm these kids down through methylphenidate or the variants of it. But I'm thinking is that if you can find some natural way, you are a naturalist. If you can find a natural way for calming down these children, we can do a huge favor to the community. So if you can share particularly ADHD and the autism, and there are some non-specific learning difficulties as well. So it's like, these children, they are not there. They're undiagnosed syndrome. So parents are stuck because there's no definite box for them to do that. So it'll be useful to learn with your experience if you have some thoughts to share. Thank you.
That's a big scope of subject to talk about. What I learned so far is that all the ADHD, depression, any mind disease comes from having too much vata in the system. So we have 5 types of vayu in our body: apan, nidan, vatan. So when the balance of these vayu become when the amount of these vayu become imbalanced in our body, then we have all these mind problems, even schizophrenia. And it's a very high level. My brother had schizophrenia, and that's what all got me into, so you have started me on a good topic right here. So ADHD is like a really, it's not a big problem as it has taken in this world. They have so many medicine for these poor kids, who wants to just jump around. They give medicine to the kid because just he was jumping on the couch. I mean, kids, they do jump. Their job is to jump. And so if we allow them to just go out and let them do their own thing, then they play with the dirt, with the soil, I feel like they have a less mind problem. The more that we try to control them, the more we try to bring them in front of the screen, the more problem they have, because we are giving them too much information for their brain, where the amygdala, their front vortex, is not yet developed yet. So we gave them too much information that they cannot even handle, and they become like ADHD. I'm not saying some are not born. Some people are born with that, and very unfortunate. But mostly things can be handled naturally, but giving some natural medicines, like natural medicine that I can think of is the calming the brain is Brahmi. Brahmi is something that you can, it calms down the brain waves, the too much stimulation into your brain. It calms that down, it brings the cooling into your system. And even adult can take it, kids all ages can take it with the doctors, under doctors' prescription and all that. I mean, proper care and all that. I feel like all herbs needs to be administered. Yeah, just doing meditation, it really helps calming the vata, bringing vata from the brain to down. The meditation is something I feel like every school needs to introduce it into their curriculum, because all this media that kids are exposed to these days, to bring that into balance, all these media right here. And so having that meditation that's what it's going to balance it. So I feel like having the proper administered herbs and meditation, and let kids be the kids, do not try to control them. And I think that will bring the problem 50% down. I mean, that's my personal understanding. And also, not only meditation, I feel like agriculture needs to be part of school's curriculum. Every kids need to know how their food is grown, and how the food is grown from the garden comes to their table. And so when they realize how the food is grown, then we are out of this. There are so many isms that I'm really against of: sexism, racism, and there is also a term called nutritionism. So we are out of these isms. And then when we bring really into like how the food comes from the farm to table, and so when our kids look at that, when our kids study that, I feel like that's gonna reduce the problem so much.
And I see it in my own family. I see it in my own family. My grandnephew, Finn, who's actually been on the cooking show, he's totally absorbed in plants, in growing food. In fact, when he goes to when he goes out with his grandfather, and grandfather says, well, what would you like? I want a new plant. I want some seeds. And this is what we need to bring. We're always speaking about this on Healing Our Earth. So you're bringing forth topics that are so much in our hearts, Neetaji. And I know that Professor Madan has something to ask you or speak about. So let's bring him in.
Sharon, thank you so much. Just listening to Neeta talk about the skin, and how the skin is a very important point. Several years ago, I wanted to learn why is it so therapeutic? Why is the skin such an important point? And Neeta has given us details on, including using neem seed oil in that's also skin and up there, and you put it in, something happens. And over the years researching, I came to discover several things. One, in fact, are the number of different cell types, neuron types that are in your skin. So your skin is not just skin. This is filled with all kinds of sensors. It's like, and the density of the different types of sensors. And among them is one sensor, one set of neurons called the Merkel cells. And the Merkel cells are one of the different types of touch-sensitive cells. So I spent a little more time trying to discover what the Merkel cells are and what happens in these Merkel cells, trying to understand in the molecular biology way, trying to understand what happens in the Merkel cells. And this is what you discover in that there are a collection of scientists, particularly last year, this gentleman here, he was awarded a Nobel Prize for understanding the touch receptor. And this is quite phenomenal what he has done and how he uncovered. So this is the skin, Nina, this is the skin. And you put a microscope there and you look at all the different cell types that you have. You see this set of neurons that are involved in touch. And at the end of these neurons are little bulbs. These bulbs are filled with a pressure-sensitive protein. Now, what is interesting about this pressure-sensitive protein is that it's found in so many other parts of the body. So when you have problems in your heart, it's the pressure-sensitive protein that is sensing pathology or abnormal physiology or normality. And the same protein is found on our skin. And so the moment you start treating this place, it's triggering a response that is relayed across the whole body, all the way. So in the ancient texts and the ancient knowledge, which was all experience-based, they didn't have a way to talk about these things. You know, they connected it to what you rightly call the vatas and the panchavayus, and they had to, somehow they could feel all these things, but they didn't know how to put it together, but how to explain this correctly. And now, with the best of our modern biology tools, we are confirming so many things that people have known always. They didn't know how to present it in a way that could take us deep into where things happen in the body. So listening to your comment about the skin and talking about, and particularly the question Wei Ching asked about sesame oil, gingerly oil, cold pressed sesame oil. It has a very special property, and I'm still working on this, trying to figure out whether it has something to do with the viscosity of that oil. So it is not only the chemical in the oil, but also the viscosity of the oil. You know, if you take coconut oil on your skin, it has a completely different feel. If you use sesame oil on the skin, it has a different feel. If you use castor oil on the skin, you get a completely different feel. And there's something more there. Hopefully, I need to do a little more work on this, trying to figure out what is the connection between those pressure-sensitive proteins and the different oils, going beyond the chemicals in there. So it's a delight to sit here listening to Nita and experiences, and the question that Rajiv ji asked about autism and how we might be able to connect these things. Autistic children, we suspect, have a completely different profile when it comes to these, if we want to call it from the modern biology side, they have a completely different way they respond to touch. There are a lot of children who have a problem with touch. And hopefully there's somebody researching on this, and maybe one of our future programs will get to know a little more about the difference in the skin and difference in maybe as little as 1 or 2 proteins. We want to bring this level of detail into our requests, like requests with senior doctors like Rajiv Ji, when we start to present this to policymakers. And policymakers across the world, whether it's in the European Union or whether it's in America, in USA, or whether it is in India or elsewhere, we need to bring this level of the mechanistic foundations for these things. And then there are no questions. Then you can tell them, this is what happens in my skin on a dry winter day, and that's what this oil is going to do to me if I apply this oil. So how to bring that into our dialogues? Again, I point also to Ravi Ji, because he connects a lot with our teams here in London. How to bring this dialogue into the discussions. Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to ask all of you, my granddaughter, she'll be 3 in August, she keeps getting this rash. And the Western medicine doesn't seem, well, my son isn't very interested in that, but they don't seem to be helping her, and it gets worse in the heat. Is there any idea of what could assist her?
It depends on what type of rash it is, Sharon. I think you're absolutely right. The variety of things can result into a rash. So rash is a manifestation. So although we presume commonly it is because of allergy, contact or something, it could be a infection, it could be autoimmune reaction, body overreacting to something, or things like that. So it's quite nice to observe what happens, and as we know, what is the constitution, what is the reaction, what is the exposure, even what you're thinking. So it's, little kids think a lot more than we used to think when we were kids. It's a
yes. Well, if you know any Ayurvedic practitioners in San Diego, please let me know.
Also, we have to look at the connection with, with skin, lungs, and intestinal tract, and the gut microbiome. So we should check her food choices and intake, and like Dr. Rajiv said, what is environmental, and also, in the environmental, the internal landscape of her gut, that sort of things would be good to start with, I feel. And then also, just to look at, we're just discussing the skin, because I'm a certified massage therapist, and you learned, let's say Francis Boyer, I believe, wrote a book on infant massage and how important it is to have that contact, through the birth canal and then out. And that this speaks of the miracle of the skin. And it's just so wonderful that when we actually do touch, especially with autistic children, it calms them down, especially also using certain oils that, for example, even something called blue tansy, which is an amazing oil because it's blue in color. So the blue is the soothing color, but that's the color energetic, the chromatic energetic of it. But there's been a lot, I think it's called psychology of touch. I can't remember. This is what I learned in school. I have to bring it all up again. But it's so important, and especially with oils, the oils, when they go in 2 seconds, they're in the bloodstream. In 2 minutes, they're gone through the whole system, and in 20 minutes, they're already coming out. The essential oils is already coming out of the kidneys. So it's an incredible detox medium. for that. And also, besides all bringing in the energetic of intention and touch, of the intention of touch, and also the movement of the lymph and the blood. So all that is just even therapeutic massage is just one major modality that we can just bring in. And it's so important, especially at this time, to have the proper sensory stimulation for healing, especially through the mama points or the acupressure points or the trigger points, because you can dissipate as well as agitate the energy to accelerate the healing. So the skin is definitely an important part of the healing.
What we found, Sharon, answer to your question is, as Vijayji said, it could be various reasons, and it's a question of going through process and eliminating. So, for example, if it's an allergy test of the different types of allergy tests, but I suspect this one is more of acute type, an IgE rather than the IgG. So you can get a blood test that might reveal what may be something you may be eating. That's or inhaling. That's one aspect. What we found useful here is that if you find, as Neetaji said, and one or two others, that you have oils, there's different types of oils. So some more cooling than others, or more heating, add more heat. So if you're if it's because the body's overreacting, if it's heat, what as Neetaji said, it's when your pitta or your heat energy is overloaded. You need to calm it down. So there are various ways of doing it. You have oils like neem oil, for example, which is soothing. And then along with that would be there's certain foods which would aggravate and certain foods which would help in calming down. So maybe in this instance where your granddaughter is feeling too hot, you want cooling foods. And cooling doesn't necessarily mean things straight from the fridge. We're talking in terms of the energy. So if you haven't got a list, I'm more than happy to send you a list of foods that you may want to focus on, which are going to be cooling from within. That's one way. Also, there's certain things in yoga and breathing that help in cooling as well. So we can, I'm more than happy to send some tips to you, what we do here, and what we recommend to our therapists who then speak to their clients. So there are various ways of doing it, and just a question of which one works best.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Sharonji, one more thing I want to add. It's all a really good input. As I said, we have to eliminate different things in order to find out what is really causing that that rash. But I have an oil, it's called Eladi oil. It's made with 27 different Ayurvedic herbs. I think some of you know about this formulation mentioned in Charak Samhita. This Eladi oil calms down any skin rashes or irritation caused by Vata aggravation and Kapha aggravation. So if it's, if your granddaughter, if it's one of those two reasons, either Vata or Kapha, if it's coming from that, I can send you that oil if you share your address with me, and you can apply it on her morning and evening, and it will really help calm down her rash. And so that oil is really amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes. So it's been a fantastic day, and so much wisdom coming out. I'm so grateful to all of you who've been here. Well, Neeta, I love you. And it's just been
one more thing coming out from me right now is a myofascia release. We all have heard about it, and so given Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Madan said about the different layers of the skin, and one of the layer we hold the stress into our skin is we need to do a myofascia release, which is pressing those murmur points, and we have to see a special therapist to do that. We can't do it ourselves. I mean, we can at some points, like holding our ear from this side and just pressing like right here, massaging this neck. This releases that vagus nerve, which is the largest nerve in our body, and it helps release lot of like stress that we are holding and that we become tight, and our jaw becomes tight right here, and so that causes, you know, stomach problems, or we have stomach problem, that's why our jaw is really tight. So time to time having that myofascia release, that those 7 layers in Ayurveda, we have 7 layers of skin. So in a 3rd or 4th layer, we hold that myofascia, that tension. So having that release really helps with so many of the stress related problem in our body that triggers. So going time to time, seeing a myofascia therapist is really helps. Thank you.
Very, Nita, thank you for raising that fascia word. I'm just going to hold a book up here. I don't know if you can see this one. It's called
Yoga, Fascia, Anatomy
and Movement.
Movement.
I'll put the title of this book on the chat box. Now, what you've said is so amazing because it connects. This is another way to unpack that complex thing about marma points. And, you know, marma points might have so many layers of wisdom in there. And when we start to unpack, you'll see many, many things that will come out. Like I showed for one of the many neurons, the touch neurons, the pressure neurons. And then there's a cold neurons, there's the heat neurons. So what Raviji mentioned about different types of people who respond to cold treatment or the warm treatment, so many details. And I just want to hear what Raviji will say when he hears the Vata Pitta Kapha. He understands a little bit of this and how he would like to see this integrated into medical systems, clinical systems for the future. You know, what Nita presented is that sum total of the complex biology.
Yeah. How we find it, Madhuji, in I'm talking about the well-being industry. So we're talking about therapists who are not doctors, but who are complementary therapists or beauticians or masseurs. And the starting point is we have a questionnaire because doing the nadis and such, like, it's obviously quite complicated. So there's a questionnaire, and from that is the point system gives that an indication as to what the state of affairs is right now with respect to the composition of the Vata Pitta Kapha. And particularly where we're dealing with people, it tends to be more on the wellness and skin type and such like. So the focus is more on that side. And then from that, if it, for example, they have it as a primary dosha, and the Vata is a secondary. So then the treatment is accordingly suggested to the clients.
Is there, Raviji, is there some way, sorry to interrupt, is there some way to bring experts and the expertise of somebody like Kanu Patel ji and the questions that come from Rajiv ji and the experience of Nita ji into a common framework? Is that something that's possible? Is that something we should aim for? Because you see a lot of people like Nita ji, who brings experience from America together with Sharon, and Rajiv ji is here connected with the big academies here for the Royal College, etc. And Kanu ji in India with his network of people with so much experience. Is it possible to think of some way where clearly we are doing it here? Is it easy to grow this to the next stage where we formalize something, you know, where we formalize the experiences from London and America and Malaysia and Ecuador and Gujarat or Rajasthan? Is it too ambitious, or is it something that we should be aiming for? I feel it's possible to do.
I think that's what Healing Our Earth is about.
Exactly.
This is what we want to do. This is our mission.
Just that's true to respond to that, definitely. And we are already on our way. We're probably going to have a retreat, could be Mauritius, could be here, could be India. One of these three places, we're going to have a retreat. And then we are going to have not just the talks, we'll have the practical demonstration of Panchkarma, other therapies, healthy eating, and possibly cooking by the people in a healthy way, so that we have sattvic food for the days of staying there. And that's how we practice what we preach, and we improve our own health and the health of the people who we touch. So I think you have, Madan, you touch on a very, very, very important point, and I think your wisdom always impressed me, both in the scientific background, but also your forward thinking on how we should really make it happen. So I'm grateful for that. It's wonderful, and we will all work, and hopefully it's going to happen soon. Thank you.
And Kanu Patel, you've been patiently waiting here. Do you have anything that you'd like to add to our discussion? Please unmute.
Yeah, very nice. All even modern doctors very keen to understand Ayurveda, alternative medicine, and if we all together we can do something. Nothing impossible. When we came here in the UK, they said you can't practice. I said, why not? We study Ayurveda and we do our way, whatever law. If you don't give any medicine, we'll still practice Ayurveda with this knowledge. Medicine is last stage. So principle is very unique, and thousands of years oldest medical system in the world. Allopathy, how many years? Only 150 or 60 years. Oldest. All Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines, grandmother of medicine. So they never die. Anyway, even government support or not, we are still practice and doing practice until we die. That's it. And we try to give to our when we go, we want to carry on this Ayurveda all over the world, not just for India. That's our aim, and we do something anyway. And if they want research, we are willing to do research, and they can prove, like drug company using herbal things, and then what a heart medicine they've made from the herbs, some decoction. What is the painkiller? That's the herbs, So many pharmaceutical product comes from the herbs, and our main aim to understand the whole system of principles, and we don't. Okay, modern technology, very good, everything fine. We have to adopt each other's good things.
What you're saying is, it speaks to my heart.
That's very important, yeah. Okay, namaste, sabhi. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukh bhag bhavet. Sabhi healthy raho, age abhyarthana ke saath. Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. And for skin problem, neem and turmeric, very good. So give it your daughter, just pinch of turmeric and pinch of neem powder, let it boil, make a herbal tea, half glass tea in the morning and half glass herb tea in the evening. Avoid sugary food, oily food, junk food. That's the cause of the ama, toxic in the system, and they aggravate skin, making eczema, dermatitis. So that's the Ayurveda is a very good in the skin problems as well.
Fantastic.
Simple.
I wish it was here. We grow our own food here. Right now, our garden is just, and so it's amazing, as I always say, to just go out and, first of all, to grow the food, and I'm watering, saying mantras to add that energy, that prana, that chi, and then just to, be able to go pick this food and eat it.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful.
So try to avoid the causative factors. That's the main thing. Skin problem, children eating sweet things, they aggravated eczema, skin problems, and we try to suppress with the hydrocortisone steroid creams, and they going deeper. That's the difference. We can cure with the root cause of the problem. Now we have very good result. That's why people coming from all over the world now here.
Well,
when you give result, then people come. They recommend other people.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much.
Nice to talking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wai Ching, is there any concluding statement you would like to make?
It's been wonderful deep diving with everyone. So it's really beautiful. As we know, with Quantum Chi, we are integrating all the ancient traditions of the world. And this is like the deepest, from the great Indus and from the Himalayas, and then our coming together with the Chinese traditions as well through the Silk Route and through our exchange of wisdom and information all these years. And also just coming back to our basic anatomy, right? We are all human. And then just discovering all the deep healing secrets of who we really are and how we bring it out into the physicality. I think it's just so exciting. And this session has been so deeply satisfying. As you are Indian, as I am Indian, from so many lifetimes perhaps, and it's just been deepening earlier, but just recounting a little bit, taking a little bit of a personal story, it just went that way of how it's been integrated into us, like a different culture, but the really honoring this deep culture and all this wisdom in the whole system. So I'm very, very grateful for this time together.
I do as well. And Raviji, what you've brought today, this has actually been one of my favorite out of hundreds of shows now. The wisdom that's come in today and is just profound. So I'm very grateful to you for bringing that to us today. And to all of you out there, let me tell you about what's coming up, and then we'll conclude. We have our International Yoga Day next week, and that will be, as always, fantastic, I'm sure. I think that this show just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and with so much knowledge. Yes, so our future events, International Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul. That's on the 19th of June. And then we have our vegan vegetarian kitchen. I'm going to be showing things from my garden. I'm making some pesto. I have some wonderful guests. That's going to be on the 26th of June. And then we'll do another one. So we will be really speaking about foods that are so good for you. We've been speaking about it today, and we'll have more knowledge about that. In these two shows, we have the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen coming up the next week too. And our mission statement, welcome to Healing Our Earth. Our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. We're here every Sunday to bring you this wonderful knowledge from cultures around the world. And as Wai Ching says, it's time for us to bring together all the traditional knowledge, all the ancient wisdom, and really heal our earth. Thank you all for joining us.